Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
It's over. Nual Lin sighed softly, with a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more of relief. He looked at the void that was once ravaged by the dragon-bone spirit, but now returned to peace, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. Inuyasha nodded, and the flames around him slowly went out, leaving only circles of faint residual warmth. Yes, it's over, but this is just the beginning. His words revealed a hint of deep meaning, as if he foresaw more challenges and unknowns in the future. The two stood side by side, and after a moment of silence, Nual Lin suddenly spoke. Although we won, we also paid a heavy price. This world seems to be far more complicated than we imagined. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha looked deeply into the distance, where the unknown and the possible meet. No matter what the road ahead holds, as long as we fight side by side, we will not be afraid of anything. His tone was firm, full of confidence in the future. Just as the two were preparing to leave the battlefield and look for a new direction, a faint and strange wave suddenly came from the void, interrupting their thoughts. This fluctuation did not come from the outside world, nor did it originate from themselves, but seemed to emerge from the depths of the void, carrying an indescribable antiquity and mystery. What is that? Nual Lin frowned and looked around vigilantly, but there was nothing else except the void that had just returned to calm. As soon as Nual Lin finished speaking, the strange fluctuations suddenly intensified, like an ancient giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time, slowly opening its eyes. The entire void trembled, as if even time and space had lost their original order at this moment. "Be careful," Inuyasha growled, his body tensed instantly. Although the flames around him had been extinguished, a more restrained force surged in his body, ready to face unknown challenges at any time. Amid the fluctuations, an invisible force began to gather around them, gradually forming distorted shadows that seemed real and illusory. Some were as majestic as ancient totems, while others were as hideous and terrifying as demons from the abyss. They revolved around Nual Lin and Inuyasha, getting faster and faster, until a visible vortex formed, enveloping the two of them. What kind of power is this? Nual Lin's face was solemn. He could feel the antiquity and power contained in this power, which far exceeded anything they had faced before. He tried to cut the whirlpool with his sword, but found that his attack was like a drop in the ocean and had no effect at all. "Don't resist. We have to find its source," Inuyasha warned in a deep voice. At the same time, he closed his eyes and tried to capture the slightest clue in the fluctuation. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, with a flash of determination in his eyes. "Follow me." As he spoke, Inuyasha moved and actually took the initiative to rush towards the center of the whirlpool. Nual Lin saw this and followed closely behind without hesitation. The two of them were like two flashes of lightning, shuttling through the distorted light and shadow, and every step was accompanied by the tearing and reorganization of space. As they gradually went deeper into the center of the vortex, the surrounding scene became more and more bizarre. The lights and shadows seemed to have life and began to actively attack them. Every touch was accompanied by a tremor in the soul and severe pain in the flesh. But Nual Lin and Inuyasha gritted their teeth and persisted. Their faith was as firm as a rock and unwavering. Finally, after countless collisions and struggles, they arrived at the deepest part of the vortex. There were no horrible monsters as imagined, nor endless dark abyss, only an empty void, and the most primitive source of the fluctuations, dozens of slowly moving ancient runes emitting a faint light. This, Nual Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw shock and confusion in each other's eyes. In the heart of the void abyss, ancient runes slowly rotated, as if they had remained unchanged since time immemorial. Although the light they emitted was dim, It contained a power that was enough to shake the universe. New All-In and Inuyasha stood at the junction of light and darkness, surrounded by a storm of spiritual energy that was surging from resisting the distorted force of the outside world, and their breathing became heavy and rapid. This rune seems to be some kind of seal or the dormant place of some kind of power. New All-In's voice was low and hoarse. He stared at the rune with awe and confusion in his eyes. No matter what it is, we have to find a way to break it. Otherwise, if this power gets out of control, the consequences will be disastrous. Inuyasha's tone was filled with unquestionable determination, and the restrained power in his body began to stir, as if ready to erupt at any time. Just as the two were about to explore further, the void around them suddenly began to boil, and the originally still light and shadows turned into sharp blades like awakened evil spirits rushing towards them. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and every sharp edge carried the power to tear the void, making people's hearts palpitate. New All-In swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and it collided violently with those sharp edges, making a deafening roar. However, these sharp edges seemed endless, and every time they were cut off, more emerged, forcing him and Inuyasha to retreat step by step. We can't just passively defend like this. We must find their weaknesses. Inuyasha roared. His body suddenly jumped up and turned into a stream of fiery red light, shuttling between the sharp edges, looking for the invisible flaw. Each of his dodgements was perfect, as if he had merged into the void, making him hard to grasp. Suddenly, Inuyasha paused. He turned back and looked at the ancient rune, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. The source is still on that rune, he growled, the spiritual power in his body boiling, and he rushed towards the rune regardless of everything. New All-In saw this and followed closely behind him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were like two sharp swords, piercing straight into the place where the rune was. The sharp edges along the way seemed to lose their power in front of them, and gradually collapsed and dissipated. When they finally approached the rune, an unprecedented pressure surged out from within the rune, suppressing the two of them tightly. But New All-In and Inuyasha did not flinch. They gritted their teeth and used their spiritual energy to surge wildly, trying to resist the pressure. Under the light of the rune, New All-In and Inuyasha seemed to be in an ancient and cruel trial. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, not only squeezing their bodies but also trying to destroy their wills. But in their eyes, there was only determination and indomitable spirit. A mere rune. How can it trap me? Inuyasha roared, his muscles knotted all over, and there were faint flame patterns under his skin, which was a sign of the ancient blood in his body awakening. He kicked the ground hard, and the ground actually trembled in the void, as if even this nothingness could not withstand his strength. New All-In followed closely behind Inuyasha. When he swung his sword, there was no sound at all, but it was full of fierceness, which chopped off the sharp edges around him. His eyes were cold, as if he could see through all the vanity in the world, and the tip of his sword pointed to the most vulnerable part of the rune. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to break this situation, New All-In said in a deep voice. He and Inuyasha have a telepathic connection, so there is no need for many words. Just a glance is enough to understand each other's intentions. The two men simultaneously unleashed even more violent power. New All-In's sword turned into a silver lightning bolt, piercing the core of the rune, while Inuyasha turned into a red storm, using his physical strength to forcibly crash into the invisible pressure barrier. The space around the rune seemed to be torn apart at this moment, and the light was overflowing, dazzling. The battle between the two and the runes is not just a clash of strength, but also a confrontation of will and belief. Inuyasha let out a deafening roar. His whole body turned red as fire, like a god of war walking out of hell, charging forward desperately. New All-In followed closely behind, his sword flashing like a weave, and each strike was precise and deadly. In the empty space shrouded by the runes, time seemed to have lost its meaning, leaving only endless collisions and roars. The figures of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha were looming in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every confrontation aroused layers of spiritual power ripples, which shattered the surrounding nothingness, and were quickly repaired by the power of the ancient runes, forming a series of bizarre paintings. Inuyasha's roar was like an ancient war drum, shaking every inch of space. The flame patterns on his body seemed to come alive, turning into tangible flames that surrounded him and formed a blazing protective shield that forcibly resisted the invisible pressure released by the runes. Every step he took was accompanied by the distortion of the void on the ground, as if even this forgotten realm was trembling, fearing the awakening of this ancient bloodline. Nuo Lin was like the swordsman in ice. Although the sword did not ring, it was chilling. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, the air seemed to be frozen. Even the sharp edges lost their former sharpness when they touched the sword light and shattered into nothingness. His eyes were calm and profound, as if he could see the secrets hidden deep within the runes, guiding each strike to land accurately on the weakest nodes of the runes. Dawn is approaching, and darkness has nowhere to hide. Nuo Lin's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of indomitable spirit and determination. His sword became more and more fierce, and every swing was accompanied by a violent surge of spiritual power, cutting the surrounding nothingness into pieces, but quickly recovering under the light of the runes, forming a never-ending contest. Inuyasha used his body as a sword and rammed into the seemingly insurmountable barrier. His muscles looked even more hideous under the illumination of the flames. Every impact was accompanied by the crackling of bones and the trembling of flesh and blood, but he seemed unaware of it. Only his eyes, burning with flames, stared at the core of the rune, vowing to break it. "Open it for me." With a deafening roar, the power in Inuyasha's body seemed to have reached its peak. His whole body turned into a red beam of light, which forcibly penetrated the seemingly indestructible pressure barrier and went straight to the rune. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, the sword light following like a shadow, and combined with Inuyasha's power to form an unstoppable torrent, impacting the core of the rune. At this moment, the light of the runes suddenly became extremely dazzling, as if the entire void space was lit up, and an ancient and powerful force surged out from the inside of the rune, colliding with the offensive of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha, erupting with an unprecedented roar. At this moment, the space seems to be torn apart, and light and darkness are interwoven into shocking pictures that make people feel awe. However, just as this force was about to devour everything, it suddenly paused, then slowly dissipated, as if being pulled by some force and returning to the rune. The light of the rune also dimmed, and finally returned to its original calm. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw fatigue and confusion in each other's eyes. But more than that, there is an indescribable excitement and anticipation. They knew that although they had not been able to completely crack the rune, they had already touched the edge of a certain power and were perhaps only one step away from the truth. The runes were silent, their light was restrained, but the residual power fluctuations in the air were like an undercurrent, foreshadowing the extraordinary hidden beneath the calm. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha stood still. There was no need for them to say much to each other. An exchange of glances was enough to understand each other's thoughts. This was just the beginning. The real challenge was still hidden in the deeper unknown. "This power is beyond imagination," Nuo Lin whispered. Although his voice was soft, it revealed his awe and desire for that power. The long sword trembled slightly, as if responding to his inner excitement. Inuyasha's panting echoed in the quiet space. The fire in his body gradually subsided, but his eyes became brighter, as if they could see through the end of nothingness. "Whatever it is, we are going to uncover it." His words were firm and revealed his unquestionable determination. Just as the two were preparing to launch another offensive, The space around the rune suddenly twisted, and an invisible force spread out from the depths of the rune. It was no longer the previous oppression, but a guidance, a call. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Both were surprised, but they chose to follow the guidance of this power at the same time. They moved and turned into two streams of light, shuttling through the twisted space and heading towards the depths of the rune. As they went deeper, the surrounding scenes became more and more bizarre, with light and darkness interweaving into a series of bizarre pictures, as if they were in a dream woven by powerful force. But Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha 977 both understood that this was not a dream, but a world contained within the rune, a realm they had never set foot in. Suddenly, a door appeared in front of them. The door was half open, and a faint light shone through, attracting them to move forward. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha walked in one after the other without any hesitation. Behind the portal is a wider space, in the center of which is suspended a sphere of huge amounts of soft light, which is the core of the rune power. There are complex patterns flowing on the surface of the sphere, as if it contains the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, which makes people feel awe at first glance. Just as the two were preparing to explore further, the sphere suddenly vibrated violently, and a force even stronger than before burst out from it, directly knocking them several feet away. "What is this?" Nuo-Lin managed to steady himself, staring at the violent energy storm, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. Inuyasha frowned. He could feel the antiquity and power contained in this force. It was an existence beyond imagination. "We may have touched something we shouldn't have touched," he said in a deep voice, with both worry and expectation in his tone. At this moment, the patterns on the surface of the sphere suddenly lit up with dazzling light, forming complex rune chains that locked the entire space tightly. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha were stunned by this sudden change, and they found themselves trapped by this power. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without words, there was an unyielding light flashing in each other's eyes. They knew very well that facing this unknown and powerful force, escape was not a solution, and only by fighting could they find a glimmer of hope for survival. Nuo-Lin took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. He stretched out his body, transformed into a ray of cold light, and rushed straight towards the rune chains that bound them. Every collision with the chains caused ripples of spiritual energy, but the chains were like living things, dodging flexibly and even counterattacking, completely neutralizing his attacks. "Humph, you think you could trap me with just a chain?" Nuo-Lin growled, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He retreated violently to avoid the sudden attack of a chain, and then his body twisted strangely in the air, as if it had merged into the space originally. When he appeared again, he was already in the dense interweaving of chains. He formed seals with his hands, and spiritual energy gathered madly, transforming into ice-blue blades that swept out like a storm. Each blade precisely cut through the weak point of the chain, making a harsh sound of metal clashing. However, although the chain was cut into pieces, it quickly recovered under the light of the rune, as if it had endless vitality. Seeing this, Inuyasha was not willing to be outdone. He roared angrily, and the flames all over his body burned fiercely again, turning into a red pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky. He swung his fists, and each blow carried a destructive force, colliding with the rune chains, causing a deafening roar. "Open it for me," Inuyasha shouted. His fists seemed to be able to tear apart the space. He hit the chains again and again. Although the chains were extremely tough, cracks began to appear in the face of his violent strength. However, the crack was fleeting and the chain remained unbreakable. The two, one of ice and the other of fire, engaged in a fierce battle in the rune space. Every collision was shocking, as if it was going to tear the space apart. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from the rune chains. This is not a solution. We must find the source of this power and solve the problem fundamentally. Nuo-Lin panted and said, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. But more of it is determination. Inuyasha nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on the sphere suspended in the center, which was the core of this power. Only by cracking that sphere can we be truly free. Just as the two were preparing to launch another attack, the sphere suddenly stopped vibrating and the light on its surface became softer. The rune chains also loosened, as if they had lost the source of their power. Opportunity! Nualin and Inuyasha shouted almost at the same time. They jumped up and rushed toward the sphere from the left and right. However, just as they were about to touch the sphere, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sphere, and an unprecedented force surged out, knocking the two of them away again. After being blown away by the sudden force, Nualin and Inuyasha rolled several times in the air and finally managed to stabilize their bodies. They were several feet apart from each other, and their eyes were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. At this moment, an ancient and deep breath slowly rose from the depths of the rune space, as if a sleeping beast was about to wake up. As the aura approached, the space began to distort, and a huge figure gradually emerged between the interweaving of light and shadow. It was a 1,000-year-old tree spirit, its body so huge that it almost filled the entire sky, with lush branches and leaves, dragon-like roots, entwined with invisible power and emitting a faint green light, like a king in the underworld. The trunk of the tree spirit is covered with traces of time, and every crack seems to record the vicissitudes of thousands of years. Its eyes were tightly closed, but the pressure emanating from its body was suffocating, as if it could swallow up everything if it opened one eye. Is this a 1,000-year-old tree spirit? Nualin's voice was filled with shock. He had never seen such a huge monster before, and he had never expected that such a creature would be hidden in this rune space. A mere human dares to trespass here. The voice of the Millennium Tree Spirit was low and hoarse, as if it came from deep underground, with unquestionable majesty. Its branches and leaves swayed gently, and powerful waves of spiritual energy spread out, making the entire space tremble. Seeing this, Inuyasha's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, running away would only make the situation worse. Then, he roared angrily, and the flames all over his body burned fiercely again, transforming into a red lightning, and rushed straight towards the tree spirit. Come on, let me see what you, a 1,000-year-old demon, can do. Inuyasha's fist, packed with destructive force, slammed fiercely into a thick branch of the dryad, causing a deafening roar. The branches were instantly engulfed in flames, but returned to normal in the blink of an eye, as if the flames had no effect on them. The dryad seemed to be angered by Inuyasha's bravery. It suddenly opened its eyes, and two green lights shot out like lightning, heading straight towards Inuyasha. Inuyasha dodged the fatal blow narrowly, but the powerful impact still made him feel a little nervous. Seeing this, Nualin was not willing to fall behind. He formed seals with his hands, and his spiritual energy gathered madly, transforming into ice-blue beams of light that shot towards the tree spirit like a rain of arrows. The beams of light drew brilliant tracks in the air and eventually hit the branches of the tree spirit, making crisp popping sounds. However, these seemingly powerful attacks only caused ripples beneath the tree spirit's tough skin and failed to cause any substantial damage. Humph, you think you can hurt me with just your icy power? The 1,000-year-old tree spirit sneered, and its branches and leaves suddenly grew wildly, turning into countless green tentacles, sweeping towards Nualin and Inuyasha. These tentacles are flexible and tough, with sharp barbs that seem to be able to tear apart anything that stands in their way. Nualin and Inuyasha, Nuaz, retreated violently, and at the same time used their respective special skills to engage in a fierce battle with those tentacles. The space was suddenly filled with the roar of spiritual energy colliding and the hissing sound of tentacles tearing through the air, as if a doomsday battle was taking place. Inuyasha, we must joined forces to defeat this 1,000-year-old tree spirit. Nuo Lin shouted while dodging the tentacle's attack. Understood, Inuyasha responded, and then stood back to back with Nuo Lin. The spiritual powers of the two began to intertwine with each other, forming an unprecedented powerful force. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks, echoing with Inuyasha's fire power, forming a heart-pounding resonance. They stood back to back, as tacitly as twins, facing the tremendous power of the 1,000-year-old tree spirit together. Joint attack, Nuo Lin shouted, and the two people's spiritual powers instantly merged into one, turning into a bright beam of light that shot straight into the sky. In the light column, ice and fire are intertwined, cold and heat coexist, as if it can freeze the space and burn everything. When the Millennium Tree Spirit saw this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but then he became even more furious. It roared, and its entire body suddenly swelled. Countless roots broke out from the ground, twisting and entwining in the air like a dragon, trying to restrain Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. However, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha had already anticipated this move. Their light columns suddenly dispersed in the air, turning into thousands of ice blades and fire feathers, pouring down like a rainstorm and colliding violently with the roots. The ice blades cut the roots, and the fire feathers ignited them. For a moment, the space was filled with flames and icy mist, as if it was a doomsday battlefield. How dare mere human challenge me? The 1,000-year-old tree spirit roared, and its branches and leaves grew wildly again, turning into denser tentacles, and with the sound of whistling wind, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha swept over. These tentacles are like living things, extremely flexible, and every attack is hard to defend against. Nuo Lin's eyes were cold. He knew very well that this was a matter of life and death. He moved his body and shuttled between the tentacles like a ghost, his hands constantly forming seals, and his spiritual power turned into ice chains that tightly wrapped around the tentacles. At the same time, he used the power of the ice chain to leverage the force and dissolve the attack of the tentacles. Inuyasha, now is the time, Nuo Lin shouted, his voice full of determination and trust. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha suddenly jumped up and turned into a whirlwind of red flames, rushing straight towards the body of the Millennium Tree Spirit. His fist was packed with destructive power, and every swing seemed to tear through space and hit the tree spirit's vital points. The Millennium Tree Spirit cried out in pain, and its huge body trembled violently, but it did not give up resistance. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and two green lights shot out like substance, attempting to shoot Inuyasha down. However, Nuo Lin had anticipated this move. He flashed and appeared beside Inuyasha. With a wave of his hands, an ice-blue shield protected the two of them and successfully blocked the green light. The tacit understanding between Nuo Lin and Inuyasha has reached an unprecedented level. The ice-blue shield rippled under the impact of the green light, but it was as solid as a rock and did not allow the attack to penetrate. The roar of the Millennium Tree Spirit echoed in the space, causing the runes around it to flicker, as if even the space itself was shaking. How long can a mere shield last? The voice of the Millennium Tree Spirit was full of disdain, but beneath that madness, there was also a bit of fear of the two men's strength. Its branches and leaves danced wildly again, and its tentacles surged like a tide. Every wave brought about a storm in the space, attempting to completely drown the two of them. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back, facing this overwhelming attack. There was no trace of retreat in their eyes, only a more determined will to fight. Nuo Lin quickly formed seals with his hands, and the ice chains weaved into huge amounts of nets in the air, trying to bind the tentacles. Inuyasha roared, condensing all the flames in his body into his fists. Every time he swung his fists, the space twisted and roared, and he collided directly with the tentacles. The battle became more intense, with fire and ice mist interweaving, turning the rune space into a doomsday picture. Every battle between New Alin and Inuyasha seemed like the collapse of heaven and earth. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the interweaving of light and shadow, but they never fell. New Alin, the power of this tree's spirit seems to be endless. Inuyasha's voice was filled with a hint of panting, and it was obvious that this continuous battle was also a great drain on him. That's right, but the more so, we can't let it succeed. New Alin responded through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. He knew very well that if they could not find a way to break the spell as soon as possible, sooner or later the 1,000-year-old tree spirit would exhaust their spiritual power and turn them into its nutrients. At this moment, the Millennium Tree Spirit seemed to have sensed the intentions of the two people, and its attack became more fierce. Its tentacles poured down like a storm, as if to completely drown the two people. However, at this moment of despair, Noelin suddenly noticed the unusual spiritual power fluctuation in the tree spirit's body that was the core of rune power and the source of the tree spirit. Inuyasha, attack its core, Noelin roared, and he swung his hands violently. Ice chains shot out like snakes, temporarily restraining some of the tentacles and creating an opportunity for Inuyasha to attack. When Inuyasha heard this, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly jumped up and turned into a red lightning, rushing straight to the core of the tree spirit. His fist was packed with destructive power, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and hit the tree spirit's vital points. However, just as it was about to touch the core, the Millennium Dryad suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its entire body shook violently. An unprecedented force burst out from its body, forcing Inuyasha back. Inuyasha was staggered by the sudden force, and the red flame dimmed a little at this moment, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more intense, like an eternal flame that would never go out. A mere human. You want to touch my roots? The voice of the Millennium Tree Spirit was full of ridicule and anger. Its branches and tentacles seemed to feel the will of its master. Its offensive became more and more violent. The entire space was shattered by this force. The light of the runes flickered in the chaos like falling stars. New Alin's heart tightened when he saw this, but he did not hesitate at all. He formed seals with his hands again. This time, he mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, even at the cost of overdrawing his potential, just to create a glimmer of hope for Inuyasha. The ice chains intertwined crazily in the air, not only binding more tentacles, but also weaving a huge amount of ice net in space, attempting to restrict the actions of the Millennium Dryad. Inuyasha, try again. New Alin's voice was firm and powerful. He knew very well that this was their last chance. Inuyasha heard this, took a deep breath, and the flames in his body burned again, hotter and brighter than before. He roared, as if he wanted to vent all his resentment and anger on this punch. This time, he did not rush directly to the core of the tree spirit. Instead, he used the ice net woven by New Alin as a springboard, drawing a perfect arc in the air and avoiding the tree spirit's most dense tentacle attack. His fist gathered in the air, and the friction between the flame and the air made a sharp whistling sound, as if even the space was about to be torn apart by this punch. "Break it for me," Inuyasha roared, and his head finally hit the core of the Millennium Dryad. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be still, and all attacks and defenses lost their meaning under this punch. The flames collided violently with the spiritual power in the tree spirit's body, bursting out with dazzling light, illuminating the entire rune space like daylight. However, the power of the Millennium Tree Spirit was far beyond their imagination. Even under such a heavy blow, it only trembled slightly and did not suffer fatal damage. On the contrary, its anger reached its peak, and its entire body began to twist violently, as if it wanted to break free from all restraints and completely destroy anything that dared to challenge its existence. "You all will die." The voice of the Millennium Tree spirit echoed in the space like thunder. Its tentacles grew wildly again, attacking Nu Lin and Inuyasha with the power to destroy the world. This time, their target is not just the two people, but the entire rune space, as if they want to devour everything here. As the Millennium Tree spirit roared, the entire rune space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The space cracks spread like a spider web, releasing a frightening chaos aura. The tentacles danced wildly in the air like a giant python. Every swing caused the space to tremble and release destructive power. Facing this overwhelming attack, Nu Lin and Inuyasha did not show any sign of retreat in their eyes, only a more determined will to fight. They knew very well that this was a matter of life and death, and only by trying their best could they have a chance of survival. Nu Lin, looks like we have to use that trick. Inuyasha's voice was exceptionally clear in the chaos, his words carrying an unquestionable firmness. Nu Lin's heart moved when he heard this, and he immediately understood what Inuyasha meant. During a life-and-death experience, they accidentally realized a secret method that could temporarily integrate each other's strength. Although the price was extremely high, it was their only hope in this desperate situation. Okay, let's fight side by side and share life and death. Nu Lin roared, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. He quickly formed seals with his hands, resonating with Inuyasha's spiritual power. At this moment, the two figures seemed to merge into one, transforming into a dazzling stream of light, shuttling through space. Their integration is not a simple addition of strength, but a harmony and resonance of souls. At this moment, Nu Lin's coldness and Inuyasha's heat were perfectly integrated, forming an unprecedented power, which had both the coldness to freeze everything and the heat to burn everything. Come on, Millennium Dryad, let us see, is your power stronger, or is our integrated will stronger? The voices of Nu Lin and Inuyasha echoed in the space, and their figures shuttled between the tentacles like lightning. Every collision burst out with dazzling light, destroying the surrounding tentacles. However, the power of the Millennium Tree spirit was still strong. It seemed to feel threatened by the two people, and its attack became more frantic. The tentacles were like a violent storm, carrying the power to destroy the world, attempting to completely submerge the two. But the integrated power of Nu Lin and Inuyasha is also extraordinary. They look for flaws in the chaos, and each attack is precise and deadly. The battle became more intense, with fire and ice mist interweaving, turning the rune space into chaos. The figures of Nu Lin and Inuyasha are looming in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every confrontation between them seems to be the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, releasing a destructive force. The Millennium Tree spirit trembled continuously under their attack, and its branches, leaves, and tentacles gradually became fragmented. But even so, it still did not give up resistance and continued to attack the two people frantically. At this critical moment of life and death, the integration power of Nu Lin and Inuyasha seemed to have touched a certain limit. Each of their attacks was accompanied by the distortion and roar of space, as if even time was affected by this power, becoming slow and heavy. The roar of the Millennium Tree spirit resounded through the sky. Its body gradually showed signs of fatigue in the frenzied attacks, but its ancient and tenacious vitality allowed it to remain standing. Although the tentacles were broken, they still clung to the two men like maggots, vowing to drag them into eternal darkness. Nu Lin, we can't go on like this. We must find its weakness. Inuyasha's voice was a little anxious amid the chaos, and his flames began to show unstable fluctuations in the extreme burning, which was a sign that his spiritual power was about to run out. Nu Lin gritted his teeth, his ice chains dancing wildly in the space, trying to gain more space for Inuyasha. I know, but in this chaos, its weakness is covered by thick fog and is difficult to find. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the rune space, and an ancient and pure power quietly penetrated into the battlefield, producing a subtle resonance with the integrate power of Nual Lin and Inuyasha. This power is like a clear spring that washes away the chaos and violence on the battlefield, clearing people's minds. Zero requests flowers. What is that? Inuyasha exclaimed. He felt an unprecedented clarity and strength being injected into his body, as if even his soul was sublimated. Nual Lin's eyes narrowed as well, realizing that this might be the key to their reversal of the situation. No matter what it is, we can't miss this opportunity. Go all out and find the weakness of the Millennium Tree Spirit. The two of them cheered up again, and the power of integrate became more violent and precise with the blessing of ancient power. They were like two bolts of lightning, shuttling between the tentacles. Every collision was accompanied by violent fluctuations in space, as if they were going to tear this world of chaos apart. Finally, during a fierce battle, Nual Lin keenly caught a hint of unusual aura. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar spiritual power fluctuation emanating from the core of the Millennium Tree Spirit. Zero. He had an idea in his mind and immediately exchanged glances with Inuyasha. The two of them adjusted the direction of their attack tacitly and went straight for the core of the Dryad. As Nual Lin and Inuyasha locked onto their target, their offensive suddenly became fierce and unmatched, like two comets streaking through the night sky, heading straight for the heart of the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. Every confrontation was accompanied by a violent tremor in space, with fire and cold interweaving into a doomsday scene, illuminating the rune space like purgatory. Now, Inuyasha, our chance has come. Nual Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar. His eyes flashed with determination, and the ice chains weaved into an impenetrable net in the air, binding the tentacles of the Millennium Dryad, and Inuyasha opened up a passage to the core. Inuyasha roared, flames bursting from his body, as if he was pouring out all his strength. He stretched out his body and shuttled through the ice net like a fire phoenix, heading straight for the core of the tree spirit. The friction between the flame and the air made a sharp whistling sound, and the space seemed to be ignited by this force. The Millennium Dryad felt an unprecedented threat. It let out an even more shrill roar. Its entire body twisted violently, and its tentacles danced wildly, trying to pull the two of them into the abyss of destruction. But the integrated power of Nual Lin and Inuyasha is no longer comparable to the past. With the blessing of ancient power, their attacks are unstoppable and no one can stop them. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with fire, ice mist, and tentacles intertwined together to form a thrilling picture. The figures of Nual Lin and Inuyasha were looming in the chaos. Each of their attacks was precise and deadly, gradually approaching the core of the Millennium Tree Spirit. At that moment, an unprecedented force burst out from the core of the tree spirit. It was its last struggle of life and also its strongest attack. This power instantly filled the entire rune space, sucking Nual Lin and Inuyasha into it, as if it was going to swallow everything. However, at this critical moment of life and death, the integration power of Nual Lin and Inuyasha also reached its peak. They roared, concentrating all their strength on one point, and the destructive force collided head-on. In an instant, the entire rune space seemed to tremble, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. When the light faded and everything returned to calm, the huge body of the Millennium Tree Spirit collapsed and turned into fragments on ground. As the Millennium Tree Spirit collapsed, the chaos and violent aura within the rune space also dissipated, replaced by a fresh and peaceful atmosphere. Nual Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw the relief and exhaustion of surviving the disaster in each other's eyes. They slowly landed on the ruins, looking at the scene before them, with an indescribable emotion welling up in their hearts. After a short rest, The two decided to move on and explore this ruined space full of unknowns and dangers. They walked through the road, paved with the remains of thousand-year-old tree spirits. Each step seemed extremely heavy, but their hearts were filled with curiosity and desire for the unknown. Soon, they came to a strange village. The village seems to be isolated from the world, shrouded in a layer of light mist, making it particularly mysterious. The buildings in the village are simple and peculiar, with mottled stone walls and moss-covered roofs, as if telling the story of the passage of time. However, what is even more disturbing is that the entire village is silent. There is not a single human voice, not even the sound of birds or insects. Only the occasional sound of wind echoes in the empty streets, adding a somewhat eerie feeling. This place is so weird, Inuyasha whispered, his flames sweeping around, trying to dispel the uneasiness in his heart. Lin also frowned. His perception was fully open, trying to capture any possible danger. Indeed, this place is full of unknowns and dangers. But now that we've come this far, there's no reason to turn back. The two of them stepped into the village cautiously, taking every step with extreme caution. They walked along the narrow street, with closed wooden doors and windows on both sides, as if the whole village was asleep. However, when they passed an ancient altar, they unexpectedly discovered a hint of unusual smell. There were some strange totems and offerings placed on the altar, and a faint fragrance filled the air, as if some ancient ritual was being performed. What was even more surprising was that around the altar, there grew some exotic plants that they had never seen before. These plants emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire altar like a fairyland. There seems to be some kind of power here, Lin said softly, his eyes scanning back and forth between the altar and the plants, trying to find the answer. Inuyasha also felt the presence of this power. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and looked around vigilantly. We have to be careful. There may be greater dangers hidden here. The two continued to move forward, going deep into the core area of the village. As they went deeper, the surrounding scenery became more and more bizarre. Some houses began to collapse, and strange runes and patterns appeared on the walls, as if recording some ancient secrets. The fragrance in the air becomes more and more intense, making people involuntarily indulge in it. At this moment, a low chanting sound suddenly sounded, breaking the tranquility of the village. The sound came from all directions, yet seemed to exist only in their hearts. As the low chanting sound echoed in their ears, Lin and Inuyasha's minds suddenly tightened, as if being pulled by the invisible power, and the air around them became sticky. They exchanged solemn glances with each other, and without saying anything, they knew the ominous meaning hidden behind the chanting. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the seemingly dead houses and stone roads seemed to come alive. Cracks spread from the ground like a giant beast stretching lazily after waking up. Then, from the ruins of the collapsed houses, thick vines broke out of the ground, twisting and entwining, and attacked the two at an alarming speed. "Be careful," Lin shouted, retreating violently, and waving his hands. Ice chains danced in the air like spirit snakes, trying to freeze the vines. But surprisingly, these vines seemed to have some kind of strange vitality. Even when covered by ice, they only stopped for a short time and then broke free from the salt in an even crazier manner. Inuyasha roared angrily, and flames surged all over his body, transforming into a stream of fire that shuttled through the vines. Wherever he passed, the vines were ignited by the high temperature and turned into ashes. However, the number of vines seemed endless. Every time he thought he had cleared a space, more vines would come from all directions, surrounding him and Lin. "This is not a solution," Lin shouted while dodging the vines. He noticed that as the number of vines increased, the strange fragrance in the air became stronger, as if it was this fragrance that was nourishing the vines. Find the source. Inuyasha also realized this. He leaped suddenly, and with the help of the power of fire, he soared into the sky and tried to find the source of the sound from a high altitude. New All-In stayed on the ground and continued to use ice chains to resist the attack of the vines, buying time for Inuyasha. After a difficult search, Inuyasha finally found a blooming strange flower on the top of an abandoned ancestral hall. The flower exuded an attractive fragrance, which was the source of all these changes. He was about to go forward and destroy it, but suddenly he felt a strong suction coming from the flower, as if it was going to suck him in. New All-In, hurry! Inuyasha shouted for help and struggled hard, but the suction force was getting stronger and stronger. Upon seeing this, New All-In released all his strength without hesitation. The ice chains turned into sharp ice blades and attacked the strange flower with the force of thunder. However, just as they were about to touch the flower, an even more terrifying force erupted from the flower, completely neutralizing the attacks of the two and rebounding them back. New All-In retreated violently, and the ice blades were scattered by the rebound of the force, turning into cold light and dissipating in the air. His face was solemn, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. He knew that facing such a being, brute force alone would not work. This is definitely not an ordinary thing, New All-In whispered, his voice trembling slightly, but it made him more determined to destroy it. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body began to surge wildly, as if rivers converged into the sea, preparing for the final impact. Then, he roared and poured all the remaining firepower in his body into the stone tablet, forming a distinct yet delicate balance with New All-In's ice element. With the infusion of their power, the stone tablet glowed brightly, as if an ancient god had been awakened, releasing a vast and boundless power. This power was neither pure cold nor pure heat, but a deeper and more ancient energy that surpassed the original elements. It rose into the sky like a dragon, circled over the village for several weeks, and then suddenly swooped down, completely engulfing the undercurrents that were ready to move. At the same time, it also stabilized the village that was about to collapse. However, just as this force was about to dissipate, something strange happened. The ground around the village began to shake violently, and cracks spread out from the ground, as if something was awakening deep underground, trying to break free and see the light of day again. As the ground shook violently, an ancient and powerful aura slowly rose from deep underground, as if the sleeping Erlu had finally opened its eyes. Under the influence of this breath, the color of the sky seemed to dim, the clouds rolled, and thunder roared, foreshadowing that an unprecedented storm was about to come. At this critical moment, a huge figure suddenly rose out from the crack. It was covered with gorgeous feathers, colorful and dazzling like a rainbow, but it also exuded a heart-pounding weird aura. This is the legendary powerful monster, the Bird of Paradise. It has the terrifying power to control wind and rain and tear apart space. It is the Asgardian of this forgotten land and the source of the curse. Exist. A mere human. How dare you disturb my sleep? The voice of the Bird of Paradise echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. Its eyes flashed with a cold light as it stared directly at New All-In and Inuyasha, as if it wanted to pierce through their souls completely. New All-In and Inuyasha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they already had a tacit understanding with each other. They knew very well that facing such a powerful opponent, the only way to survive was to fight side by side. Bird of Paradise, you may be powerful, but today we vow to lift the curse of this village and restore peace to this land. New All-In's voice was firm and powerful. He waved his hands, and the ice element surged again, turning into countless sharp ice blades, shooting towards the Bird of Paradise like a meteor shower. Inuyasha roared, and flames burst out of his body, transforming into a fire dragon and rushing straight towards the Bird of Paradise. Flames and ice blades intertwined in the air, forming a thrilling picture, as if all the elemental forces between heaven and earth were gathered at this moment, just for this unprecedented battle. The Bird of Paradise saw this and laughed instead of getting angry. It flapped its wings gently, and suddenly a strong wind blew up and heavy rain poured down, which completely neutralized the attacks of Nual Lin and Inuyasha. At the same time, lightning intertwined on its wings, as if Thor was possessed, and launched a fierce attack on the two. Nual Lin was agile and dodged the bombardment of lightning, while continuously releasing ice elements, trying to freeze the wings of the bird of paradise and restrict its movement. But the bird of paradise seemed to see through his intentions and avoided every attack just right, causing Nual Lin's plans to fail repeatedly. Humph, a mere ice. How can it do anything to me? The bird of paradise's voice was full of disdain. It suddenly opened its huge beak and spit out a beam of blazing light, heading straight for Nual Lin. Nual Lin's face changed. He knew the power of this beam of light and did not dare to take it head-on. He had to use the power of the ice element to leave a trail of afterimages in the air and barely avoided the attack. However, just as he was catching his breath, Inuyasha's call suddenly came. Nual Lin, watch out behind you. Nual Lin turned around suddenly and saw a bolt of lightning coming towards him like a snake, so fast that he could hardly dodge it. At this critical moment of life and death, the ice element in his body seemed to have been stimulated to unprecedented potential and instantly condensed into an indestructible ice shield, blocking the lightning outside. That was a close call. Nual Lin secretly thought that he was lucky, and at the same time he did not forget to cast a grateful look towards Inuyasha. The tacit understanding and trust between the two reached an unprecedented height at this moment. The battle continues. Nual Lin and Inuyasha keep changing their attack methods, trying to find the weakness of the bird of paradise. However, as the guardian of this land, the bird of paradise's strength is far beyond their imagination. Every attack was like a drop in the ocean, unable to cause any substantial damage. Just when the two were about to exhaust all their strength, a head suddenly flashed through Nual Lin's mind. He suddenly remembered the mysterious power on the stone tablet. Perhaps that was the key to solving this battle. Inuyasha, we can't keep fighting like this. We must find the true use of the power of the stone tablet. Nual Lin shouted loudly, while struggling to resist the attack of the bird of paradise to buy time for Inuyasha. Inuyasha heard this, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his state and fought side by side with Nual Lin, while secretly observing the changes in the stone tablet. He knew very well that only with the help of the power of the stone tablet could they defeat this powerful monster and lift the curse on the village. Nual Lin's words were like thunder, penetrating the noise of the battle, landing in Inuyasha's heart and causing ripples. The two men intertwined their bodies and coordinated seamlessly, as if they had become one, jointly resisting the deadly threat from the bird of paradise. Humph, a mere mortal, you actually want to defeat me with the help of external forces. The voice of the bird of paradise was filled with endless majesty and ridicule. It fluttered its wings, and the sky and the earth changed color. In the midst of the violent storm, it became even more weird and terrifying. Lightning and thunder intertwined between its wings, like an angry dragon flying through the air. Each lightning contained destructive power and directly hit Nual Lin and Inuyasha's vital points. Nual Lin's face was solemn. He knew very well that with their current strength, they could not compete with the bird of paradise for too long. The ice element in his body surged wildly, as if it was going to freeze him into ice. But at this critical moment of life and death, he turned it into the sharpest weapon. His figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth between the thunder and lightning. Every time he waved his hand, an ice blade would cut through the sky like a meteor, colliding with the thunder and lightning with a piercing roar and bursting into dazzling light. Inuyasha roared continuously. His whole body was boiling with flames, as if he was going to set the whole world on fire. He transformed into a fire spirit, and together with Nual Lin, one ice and one fire, they complemented each other and weaved a web of death. His flames danced in the air and turned into fire snakes that entangled with the lightning of the bird of paradise. The two devoured and melted each other. The scene was spectacular and tragic. However, the bird of paradise is more powerful than one could imagine. It seems to have endless strength. Each attack is more fierce. Each counterattack makes Lin and Inuyasha feel unprecedented pressure. Its wings are like sharp blades, and every swing can tear through space, leaving shocking cracks. Its eyes are as deep as the abyss, as if they can see through people's hearts, making people feel fearful. Oomph, you're just an ant. How dare you act so presumptuous in front of me? The voice of the bird of paradise sounded again, with unquestionable majesty. It suddenly spread its wings, and its size increased several times, like a giant bird covering the sky and the sun, shrouding Lin and Inuyasha in its shadow. On its wings, lightning and fire intertwined, forming a destructive storm that swooped down towards the two. Lin, the power of the stone tablet, can only be exerted to its maximum power when it is united. Inuyasha's voice sounded unusually firm in the storm. He knew very well that this was their only hope. He kicked the ground hard and retreated violently, standing back to back with Lin. They both mobilized the remaining strength in their bodies and poured it into the stone tablet. Under the infusion of the two people's power, the stone tablet once again burst into dazzling light. This light, together with the thunder, lightning, and flames in the storm, formed a shocking picture. The stone tablet seemed to be an ancient god that had been awakened, releasing a profound power that surpassed the elements originally. This force circulated between the two people and finally gathered into a powerful energy wave, rushing straight towards the bird of paradise. The energy wave was like the light of dawn, penetrating the darkness and storm and heading straight for the bird of paradise with endless majesty and destructive intent. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be still, and only the collision between the energy waves and the bird of paradise became the only melody in the world. A flash of surprise flashed across the bird of paradise's eyes, followed by deeper anger and unwillingness. It howled towards the sky, its voice filled with resistance to fate, and flapped its wings violently, trying to resist this unknown force with an even more violent storm. However, the power of the stone tablet is extraordinary. It contains ancient and profound laws, which are the sedimentation and condensation of this land for billions of years. The energy wave and the storm of the bird of paradise collided violently in the air, and a dazzling light and a deafening roar erupted between the two. Lightning and fire intertwined wildly in the collision, as if to tear the entire space apart. However, as time went on, the energy waves of the power of the stone tablet gradually revealed its overwhelming power and began to suppress and devour the storm of the bird of paradise. This is impossible. How can a mere mortal possess such power? The voice of the bird of paradise was filled with disbelief and despair. Its wings became shattered in the struggle, and the lightning and fire also lost their former power and could only barely maintain the storm that was about to collapse. Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back, both of them showing determination and resoluteness on their faces. They knew that this was their last chance and the hope they brought to this land. They continued to mobilize the power in their bodies, constantly pouring it into the stone tablet, making the energy wave increasingly powerful until it completely enveloped the bird of paradise. As the energy waves continued to grow stronger, the entire space seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, and the light and sound became distorted and strange. The bird of paradise's silhouette seemed increasingly insignificant under the cover of the energy wave, but there was an unyielding fire burning in its eyes. It was a desire for freedom and a pursuit of power. Even in the face of desperation, it would never give up easily. Oomph. You think you can restrain my bird of paradise with just the power of a stone tablet? Although its voice was weak, it still carried an arrogance that should not be underestimated. It suddenly shook, and a brilliant light burst out from its whole body. That was its last struggle, and it was its dignity as an Asgardian. In the light, the silhouette of the bird of paradise began to change. Its wings gradually became transparent, as if blending into the surrounding lightning and flames, forming a strange and powerful form. In this form, it no longer relies solely on the power of elements, but integrates itself with the laws of heaven and earth, demonstrating a power beyond common sense. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha felt the change in power, and their faces changed. They knew this would be the toughest battle they had ever faced. But they did not back down. Instead, they became more determined in their beliefs. They looked at each other and understood each other's intentions without saying anything. Inuyasha, are you ready? Nuo Lin's voice was low and powerful, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. Definitely, we have to protect this land together. Inuyasha's answer was equally firm, and his flames became even hotter at this moment, as if to burn away all the darkness. A seg. The two once again urged the power in their bodies to merge with the power of the stone tablet, and the energy wave became even more violent and invincible. It tumbled and roared in the air like an angry dragon, and launched a final showdown with the bird of paradise, which had integrated the laws of heaven and earth. In this battle, there are no fancy moves, only the collision of strength and the contest of wills. The entire space was filled with this force, as if even time had stopped. Thunder, lightning, fire, ice, all kinds of elemental forces interweave in the air to form breathtaking pictures that are dazzling to the eyes. However, just when everyone thought the outcome had been decided, the bird of paradise suddenly let out a deafening cry. Its figure suddenly disappeared in the light, leaving only a blurry afterimage, and it fled in all directions under the impact of the energy wave. What? It actually... Nuo Lin and Inuyasha were both surprised. They didn't expect that the bird of paradise could escape in such a desperate situation. But what shocked them even more was that the afterimage began to gradually condense into an even more powerful force during its escape. It is a power that transcends the elements and the laws, as if it is the most primitive and purest source of power between heaven and earth. This is... Nuo Lin and Inuyasha both felt unprecedented pressure and fear. They knew that once this power was fully released, it would bring unimaginable consequences. That force raged between heaven and earth, like an ancient god awakening. Its pressure caused the surrounding air to solidify, and even the passage of time seemed to slow down. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's bodies seemed so small in front of this power, but there was no trace of retreat in their eyes, only a more determined light. We can't let it completely awaken. Nuo Lin's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. He took a deep breath, and the remaining ice elements in his body seemed to respond to his call, surging again and turning into sharp ice blades, trying to penetrate the barrier of that power. Inuyasha roared, and the flames all over his body seemed to be boiling magma. He turned into a ball of blazing flames, which contrasted with Nuo Lin's ice blade. That force launched a fierce attack. The flames and ice blades collided in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar, as if to tear the entire space apart. However, that power is as deep as the ocean, and no matter how hard Nuo Lin and Inuyasha try, they cannot truly touch its core. On the contrary, under the influence of that power, their attacks began to become weak and even began to backfire. This power is too strong. Inuyasha's voice revealed a trace of fatigue and helplessness, but he did not give up. Instead, he urged the flames in his body more frantically, trying to find a way to break through. At the moment, the power suddenly changed. It is no longer an invisible rampage, but gradually condenses into a huge amount of eyes, which are full of indifference and majesty, as if they can see through everything in the world. It stared at Nuo Lin and Inuyasha quietly, as if it was looking at two insignificant ants. A mere mortal dares to challenge me. The voice of the bird of paradise suddenly came from those eyes, but its voice was completely different from before, full of endless majesty and indifference. As the cold and majestic voice of the bird of paradise echoed between heaven and earth, the entire space seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, making people feel suffocated. The huge amounts of eyes slowly turned, as if the stars in the universe had lost their luster under its gaze. Nu Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw unprecedented solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that this would be the toughest battle in their lives, but it was also their only chance to prove themselves and protect this land. Although we are mortals, we have fire and light in our hearts. Nu Lin's voice was firm and powerful. The ice element in his body boiled again, turning into countless tiny ice crystals, which swirled around him and formed a dazzling ice shield. Inuyasha howled towards the sky, his flames reaching an unprecedented height at this moment. His whole body was wrapped in blazing flames, like a fire god of war. He suddenly jumped up, turned into a fiery red meteor, and rushed towards the huge amounts of eye. How dare mere god claim to be invincible? Inuyasha's voice roared in the flames. His fist, wrapped in raging flames, collided with the eye, causing a thunderous noise that shook the earth. However, the eyes only trembled slightly before steadying themselves again. The power emanating from it was like a violent storm, shattering Inuyasha's flames and throwing him heavily to the ground. You overestimate your abilities. The cold voice of the bird of paradise came from his eyes again, as if mocking their incompetence. But Nu Lin did not give up. He took this opportunity and quickly approached the eye. His ice blade drew graceful arcs in the air, each containing enough coldness to freeze the space. However, when these ice blades approached the eyes, they were swallowed up by an invisible force and disappeared without a trace. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. Nu Lin shouted to Inuyasha while attacking. Inuyasha struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. Yes, we can't give up like this. He urged the flames again and fought side by side with Nu Lin. The two of them, one ice and one fire, interweaved to create a magnificent picture between heaven and earth. Their attacks became more and more frequent and fierce, as if they were going to burn the entire space and freeze it into ice. However, the huge amounts of ice seemed to have no end, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not cause any substantial damage to it. On the contrary, under the gaze of those eyes, their strength began to gradually dissipate, and their bodies became weaker and weaker. At this moment of despair, something strange happened between heaven and earth. The originally solidified air seemed to be cut by an invisible sharp blade, and tiny spatial cracks quietly spread around the two people. Nu Lin and Inuyasha both felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. They realized that this was not just a showdown with the bird of paradise, but also a fight against the entire space law. We can't go on like this. We must find a way out. There was a hint of anxiety in Nu Lin's voice, but his eyes were still as firm as iron. He took a deep breath, and the ice element in his body seemed to respond to his call and began to surge in an unprecedented way. The same is true for Inuyasha. Under extreme pressure, his flames began to change qualitatively, from the original blazing heat to a deep and dark blue, like the brightest star in the night sky. He roared, and the space around his body seemed to be distorted by this force, forming vortexes of flames that swept towards the huge amounts of eye. Since we can't break through from the front, let's try to disintegrate it from the inside. Nu Lin and Inuyasha thought of this almost at the same time, and their attacks began to change subtly. Nu Lin's ice blade no longer attacked blindly, but danced in the air with a strange trajectory, as if looking for a gap to enter the eye. Inuyasha's flame turned into countless tiny fire spirits, like nimble bees, trying to penetrate the seemingly impeccable defense. The attacks of the two were intertwined, ice and fire, cold and heat, reaching an unprecedented balance and harmony at this moment. Zero request flowers 0. They weave into a complex network in the air, gradually approaching the huge amounts of the eye. You are just an ant, and you dare to think of shaking my foundation? The voice of the bird of paradise came from his eyes again, but this time it was a little more angry. It seemed to feel the threat from the two people and began to mobilize more forces to fight back. However, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha have already risked their lives. They knew this was their last chance. Their attacks became more and more fierce, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and the distortion of space. The entire space seemed to be trembling under their fighting, as if it would collapse at any time. At this moment, a miraculous scene appeared. After countless collisions and integrations, Nuo Lin's Ice Blade and Inuyasha's Fire Spirit actually formed a new power. It was a perfect combination of ice and fire, with the coldness of ice and the heat and violence of extinction. The moment this force came into contact with the eye, it caused an unprecedented explosion. The light of the explosion was like falling stars, dyeing the sky a brilliant violet. Under the impact of this force, the huge amounts of eyes finally revealed their invincible fragility. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web until the entire eyeball was cut into pieces, releasing endless energy fluctuations. What kind of power is this? For the first time, panic appeared in the voice of the bird of paradise. It seemed that it had never expected that these two mortals could create such horrific destructive power. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, with shock and ecstasy in their eyes. They knew very well that this was a miracle created by their unprecedented tacit understanding and determination. We did it! There was a hint of panting in Nuo Lin's voice, but more of the joy of victory. He condensed the ice element once again. This time, his attack was more precise and deadly. Each ice blade was like the sickle of the death god, going straight to the core of the shattered eyeball. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. His flames reached the ultimate condensation at this moment, transforming into a fire dragon, roaring and shuttling between the broken eyeballs. Wherever it passed, everything was burned and destroyed. The attacks of the two were like a violent storm pouring down on the eyeball that was about to collapse. At this moment, space seemed to be completely torn apart. Time also lost its meaning, and only endless fighting and destruction remained. No, I am an ancient god. How can I be destroyed by mortals like you? The voice of the bird of paradise was full of unwillingness and anger, but it was powerless to save the situation. As the eyeball completely collapsed, its once invincible power began to dissipate into the invisible. Finally, after a deafening roar, everything returned to calm. The huge amounts of eyes turned into nothingness, leaving only emptiness and silence. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha stood in the center of the battlefield, covered with scars, but their eyes were unusually bright, as if they had just experienced a baptism. Before the aftermath of the battle has completely dissipated, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha embark on a new journey. They walked side by side. The scars on their bodies were their badges of honor, and every step they took seemed so firm and powerful. Soon after, they arrived at a quiet little village with smoke rising from the chimneys. It should have been a peaceful scene, but it was suddenly broken by a burst of urgent cries for help. The two looked at each other and immediately realized that something had changed ahead, so they quickened their pace and ran towards the source of the sound. I saw a group of vicious bandits besieging the village. The villagers were panicked and fled in all directions, but most of them were caught by the bandits, and their property was looted. The robbers laughed wantonly, as if this was their paradise. "Stop!" Nuo Lin and Inuyasha shouted angrily and rushed into the battle circle like two lightning bolts. Their appearance startled the robbers, but they quickly came to their senses and attacked the two uninvited guests, waving their weapons. "Umph! Here come two more people seeking death." The bandit leader sneered and swung his knife at Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin dodged the attack easily with a flash of his body, and at the same time, he used an ice blade with his backhand to strike the man's face. The ice blade drew a beautiful arc in the air, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill that froze the surrounding air. The bandit leader was horrified and hurriedly raised his knife to block, but the sharpness of the ice blade was beyond his imagination. With a click, his weapon was cut off. The ice blade continued to move forward, leaving a deep scratch on his face, and blood gushed out instantly. Ah! The bandit leader cried out in pain, covered his face, and roared angrily, "Kill them for me." Upon hearing this, the robbers roared and rushed towards Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. Seeing this, Inuyasha curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He kicked the ground hard. His body suddenly rose up, turned into a fiery red afterimage, and instantly rushed into the group of bandits. His flames were like blazes in a strong wind. Wherever he passed, the bandits were set on fire and let out miserable screams. Nuo-Lin dealt with the remaining bandits. His ice blade was like the scythe of the death god, and every swing brought the enemy down. His movements were swift and precise, as if every attack was carefully calculated, making it impossible for the robbers to get close to him. "Stop, you robbers!" Seeing this, the villagers also plucked up their courage, picked up the farm tools in their hands, and rushed towards the robbers. Although their strength was limited, the arrogance of the bandits was gradually suppressed in the face of this force of justice. After a fierce battle, the bandits were finally defeated. They were either dead or injured and fell to the ground, no longer threatening the safety of the small village. The villagers cheered and looked at Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha with gratitude. "Thank you, two heroes, for your help." The village chief walked over tremblingly and bowed deeply to Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. Before the village chief finished speaking, the air was still filled with the smell of gunpowder and indomitable will. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, with both fatigue and relief in their eyes. They nodded slightly, accepting the gratitude from the simple villagers. "Village chief, protecting this land is everyone's responsibility. We're just doing what we should do." Nuo-Lin's voice was steady and powerful. He looked around and saw villagers helping the elderly and children, or supporting each other, and starting to rebuild their homes. "But please remember that true peace requires light and courage in everyone's heart," Inuyasha added, his eyes deep, as if he could see into the deepest part of people's hearts. Just as the two were about to leave and continue their journey, a strange wind suddenly blew over, sweeping up the dust on the ground and forming whirlpools. This wind was not like natural wind. It carried an inexplicable force that made the surrounding air tremble. "Nuo-Lin, do you feel it?" Inuyasha frowned. He could feel the threat contained in this wind. It was a force that surpassed any enemy they had encountered before. "Zero. Well, this power seems to come from far away, yet it seems to be right next to us." Nuo-Lin also felt the unusualness of this power. He looked around vigilantly, but found nothing except the wind. "We have to be careful. This force is definitely not a good one," Inuyasha said in a deep voice. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any possible changes at any time. At this moment, the wind suddenly intensified, forming a huge amount of eye of the storm, enveloping Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. Inside the storm, space is distorted, time seems to have lost its meaning, and everything becomes blurred and chaotic. "What the hell is this place?" Nuo-Lin shouted loudly. He tried to use ice elements to stabilize the space around him, but found that his power was greatly weakened here. "I don't know, but we must find a way out." Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm. His flames seemed unusually weak in this chaotic environment, but he did not give up and still tried hard to find a way to break through. In the storm, the two stood back to back, conveying firm belief and determination to each other. They know that only by uniting together can they defeat this unknown threat. However, as the storm intensified, they began to feel overwhelmed. The surrounding scene became increasingly blurred, as if the whole world was collapsing. At this moment, a faint light suddenly penetrated the gap in the storm and shone on their faces. Under the illumination of that 1.6 ray of light, a hint of determination flashed in Nuo-Lin and Shuyasha's eyes. The storm seemed to be touched by the sudden light, spinning even more violently, as if to tear everything into pieces. "Inuyasha, We have to move towards that light. New Lin's voice pierced through the roar of the storm, firm and powerful. He tried to condense the ice element again. Although it was difficult, his desire for light made him unwilling to give up. Okay, let's charge together, Inuyasha responded. Although his flame was weak, it was like the only fire in the darkness, guiding them forward. The two of them were like two unyielding streams of light, struggling hard in the vortex of the storm and sprinting towards the glimmer of light. As they got closer and closer to the light, the distortion and chaos around them seemed to slow down, but the power of the storm became more violent, like an enraged beast, tearing their bodies and wills madly. New Lin roared, and the ice element in his body seemed to be ignited by this anger, turning into an icy torrent, temporarily stabilizing the surrounding space. But this was only a brief respite, as the storm immediately struck back even more violently. New Lin, hold on. Inuyasha's voice sounded in his ears with unquestionable firmness. His flame began to resonate with his will. Although the light was small, it was extremely tenacious, providing vital support to New Lin. The two of them struggled forward in the raging storm, and every step seemed like crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. Their clothes were torn and their skin was scratched, but their pursuit of light made them forget the pain and fatigue. Finally, when they were about to exhaust all their strength, the light became extremely dazzling, as if illuminating the entire storm. They seemed to have crossed the boundaries of time and space and came to a whole new world. But just as they were about to touch the 0.2 light, the storm suddenly became more violent, and an unprecedented force surged out from the light, violently bouncing them away. What is this? New Lin staggered to his feet, his eyes full of disbelief. He looked at the light that was still dazzling but out of reach, his heart filled with doubts and uneasiness. We are not over yet, Inuyasha panted, his eyes equally complicated. He looked at New Lin, and they both understood each other's feelings without saying anything. At this moment, the light began to change slowly, forming a series of blurry pictures, as if telling some ancient secret. The storm gradually subsided under the shining light, leaving behind a dead silence and the unknown. Under the reflection of that light, the pictures flow like pages of an ancient history book being slowly turned, and each picture carries unspeakable secrets and power. New Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw shock and determination in each other's eyes. What is hidden behind this light? New Lin whispered, with both doubt and expectation in his voice. He tried to approach the light again, but every step seemed to be blocked by the invisible force, like walking in a sticky quagmire. No matter what it is, we have to face it. Inuyasha gritted his teeth, and his fire seemed to be more vigorous in his words, which was the unyielding and eagerness for the unknown challenge. He stepped forward, side by side with New Lin, and their figures looked unusually firm under the light. At this moment, the light suddenly fluctuated violently, as if stimulated by some force. Waves of invisible power surged out from it, transforming into sharp air currents that cut through the surrounding space like a sharp blade. New Lin and Inuyasha had to react quickly. They stood back to back and used their bodies and willpower to resist this sudden attack. Be careful, New Lin warned. The ice element in his body seemed to be awakened by this power, turning into a thin layer of ice armor covering his body, providing him with additional defense. Inuyasha let the flames surround his whole body, forming a hot barrier to block the sharp air currents. However, this power seemed endless, and every time they resisted it, New Lin and Inuyasha felt more exhausted. Their breathing became rapid, and sweat and blood mixed together and dripped onto the ground, but were instantly evaporated without a trace by that force. We can't go on like this, New Lin roared, trying to find a way to break this power. His eyes scanned back and forth between the light and the storm, looking for a possible flaw. Yes, we have to find its source, Inuyasha echoed. His flames seemed to resonate with New Lin's ice element at this moment. and the two intertwined to form an unprecedented wave of influence. Just as this power fluctuation reached its peak, the light suddenly cracked, and an even more ancient and powerful aura emanated from it. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and rushed into the gap without hesitation. When they passed through the gap and came to a completely new space, they were shocked by the scene before them. This is no longer a place where storms and light intersect, but a mysterious space full of ancient runes and strange powers. And those runes seemed to have life, flowing slowly in the space, forming a series of shocking pictures. In this mysterious space, filled with ancient runes and strange powers, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha seemed to have stepped into another world. The air around was heavy and sticky, as if even time had slowed down at this moment. Those flowing runes moved around their bodies like living things, and every touch caused a tremor deep in their souls. "Where is this?" Nuo Lin's voice was low, with some shock that was difficult to conceal. With his sharp eyes, he tried to penetrate the thick fog and see the road ahead clearly. "No matter where we are, now that we've come this far, there's no turning back." Inuyasha's response was brief and powerful, with an unyielding fire burning in his eyes, which was a desire for unknown challenges and a firm trust in his partners. Before he finished speaking, the space suddenly shook violently. The runes that were originally flowing calmly seemed to be enraged, turning into sharp energy blades that pounced towards them with the power to tear through space. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back in an instant, and their auras reached an unprecedented harmony at this moment. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, and the ice element in his body surged like a giant beast awakened. He formed seals with his hands, and the air around him quickly condensed into crystal-clear ice shields, which shattered the energy blades. At the same time, it released a biting cold air in an attempt to slow down the rune's attack speed. And Inuyasha roared, and flames burst out of his body, transforming into a fire dragon that surrounded him and intertwined with the runes. The flames collided with the runes, bursting into dazzling light. Every impact made the space tremble, as if even the heaven and earth were about to be torn apart by this force. Nuo Lin, these runes seem to have intelligence. They are guiding us somewhere. Inuyasha keenly perceived the pattern of the flow of runes during the fierce battle, and his voice was clearly transmitted to Nuo Lin's ears through the roar of flames. Nuo Lin's mind moved when he heard this. He quickly adjusted his strategy and no longer resisted blindly. Instead, he used the agility of the ice element to guide the runes to flow in a specific direction. The two, one of ice and the other of fire, shuttled through the maze woven by runes. Every confrontation was accompanied by earth-shaking sounds, as if the whole world was trembling with their battle. As they went deeper, the runes became more powerful and the attacks became more intense. But Nuo Lin and Inuyasha seemed to have forgotten their fatigue and pain, and their hearts only had a desire for the unknown and trust in each other. In this mysterious space, they seemed to be each other's only support. Just as they were about to reach the end of the rune guidance, the space suddenly stopped, and all the runes gathered into a dazzling light, enveloping the two of them. In the light, there was a wave of ancient and powerful power, which made their souls tremble. "This is—" Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and confusion. But at this moment, the light suddenly dissipated, and they were teleported back to the real world, leaving only an empty and mysterious space, and those runes that were still slowly flowing, as if telling an unfinished story. "We are back." Nuo Lin looked around, somewhat incredulous. But Inuyasha had already stood up, his eyes flashing with determination and resoluteness. Inuyasha's gaze penetrated the boundary between reality and illusion and fell on the shadow that was gradually appearing in the distance. The shadow was huge and ferocious. As a gust of wind blew up, a monster they had never seen before slowly walked into their sight, the windfong dragon. This wind-toothed dragon is dozens of feet long and covered with blue-black scales, which gleam with a cold luster in the afterglow of the setting sun. Its head is shaped like a wolf's head, but it has a pair of huge amounts of dragon horns, and its eyes are like torches, burning with emerald green flames, as if it can see through the deepest fears in people's hearts. Its limbs are strong and powerful, and every step it takes is accompanied by a tremor in the ground, while the long tail behind it is like a flexible whip, drawing sharp tracks in the air. Oomph! A mere human dares to trespass here? The voice of the windfong dragon was low and majestic, with unquestionable domineering. Its huge amounts of body slowly approached, and the air around it seemed to be oppressed by its momentum and became extremely heavy. Nualin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they already understood each other. They knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, the only way to survive was to fight side by side. Windfong Dragon, we have no intention of making an enemy of you, but don't even think about blocking our way. Nualin's voice was firm and powerful. He formed seals with his hands again, and the air around him quickly condensed into sharp ice blades that shot towards the Windfong Dragon. Fingialong snorted coldly, moved his body slightly, and easily avoided Nualin's attack. It opened its huge mouth and a strong wind gushed out of it, instantly blowing the ice blades into all directions. At the same time, its long tail danced like a snake, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it lashed towards Nualin. Nualin dodged the attack of the Windfong Dragon by a narrow margin. He knew very well that he could not fight this monster head-on, so he used the agility of the ice element and began to move around in space, looking for the flaws of the Windfong Dragon. Inuyasha roared, and flames surged out of his body, transforming into a blazing fire dragon, and rushed straight towards Fingialong. The violent winds of the fire dragon and the wind dragon collided, causing a deafening roar. The flames and wind intertwined together, forming a chaotic battlefield. Windfong Dragon was obviously also angered by Inuyasha's attack. It roared towards the sky, and the scales on its body suddenly burst into dazzling light, turning into sharp energy blades, and fiercely clashed with Inuyasha's flames. The entire space seemed to be torn apart, with flames, strong winds, and energy blades intertwined together to form a thrilling picture. Nualin, be careful of its tail. Inuyasha did not forget to remind Nualin to be careful of Windfang's attack during the fierce battle. Nualin also responded quickly. With the help of the ice element's cover, he cleverly avoided the attack of the Windfong Dragon's long tail and took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The two, one ice and one fire, engaged in a fierce battle with the Windfong Dragon. Every clash was accompanied by earth-shaking noises and dazzling lights, and the entire space seemed to be shaking with their battle. The Windfong Dragon also showed amazing strength and wisdom. Sometimes it used the strong wind as a blade, and sometimes its scales as a shield, fighting Nualin and Inuyasha in a hard battle. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the Windfong Dragon looked like a god of war from ancient times. Every 10 breaths seemed to be able to shake the mountains and rivers. In its eyes, green flames danced. It was a gaze from the abyss, which made people feel fearful but unable to escape. Humph, you are just an ant, and you dare to think of shaking my territory? The voice of the Windfong Dragon echoed between heaven and earth, carrying with it a majesty that could not be disobeyed. It suddenly stepped on the ground, and suddenly a strong wind blew in all directions with it as the center, sweeping all the surrounding sand, rocks, and plants into it, forming a small sandstorm. Nualin and Inuyasha retreated quickly, their clothes rustling in the strong wind, but their eyes flashed with an unyielding light. Nualin clasped his hands together, and the cold air around him instantly condensed and turned into ice crystal chains, trying to stop the Windfong Dragon's movements. However, the Windfong Dragon simply flicked its long tail, and the ice crystal chains shattered like fragile glass. Don't underestimate our determination, Inuyasha roared. The fire in his body seemed to be ignited by anger, surging even more violently. He suddenly leaped up, transformed into a stream of fiery red light, and rushed straight towards the windfong dragon. His fist, wrapped in blazing flames, collided fiercely with the windfong dragon's body covered with sharp scales, causing a deafening roar. The windfong dragon cried out in pain, but it did not retreat. Instead, it became even more violent. It howled towards the sky, and the scales on its body seemed to come alive, flashing a cold light, and each scale was like a sharp blade, cutting the air. It swung its long tail violently, sweeping towards Inuyasha with a force to tear apart space. Inuyasha stretched his body like a nimble cheetah and avoided Windfang's fatal blow at the last moment. He used the reaction force to rush towards the windfong dragon again. This time, he clenched his fists, and the flames condensed in his substance, turning into two blazing fire fists and slammed into the windfong dragon's head. The windfong dragon was not to be outdone. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a dragon breath mixed with strong wind and fire, colliding head-on with Inuyasha's fire fist. The two forces collided in the air, bursting out with brilliant light, as if even the heaven and earth changed color. "Nualin, help me hold its tail," Inuyasha shouted in the fierce battle, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Nualin understood immediately after hearing this. He flashed and appeared at the side of the wind-toothed dragon. He formed seals with his hands again, and several icicles appeared out of thin air and pierced directly into the tail of the wind-toothed dragon. The wind-toothed dragon felt pain and swung its long tail wildly, trying to shake off the icicle. But Nualin followed closely, constantly changing positions, and used ice elements to build barriers to restrict the movement of the windfong dragon. "Humph! You want to trap me with just frost?" The windfong dragon shouted angrily, and the power of its body seemed to be completely stimulated at this moment. The light on its scales became more dazzling, and the whole body was shrouded in a layer of green halo. At this moment, Inuyasha seized the opportunity. He jumped up and rushed towards Fingialong like a meteor. His fist, with destructive force, collided with Fingialong's hard head again. As Inuyasha's punch, which contained destructive power, landed, the air seemed to be ignited instantly, erupting with a deafening roar. The windfong dragon's head shook slightly, but its green eyes were burning with an even more intense fighting spirit. It howled toward the sky, its voice filled with indomitable spirit and anger. "How dare you, tiny human, challenge my limits?" The windfong dragon roared, and all the scales on its body seemed to be activated at this moment. Each scale flashed with cold light, releasing a biting chill, forming a weird confrontation with the ice element released by Nualin. Nualin knew very well how powerful the windfong dragon was, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined in his belief. He took a deep breath, and the cold air around him seemed to respond to his call, gathering into a rushing glacier, rushing towards the windfong dragon. Wherever the glacier passes, even the air seems to be frozen, leaving behind crystal-clear ice marks. Seeing this, the windfong dragon curled up a sneer at the corner of its mouth and swung its long tail violently. The long tail drew a perfect arc in the air, and with the power to tear everything apart, it collided fiercely with Nualin's glacier. Where the two intersected, there was a dazzling light and a deafening roar, as if even time had frozen at this moment. "Nualin, be careful!" Inuyasha shouted from a distance, his voice filled with worry. He knew that Nualin was under huge amounts of pressure at the moment, but he also believed that Nualin had his own persistence and beliefs. Nualin did not disappoint Inuyasha. He clenched his teeth, continuously formed seals with his hands, and guided the ice element to engage in a fierce battle with the long tail of the windfong dragon. Every collision caused him severe pain, but he seemed not to feel it and just released his strength more frantically. The windfong dragon was obviously also angered by Nualin's tenacity. It roared to the sky, and all its strength reached its peak at this moment. It kicked the ground suddenly, and its body rose up like a huge amount of green storm, rushing towards Nuo-Lin. Nuo-Lin's face was solemn, and he said that this attack was the same as Xiaodong's. He quickly adjusted his breathing and condensed all the ice elements in his body between his palms, forming a crystal-clear ice shield. However, when he saw the impact of the windfong dragon that was enough to tear apart space, he knew that he could not resist it with just an ice shield. At this critical moment, Nuo-Lin made an amazing decision. He pushed the ice shield hard, pushing it towards the windfong dragon, and at the same time used the reaction force to retreat violently. The ice shield exploded in the air, turning into countless tiny ice blades that flew towards the windfong dragon. Nuo-Lin took this opportunity to quickly change position and prepare for the next round of attack. The windfong dragon was disturbed by these sudden ice blades, and its body paused slightly. However, this only lasted for a moment. It quickly recovered, with an even crazier light flashing in its eyes. It knew that these two humans had touched its bottom line, and it had to go all out to defeat them. Thus, a more intense battle began under the afterglow of the setting sun. Nuo-Lin fought side by side with Inuyasha, using their wisdom and courage to fight a desperate battle with the windfong dragon. The windfong dragon constantly creates trouble and crisis for the two with its amazing strength and wisdom. Under the sky dyed red by the setting sun, the sounds of battle resounded through the sky. Every punch and every kick seemed to shake the mountains and rivers. Every confrontation was accompanied by dazzling light and deafening roar. The windfong dragon roared, and the green halo around it became increasingly intense, as if the wind elements in the entire world were responding to its call, gathering in a violent hurricanes that swirled around it endlessly. Every breath it takes causes violent fluctuations in the surrounding air, forming circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Finjilong's voice was low and powerful, with unquestionable majesty. It swung its giant claws suddenly, and its sharp nails drew silver tracks in the air, heading straight for Nuo-Lin. Nuo-Lin was agile and moved like a ghost between the attacks of the windfong dragon. Every dodge was just right, as if he was dancing with the wind. He formed seals with his hands again, and the cold air around him quickly condensed into ice mirrors, reflecting the windfong dragon's attack back. However, how could the windfong dragon be trapped so easily? It let out a long roar towards the sky, and all the scales on its body shook violently, bursting out with dazzling light, shattering those ice mirrors. At the same time, its long tail came towards Nuo-Lin like a snake coming out of a cave, with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Nuo-Lin, seeing this, Inuyasha roared, and his body turned into a fiery red lightning. He instantly appeared in front of Nuo-Lin and used his blazing flaming body to block Finjilong's attack. The two collided, bursting into brilliant light and deafening roar, as if even the space was shaking at this moment. Inuyasha, be careful, Nuo-Lin shouted anxiously. He knew very well that although Inuyasha was brave, Finjilong's power was not to be underestimated. He quickly adjusted his state and waved his hands. The surrounding cold air gathered again, forming ice cones that shot towards the windfong dragon. Finjilong snorted coldly, moved his body slightly, and easily avoided Nuo-Lin's attack. It didn't seem to care about the two people's cooperation, but became even more excited. It opened its huge mouth, and a dragon's breath mixed with strong wind and fire gushed out, burning and distorting the surrounding air. Come on, let me see your true strength. Finjilong roared, and all the strength in his body burst out at this moment. Each of its attacks was like a landslide, and each of its defenses was indestructible, causing Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha to fall into an unprecedented bitter battle. On this battlefield dyed red by the setting sun, the fighting became more intense. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha fought a desperate battle with Finjilong with their firm belief and tacit cooperation. Their figures interweave into thrilling pictures under the setting sun, and every confrontation makes people's hearts surge. Nualin, we can't go on like this. Inuyasha yelled in the fierce battle. We must find its weakness. Nualin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, concentrated all the ice elements in his body to the extreme, and prepared for a final fight. Nualin paused. The coldness around him seemed to freeze time. He closed his eyes and concentrated, resonating deeply with the ice element between heaven and earth. At that moment, his soul seemed to merge with the endless cold and became the embodiment of ice. Okay, Inuyasha, you and I will join forces to break his vital point. Nualin's voice was low and firm. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Inuyasha heard this, and a fierce smile appeared on his lips. He knew very well that this was the moment of the decisive battle. The fire in his body surged again, transforming into streams of fiery energy that swirled around him. Nualin, you hold its head, and I will attack its abdomen. That is the weak point of the Dragon Clan. Inuyasha said as he suddenly jumped up and turned into a fiery red stream of light, rushing straight into the abdomen of the windfong dragon. Upon seeing this, the windfong dragon roared angrily, and the scales on its body shone brightly. It seemed to have sensed the intentions of the two men and violently swung its huge claws and long tail in an attempt to block their attack. However, Nualin and Inuyasha had already anticipated its reaction, and the two cooperated well, one attacking and one defending, and cleverly avoided the attack of Fenjialong. Nualin flashed and appeared above the head of the windfong dragon. He formed seals with his hands, and the surrounding cold air instantly condensed into an icicle, which pierced into the eyes of the windfong dragon with a biting chill. The windfong dragon roared in great pain, and its body tumbled in the air, trying to get rid of Nualin's attack. At this moment, Inuyasha seized the opportunity. He moved like lightning and instantly appeared under the belly of Windfong Dragon. He clenched his fists, and the flames condensed into substance, transforming into two streams of blazing energy that struck the Windfong Dragon's vital abdomen. Roar! The wind-toothed dragon let out a deafening roar. Its body was shaking violently, and it was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries. However, it is a powerful windfong dragon after all, and even in such a desperate situation, it still did not give up resistance. It kicked the ground hard, and its body suddenly rose up, rushing towards Nualin and Inuyasha with a devastating force. Nualin and Inuyasha faced Fenjialong's furious counterattack without any fear in their eyes, only a more determined will to fight. Nualin stretched out his body like a dancer in ice and flipped flexibly in the air to avoid the giant claws of the windfong dragon. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands again, and the cold air gathered into countless tiny ice needles, which shot densely at the windfong dragon in an attempt to interfere with its vision and movements. A mere ice, you think you could trap me? The windfong dragon looked down on it, opened its huge mouth, and spewed out dragon breath mixed with strong wind and fire again, melting those ice needles. But even so, it felt the threat from Nualin, and its offensive became more fierce. Inuyasha took this opportunity, his body wrapped in flames like a ghost, shuttling between Windfong Dragon's attacks. Every time he leaped up, it seemed as if he could shatter the void. His fists were wrapped in flames that were enough to burn everything, and he hit the Windfong Dragon's vital abdomen directly. Every time the fist wind collided with the dragon's scales, it sparked dazzling sparks and deafening roars, and the entire battlefield seemed to be on fire. Winga, your doom has come. Inuyasha's voice pierced through the roar with unquestionable determination. He knew very well that this was their only chance, and they had to go all out. The Windfong Dragon roared, with a flash of madness in his eyes. It no longer held back. All its strength was completely released at this moment. The blue storm and the blazing flames intertwined into a web of death, enveloping Nualin and Inuyasha. This is not only a contest of strength, but also a test of will and belief. In this chaotic battlefield, the tacit understanding between Nuo Lin and Inuyasha reached an unprecedented level. They don't need words. They can communicate with each other with just a look or a gesture. Nuo Lin uses ice elements to build a solid defense, giving Inuyasha a chance to attack, while Inuyasha launches a fierce offensive without hesitation, striving to make every attack fatal. The roar of the windfong dragon resounded through the sky like thunder. Each of its attacks carried destructive power, causing the entire space to tremble. The blue storm and the blazing flames intertwined into a web of death, which seemed to devour all living things. Facing this overwhelming attack, Nuo Lin looked solemn but did not flinch. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the cold air around him seemed to be drawn by his will, gathering into crystal-clear ice shields, layer upon layer blocking between him and the windfong dragon. The ice shield continued to tremble under the impact of the storm and fire, but it never broke, demonstrating Nuo Lin's ultimate control over the ice element. Nuo Lin, be careful. Inuyasha shuttled through the flames, and his voice somehow mysteriously penetrated the barrier of storm and flames and reached Nuo Lin's ears. Then he suddenly jumped up and turned into a stream of fiery red light, rushing straight into the belly of the windfong dragon. This time, he did not hold back any strength. The flames in his body condensed into a devastating energy that directly hit the windfong dragon's vital points. The windfong dragon felt an unprecedented crisis. It roared, and the scales on its body shone brightly, as if it wanted to crush any force that stood in its way. However, Inuyasha's attack was too swift and fierce, and it could only barely block it with its huge claws and long tail. Zero request flowers. When the two collided, a brilliant light and a deafening roar broke out, and the entire battlefield changed color. Oomph! A mere human dares to challenge my authority. Although the windfong dragon was injured, his voice was still full of majesty and disdain. It kicked the ground violently, and its body suddenly rose up. The blue storm and the blazing flames intertwined into a huge amount of tornado, sweeping towards Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. Nuo Lin saw this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, condensed all the ice elements in his body to the extreme, and waved his hands. Those crystal-clear ice shields instantly turned into countless tiny ice blades, shooting towards the windfong dragon like thousands of arrows. At the same time, he moved and turned into an ice blue light, rushing towards Funya together with those ice blades. Windfong dragon, today is the end of you. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the storm, carrying with it endless chill and firm belief. The battle reached a climax at this moment. Windfong Dragon's attack was as fierce as a storm, while Nuo Lin and Inuyasha relied on tacit cooperation and firm will to resolve the crisis time and time again and look for opportunities to counterattack. Every confrontation is thrilling, and every collision seems to shake the heaven and earth. The roar of the windfong dragon and the howling of the storm intertwined into a song of doomsday, and it seemed that only destruction and resistance remained between heaven and earth. The huge amounts of tornadoes, carrying enough force to tear apart space, rushed towards Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. Wherever they passed, the space was distorted and the air was boiling. Nuo Lin merged with the ice blades, turning into an icy torrent that rushed straight into the core of the tornado. His figure was looming in the icy blue light, and every collision with the storm stirred up ice chips all over the sky, like a blizzard in winter, dyeing everything around him silver white. Inuyasha, hold on. Our victory is just around the corner. Nuo Lin's voice was unusually clear in the storm, and his words were like a warm current in the cold wind, inspiring Inuyasha to keep moving forward. Inuyasha roared in the flames. His eyes were like burning flames, full of indomitable spirit and fighting spirit. Faced with the fierce attack of the windfong dragon, he did not retreat, but became even more courageous. He was like a ghost, shuttling between the flames and the storm, and each of his attacks was precise and deadly, going straight to the vital point of the windfong dragon. The windfong dragon roared, and its scales became harder under the baptism of storm and fire, as if they were indestructible. However, the tacit cooperation between Nualin and Inuyasha made it feel unprecedented pressure. Its huge body tumbled in the air, trying to break free from the siege of the two people, but every effort seemed so powerless. The battle entered its final stage. The entire battlefield was shrouded in storms, fire, and cold, creating a thrilling scene. The figures of Nualin and Inuyasha intertwined in the chaos. Every confrontation between them seemed to shake the heaven and earth, and every collision released the energy to destroy the world. Finally, in a fierce battle, Nualin found the weakness of the windfong dragon. He flashed and appeared under the belly of the wind-toothed dragon. He clenched his hands into fists, gathered all the strength and coldness in his body, and launched a fatal 543 attack on the belly of the wind-toothed dragon. "Break it!" Nualin growled, and the wind from his fist, carrying a bone-chilling chill, pierced through the scales of the windfong dragon like an ice blade and hit its vital points. At the same time, Inuyasha also seized the opportunity. He jumped up suddenly, and with his fists wrapped in blazing flames, he attacked Windfong Dragon's abdomen from the other side at the same time. The attacks of the two were perfectly integrated at this moment, forming an unstoppable force that completely defeated the Windfong Dragon's defense. "No!" The Windfong Dragon roared in despair, but its voice was quickly drowned out by the roar of the storm and fire. Its body collapsed under the joint attack of Nualin and Inuyasha, turning into fragments and energy fluctuations all over the sky. As the deafening roar of the Windfong Dragon finally dissipated in the storm, Nualin and Inuyasha smiled at each other, with both the joy of victory and indifference to unknown challenges in their eyes. They know very well that in this vast continent, battles and dangers are always around. A few days later, the two embarked on a new journey, crossing the barren desert, crossing the mountains, and finally came to a quiet and mysterious lake. The lake water is crystal clear, like a huge amounts of mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds and the lush trees around it, looking particularly peaceful. However, beneath this tranquility lies an unknown crisis. Just as Nualin and Inuyasha were about to bend over to drink some water to quench their thirst, ripples suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the lake, as if something was stirring under the water. Then, a huge monster suddenly jumped out of the lake, breaking the tranquility. It was a huge poisonous crocodile. Its body was so long that it almost occupied half of the entire lake surface. Its huge body was covered with hard and rough scales, which flashed with a dark green light. It looks even more hideous under the sunlight. Its eyes were like two deep lanterns, revealing coldness and cunningness, and its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, each of which was powerful enough to tear steel apart easily. What's even more terrifying is that this giant poisonous crocodile exudes a suffocating poisonous smell all over its body, as if even the air is polluted by it. The surrounding lake water became turbid, and all kinds of fish and shrimp fled the area for fear of becoming its meal. Faced with this sudden attack, Nualin and Inuyasha responded quickly. They retreated violently, avoiding the first wave of attacks from the giant poisonous crocodile while watching the terrifying creature vigilantly. The air is filled with tension and danger, and a new battle is about to take place on this peaceful lake. "It seems that we are not alone on our journey," Nualin said in a deep voice, his eyes full of vigilance and determination. Inuyasha clenched his fists, flames dancing in his palms, ready for the next battle at any time. "Whatever it is, don't try to stop us." "Humph. A mere poisonous crocodile dares to act so presumptuous in front of us." Inuyasha snorted coldly, and his body instantly turned into a fiery red lightning, rushing straight towards the big poisonous crocodile. His speed was so fast that it seemed to penetrate the constraints of space, making his huge body look clumsy. When the giant poisonous crocodile saw this, a trace of anger flashed in its eyes. It opened its huge mouth, and a stream of green venom accompanied by a fishy wind blew towards Inuyasha, trying to swallow him. However, Inuyasha was agile and made a sharp turn in the air, easily avoiding the venom attack. At the same time, he swung his fists, and the blazing flames were like two fire dragons, rushing straight into the eyes of the poisonous crocodile. Roar! The giant poisonous crocodile felt pain and let out a deafening roar. Huge amounts of its body tumbled in the water, stirring up layers of huge waves. It waved its sharp claws, trying to knock Inuyasha into the lake, but Inuyasha swam in the water like a fish, dodging every attack just right, while constantly looking for the big poisonous crocodile's flaws. Seeing this, Nuo-Lin was not idle either. He waved his hands lightly, and the surrounding cold air quickly condensed into sharp ice blades, which attacked the giant poisonous crocodile like a rainstorm. The ice blades drew silver tracks in the air, which contrasted with Inuyasha's flames, forming a spectacular picture. The big poisonous crocodile became more and more violent under the double attack of ice and fire. It constantly waved its claws, trying to block all the attacks from the surrounding area, but Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha cooperated perfectly, and every attack landed on its vital points just right. "You beast, today is your end." Nuo-Lin's voice echoed on the lake, carrying with it endless chill and determination. He moved and turned into an ice-blue light, rushing directly into the giant poisonous crocodile's open mouth. The big poisonous crocodile was startled and wanted to close its mouth, but it was too late. Nuo-Lin quickly condensed a large amount of ice crystals inside its mouth, instantly freezing the mouth of the poisonous crocodile. At the same time, Inuyasha also found an opportunity. He jumped up suddenly, and with his fists wrapped in blazing flames, he smashed the poisonous crocodile's head hard. Just as Inuyasha's fists were about to collide with the giant poisonous crocodile's head, the giant poisonous crocodile seemed to feel the fatal threat, and suddenly an even more violent force surged in its body. Its eyes suddenly lit up with two dark green lights. It was an instinctive resistance to the threat to its life, and also its last struggle as a top predator. Hiss! A sharp roar came from the mouth of the poisonous crocodile, and its voice was mixed with pain and anger. Its body trembled violently, and it actually managed to force a crack to appear on its partially frozen shank. This change was beyond Nuo-Lin's expectations, but he reacted very quickly. The cold air in his body surged again, trying to reinforce the ice that was about to collapse. "Nuo-Lin, be careful." Inuyasha was very anxious when he saw this. He knew very well how terrifying this big, poisonous crocodile was. If he let it break free from its restraints, the consequences would be disastrous. Then, the flames in his hands became more intense, as if they were going to ignite the entire space. His fists accelerated, and with a sound of breaking through the air, they fiercely slammed into the head of the giant poisonous eel. Boom! With a loud noise, the lake water seemed to be boiling. The big poisonous crocodile's head was hit hard by Inuyasha's flames, making a dull roar, but even so, it did not fall down. Instead, it struggled even more frantically. Nuo-Lin was inside the giant poisonous crocodile's mouth, and he felt the ice crystals around him shaking and cracking. He was startled and knew he had to fight quickly. Then he mobilized all the cold energy in his body, transformed himself into a sharp ice cone, and thrust it forward suddenly, directly piercing the throat of the poisonous crocodile. "Break it for me," Nuo-Lin roared. The coldness and strength reached the peak at this moment. The ice cone expanded instantly, completely freezing the throat of the poisonous crocodile. At the same time, the huge body of the poisonous crocodile lost its balance because of this blow and slammed heavily onto the lake's surface, causing thousands of waves. Roar! The giant poisonous crocodile let out a last desperate roar, but the sound became weaker and weaker, and finally turned into ripples on the lake. Its body gradually sank to the bottom of the lake, leaving behind only turbid water and the surrounding destroyed trees, witnessing the cruelty of the battle. Inuyasha landed on the lake, looking at the place where the big poisonous crocodile disappeared. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He knew that the power of this extremely poisonous crocodile was far beyond their imagination. If the two of them did not join forces, it would be difficult to defeat it. "Nuo-Lin, are you okay?" Inuyasha asked with concern. He looked at Nuo-Lin, who had just escaped from the mouth of the poisonous crocodile. He saw that Nuo-Lin's face was pale, and he had obviously consumed a lot of energy. Nuo-Lin shook his head and forced a smile. "I'm fine, just a little bit smart. This beast is indeed powerful. If you and I hadn't joined forces, it would have been difficult to deal with it. Take a break. We must recover our strength as soon as possible." Nuo-Lin's voice was soft but full of unquestionable firmness. He stood up slowly and looked around, looking for something stable to support his body. Inuyasha nodded when he heard this. He knew very well that in this dangerous continent, any moment of slackness could be fatal. He walked to Nuo-Lin's side, and the two sat down back to back. They closed their eyes and began to regulate their breathing, absorbing the thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them to replenish the energy consumed in their bodies. However, just as they were trying to recover, the air around them suddenly became heavy, as if some huge existence was approaching. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha opened their eyes almost at the same time, looked at each other, and saw vigilance and uneasiness in each other's eyes. "It seems that this battle is not over yet," Nuo-Lin said in a deep voice. He stood up and looked around with sharp eyes. Sure enough, not far away, the lake's surface began to ripple again, and an even larger figure slowly rose up. It was the companion of the giant poisonous crocodile, an equally huge amount of giant poisonous crocodile. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger, obviously seeking revenge for the death of its previous partner. Roar! The newly appeared giant poisonous crocodile let out a deafening roar, with endless anger in its voice. It opened its huge mouth, and a venom even more concentrated than before gushed out, heading straight for Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. "Be careful!" Inuyasha growled and retreated violently, while his hands were flaming with flames, forming a wall of fire, trying to block the deadly venom. However, the newly appeared giant poisonous crocodile was stronger, and its venom easily penetrated the fire wall and continued to approach. Nuo-Lin saw this and moved, transforming into an ice-blue stream of light, appearing in front of the venom in an instant. He waved his hands, and the cold air condensed into an ice shield, blocking all the venom. But even so, he felt a strong corrosive force and was secretly surprised at the power of the venom. "We can't fight head-on, we must use wits," Nuo-Lin thought to himself. He looked at Inuyasha. Their eyes met, and they instantly understood each other's meaning. So, they began to divide the work and cooperate. Nuo-Lin was responsible for restraining the giant poisonous crocodile and using cold air to slow it down, while Inuyasha was looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The two of them cooperated perfectly, as if it were perfect, so that even though the big poisonous crocodile was powerful, it was difficult for it to exert its full strength. On the lake, ice and fire intertwined, cold air and flames collided, forming a thrilling picture. The big poisonous crocodile gradually showed signs of fatigue under the attack of the two people, but its eyes were still ferocious, as if it would never give up until the last moment. "Today, I will let you see what true power is," Inuyasha growled, and the fire in his body suddenly boiled, as if it was going to break through all restraints. He leaped up like a burning meteor and pounced straight at the poisonous crocodile. Nuo-Lin was not to be outdone. He waved his hands, and the cold air condensed into sharp ice spikes that attacked the poisonous crocodile like a rainstorm. The ice spikes drew silver tracks in the air, which contrasted with Inuyasha's flames and formed a web of death. Inuyasha's figure drew a gorgeous trail of fire in the air. His eyes burned with indomitable spirit and fighting spirit, as if he wanted to set the whole world on fire. He clenched his fists tightly, and the flames condensed in his substance. Every punch he threw was accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, hitting the giant poisonous crocodile's vital points directly. The big poisonous crocodile roared continuously. Not willing to be outdone, it tumbled huge amounts of its body on the lake. Every time it swung its tail, it created huge waves, trying to drag Inuyasha into it. However, Inuyasha's body was as nimble as a swallow. He took advantage of the ups and downs of the waves to dodge continuously, while looking for the best time to attack. Lin stood aside, using the cold air as a blade to weave an impenetrable ice net. His movements were graceful and deadly. Every time he waved his hands, countless icy spikes shot out, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, and directly hit the giant poisonous crocodile's soft spot. The collision of ice and fire stirred up bursts of steam on the lake's surface, shrouding the area in a haze. Roar! The giant poisonous crocodile let out its final roar, and its eyes turned blood red, as if they were about to burn. It knows that if it continues like this, it will surely be defeated. So, it made an amazing decision. It began to absorb the surrounding lake water. Its body expanded rapidly, and its skin was covered with a thick layer of scales, as if it was wearing a layer of solid armor. It's going to self-destruct. Lin's face changed, and he quickly reminded Inuyasha. When Inuyasha heard this, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that if the big poisonous crocodile succeeded in self-destructing, this area would become a dead zone, and they would find it difficult to escape. So he took a deep breath, and the fire in his body instantly boiled to the extreme. He flashed and rushed directly into the huge mouth of the poisonous crocodile. Lin, cover me. Inuyasha's voice rang in Lin's ears. At the same time, the flames in his hands turned into two fire dragons, which wrapped around the throat of the big poisonous crocodile and began to burn wildly. Lin saw this. Without any hesitation, his whole body was filled with cold air, and a thick layer of ice instantly condensed on the surface of the lake, locking the body of the poisonous crocodile tightly. At the same time, he waved his hands, and more ice shot out, aiming directly at the heart of the poisonous crocodile. The heart area of the poisonous crocodile emitted a series of dull roars under Lin's dense rain of ice spikes, as if it was struggling in despair for the last time. However, the heart of this giant beast was extremely tough. Although the ice spikes could penetrate its scales, they could hardly reach its core and could only cause ripple-like vibrations. Lin, increase the force. There's something wrong with its heart. Inuyasha's voice came from within the giant poisonous crocodile, accompanied by the crackling sound of flames, and it sounded exceptionally clear and firm. Although his voice was a little breathless, his unyielding was even more passionate. Lin's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this. He could feel that the destructive force that was about to explode in the poisonous crocodile's body was rapidly gathering. There was no time for hesitation. He took a deep breath, and the coldness in his body surged more violently, as if even the air was frozen. He clasped his hands together suddenly, then suddenly opened them, and saw countless tiny ice crystals gathering above the lake, condensing into a huge amount of ice sword in front of him, with the tip of the sword flashing a piercing cold light. "Go!" Lin shouted, and the ice sword flew out of his hand, with a whistling sound that tore through the air and went straight into the heart of the poisonous crocodile. At this moment, the temperature on the lake's surface seemed to drop suddenly, and even the surrounding space froze. The ice sword collided with the scales of the poisonous crocodile, making a deafening roar, and the scales shattered and ice chips flew everywhere. However, this was just the beginning. Under Lin's powerful control, the ice sword continued to tremble, and every tremor brought with it the surrounding cold air. Dengda Duffin's heart was undergoing a crazy attack. Roar! The giant poisonous crocodile roared in pain, and its huge body struggled violently on the lake, trying to break free from the deadly restraints. But New Orleans' ice net and ice sword have locked it tightly, and every struggle it makes only accelerates its own demise. At the same time, Inuyasha was experiencing another fierce battle inside the body of the giant poisonous crocodile. The combination of flames and venom left his skin corroded and scarred, but he seemed to feel no pain. In his eyes, there was only the expanding energy of self-destruction. "Break it for me!" Inuyasha roared. The fire in his body reached an unprecedented height at this moment. He clasped his hands together, and the flame condensed into a torrent, suddenly rushing towards the core of the self-destructive energy. The flames and the self-destructive energy collided in the air, bursting into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire lake's surface like daylight. In the light, the clash between flames and self-destructive energy was like the collision of stars, releasing a devastating power. Inuyasha's figure was looming in the light, and his eyes were like burning flames, flashing with indomitable spirit and determination. He knew very well that this attack was not only a matter of life and death, but also a matter of whether they could escape from this desperate situation. "Stop!" Inuyasha's voice pierced through the roar, carrying unquestionable power. The torrent of flames in his body seemed to respond to his will, becoming more violent and constantly impacting the barrier of self-destructive energy. Each impact was accompanied by a deafening explosion, and the sky above the lake seemed to be lit by a firework, brilliant and dangerous. The roar of the giant poisonous crocodile gradually faded in the light, and its body began to collapse under the attack from both inside and outside. Its scales fell off, and its flesh was bloody. But even so, it still did not give up struggling, and its blood-red eyes still flashed with unwillingness and madness. "New Orleans, hurry!" There was a hint of urgency in Inuyasha's voice. He knew that although they had the upper hand, the power of the self-destructive energy should not be underestimated. Once it got out of control, the consequences would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, New Orleans formed seals with his hands again, and cold air surged out like a tide, not only strengthening the restraints on the poisonous crocodile, but also forming a series of ice walls, trying to seal the self-destruction energy inside. The ice wall and the torrent of fire intertwined together, forming a breathtaking picture, as if all the power of heaven and earth was gathered here at this moment. The interweaving of ice walls and flames is like a magnificent epic of extreme cold and extreme heat performed between heaven and earth. New Orleans' eyes were as deep as a cold pond. Every time he formed a seal, it seemed to invoke the laws of nature. The cold air condensed in a substance and turned into sharp ice blades, cutting through the air. It formed a sharp contrast with the torrent of flames, yet they danced together in a delicate balance. "Hold on, Inuyasha!" New Orleans' voice was firm and powerful through the roar. He knew very well that in this battle, they were not only the enemy's opponents, but also each other's strongest backing. Inuyasha was at the core of the light. His figure seemed to merge with the flames, and every surge of flames was accompanied by the extension of his will. He clenched his fists tightly, and the flames condensed into a vortex in his palms, constantly compressing and rotating until they formed a dazzling fireball. It was a concentrated manifestation of all his body's strength, ready to deliver the final blow of self-destructive energy. "Die!" Inuyasha roared, his voice filled with endless anger and determination. The fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, and slammed into the core of the self-destructive energy. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire lake and even the surrounding space were shaking. Light and explosion intertwined into a chaos. Fire and coldness offset each other in extreme conflict and stimulated each other, producing heart-pounding power fluctuations. Above the lake, a storm was raging, with ice chips and fire fragments interweaving into a doomsday scene, as if the heaven and earth had lost their color at this moment. However, in this chaos, a more powerful force began to emerge. That was the common belief and will of Inuyasha and Nualin. They converged into an unstoppable torrent, impacting the last line of defense of the self-destructive energy. "It's over." Inuyasha's voice pierced through the roar of the explosion, carrying a hint of relief and relief. Finally, under the impact of that irresistible force, the self-destructive energy began to collapse, turning into tiny points of light and dissipating into the invisible. As the energy of the self-explosion dissipated, the huge body of the poisonous crocodile completely lost its vitality and slowly sank to the bottom of the Zhao lake, leaving only circles of ripples to prove its former existence. On the lake, the flames and cold gradually subsided, returning to its former tranquility, but the air was still filled with the anxiety and chill unique to after a battle. As the dust of the battle settled, Nualin and Inuyasha slowly walked out of the area that had been baptized by the war. Their figures were stretched out in the afterglow of the setting sun, and each step seemed extremely heavy, yet also extremely firm. The anxiety and chill in the air were gradually taken away by the evening breeze, leaving behind a rare sense of tranquility and peace. They walked along the path beside the lake, and soon came to a quiet village. The village is located in a lush forest. The smoke from cooking fires rises up, interweaving with the outline of the distant mountains to form a warm picture. The villagers were either working in the fields or playing by the stream, creating a harmonious and peaceful scene, as if the wind and rain from the outside world had never disturbed this pure land. "Look, that's the peaceful life we yearn for." Nualin stopped and looked at the village in front of him with a longing light in his eyes. Inuyasha also nodded, with a rare gentle expression on his face. Yes, a place like this is worth protecting. As the two men walked into the village, they immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. Although their clothes looked a little disheveled, their extraordinary temperament and determined eyes could not be ignored. The villagers stopped what they were doing and gathered around curiously and friendly. "Two warriors. Where are you from?" A white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, walked up to them tremblingly, his eyes full of questions. Nualin smiled and replied, "We came from far away and experienced a fierce battle. Fortunately, we won." When the old man heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he showed admiration. "You two are truly amazing heroes. Please follow me, and we will prepare a sumptuous dinner for you to express our gratitude." The villagers warmly invited Nualin and Inuyasha to the village square, where a long table and a variety of food had been set up. Everyone sat together, laughing and talking, as if they had forgotten the troubles and dangers of the outside world. After dinner, the villagers sat around the campfire and listened to Nualin and Inuyasha telling their adventure stories. The firelight shone on their faces, adding a warm touch to those thrilling experiences. The villagers listened with fascination, sometimes marveling, sometimes laughing, as if they were experiencing those thrilling moments along with their stories. As the night deepened, the bonfire gradually went out, but Nualin and Inuyasha's hearts were filled with unprecedented warmth and strength. They know that no matter how many difficulties and obstacles await them in the future, as long as they have love and faith in their hearts, nothing can stop them from moving forward. "Let's continue on our journey tomorrow," Inuyasha said softly, looking at the starry sky. Inuyasha's gaze penetrated the night, as if he could see into the unknown beyond the distant stars. Although his words were light, they were full of unquestionable determination, which made Nualin straighten his body involuntarily. "Nualin, along the way, we have faced not only external enemies, but also inner fear and confusion. But every time, we have come to this point with our mutual trust and persistence." Inuyasha's voice was deep and magnetic, and it was particularly clear in the silent night. Nualin nodded, with the same light flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, Every time we fall, we stand up stronger. There are still many unknown challenges waiting for us on this continent. But as long as we are united in heart, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding needed no words. Afterwards, they each closed their eyes, rested, adjusted their states, and prepared for the upcoming new journey. However, the peaceful night did not last long. Just as they were about to fall asleep, a subtle and strange sound of wind suddenly broke the silence around them. This wind was not as gentle as the ordinary night wind. It brought with it an indescribable feeling of oppression, as if some unknown existence was watching in secret. Nualin and Inuyasha opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their gazes instantly became as sharp as eagles, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. But except for the swaying trees and the occasional chirping of insects, everything seemed normal. "Do you feel it?" Nualin lowered his voice and said to Inuyasha. Inuyasha nodded, frowning. "Yes, a sense of foreboding. But the strange thing is that I can't feel any breath of life." Just when the two were full of doubts, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if some huge monster was awakening underground. Then, a deep and powerful heartbeat sound came from all directions, shaking the whole village. What is this thing?" Nualin was shocked and quickly drew his weapon, ready to deal with the upcoming unknown threat. Inuyasha was equally unwilling to be outdone, with flames leaping in his palms, ready to unleash destructive power at any moment. But there was still no one around them, only the increasingly strong heartbeat, beating in their hearts like a drum. "Oh no, we may have fallen into a huge amount of trap." Inuyasha suddenly realized that this power did not come from the outside world, but originally came from the land under their feet. Just as they were about to take further action, huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared in the ground, and an ancient and powerful aura gushed out, instantly engulfing the two of them. As the cracks suddenly engulfed them, Nualin and Inuyasha felt a black screen before their eyes, and then they were pulled by an irresistible force, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. The air around me became extremely heavy, and even breathing seemed to become difficult. "Inuyasha, be careful," Nualin growled in the darkness. Although his voice was swallowed by the chaos around him, he could feel that Inuyasha was beside him. The tacit understanding made him needless to say anything. In an instant, a powerful impact force erupted from deep underground, shaking the two people apart. Nualin relied on his amazing reaction ability to barely keep his body steady, only to find that the surroundings were shrouded in a dark light. The light contained an ancient and strange power that made people feel fearful. He quickly gathered all his strength to prepare for the unknown challenge. Nualin clenched his fists and tensed his muscles, as if he wanted to condense this power into a solid entity and break the dark cage with one blow. "We can't just sit there and wait for death." Nualin's voice echoed in the darkness with unquestionable determination. He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the place where the light was the most intense, trying to find a breakthrough. Inuyasha followed closely behind, with flames swirling around him, illuminating the road ahead and adding a bit of majesty to him. The two men, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the darkness like two lightning bolts, and the ancient power began a silent contest. However, the power hidden beneath the ground is much stronger than they imagined. Every time they thought they were about to break through the siege, the power would gather and take shape again, turning into invisible shackles that trapped them tightly. "What the hell is this place?" Nualin roared, his fists pounding the surrounding void frantically, but every attack was like a drop in the ocean, with no response at all. Inuyasha also frowned. He tried to use fire to burn the power that bound them, but the flames seemed to be swallowed up when it touched the light and went out instantly. Just as the two were in despair, a strange power suddenly surged in their bodies. This power belongs neither to Nualin nor to Inuyasha. It seems to come from a deeper level, resonating with the ancient power of this land. "This is—" Nualin's heart moved, and he felt that he had established an inexplicable connection with this land. He tried to guide this power and make it a help to himself. With Nual Lin's guidance, the strange power gradually gathered into a torrent, impacting the surrounding restraints. Finally, with a deafening roar, the invisible shackles broke one after another, and the two regained their freedom. But just as they were about to escape from this underground world, an even stronger tremor came from deep underground. The entire space seemed to tremble at this moment, and an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped the two people's hearts. We haven't been able to completely break free from the shackles of this land, Nual Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes full of solemnity. Before Nual Lin finished speaking, the ground shook violently again, as if the entire underground world was waking up beneath their feet. The light around them began to distort, forming strange whirlpools, trying to pull the two people back into deeper darkness. Inuyasha, we must find the source of this power, otherwise we will never escape. Nual Lin's voice sounded particularly firm in the vibrating space, and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. Inuyasha nodded, and the flames burned more vigorously around him, as if reflecting his unyielding will. Let's go together, Nual Lin. No matter what the road ahead holds, we will fight side by side. The two of them moved and rushed towards the center, where the light was the densest and the vortex was the most violent, like two lightning bolts. They were moving so fast that they left trails of afterimages in the space. Every step they took seemed to be on the edge of nothingness, causing the air around them to roar. As they approached, the ancient and powerful force became more violent, like an enraged beast roaring in the darkness, trying to devour anything that dared to approach. But Nual Lin and Inuyasha did not flinch. There was only determination and fearlessness in their eyes. Suddenly, huge amounts of light shot up from deep underground and headed straight for the two of them. The beam of light contained a destructive force that seemed to tear the entire space apart. Upon seeing this, Nual Lin and Inuyasha simultaneously burst out with all their strength and rushed forward. Their figures shuttled and collided in the light column, and every confrontation caused waves of energy that made the entire underground world tremble. Their strength seemed to be infinitely magnified at this moment, and they started a fierce contest with that ancient power. However, the power of this beam of light was too strong, and even the two of them working together could not resist it. Their bodies were shaken back repeatedly, and every impact made them feel as if they were being torn apart. But even so, they did not give up. They still gritted their teeth and persisted, trying their best to fight against that force. Just when the two were about to be exhausted, that strange power surged in their bodies again. This time it was no longer just a simple resonance, but seemed to be connected to their blood and became a part of their body. This is our power. Nual Lin suddenly woke up, and he felt that the connection between himself and this land became closer. He guided this force and integrated it with his own strength, unleashing unprecedented power. Inuyasha also felt this change, and his flames became hotter and more violent at this moment. He and Nual Lin were in tune with each other, and they exerted their strength at the same time, forcing the ancient power back. The beam of light gradually dissipated, and the underground world returned to peace again. But Nual Lin and Inuyasha knew that this was only a temporary victory. The ancient power did not really disappear, it was just temporarily suppressed. After the beam of light dissipated, the air around them seemed to solidify, leaving only the heavy breathing of the two people echoing. Nual Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. There was no need for further words. The tacit understanding was enough to support them to move forward. This power doesn't seem to want us to leave easily, Nual Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes piercing through the darkness around him, as if he could see into deeper secrets. Inuyasha nodded, flames jumping around him, like leaping fighting spirit. Then let it see our determination. There was unquestionable firmness in his words, as if he was ready to meet any challenge. At this moment, A low roar came from deep underground again, as if the pulse of the earth was accelerating, foreshadowing that a bigger storm was coming. The surrounding light gathered again, but this time they did not form a vortex. Instead, they condensed into a huge amount of light wall, trapping the two people in it. This wall of light seems invisible, but it is actually indestructible. Zero requests flowers. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha tried to attack it in various ways, but neither the bombardment of fists nor the burning of fire could leave the slightest mark on it. This is not a solution. We must find the weakness of the light wall. Nuo-Lin frowned, closed his eyes, and tried to feel the connection between himself and this land. Inuyasha rushed around the wall of light, his flames leaving charred marks on it. Although they could not penetrate it, they seemed to be gradually changing the structure of the wall of light. Nuo-Lin, I feel a weak fluctuation below the wall of light. Inuyasha suddenly shouted, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Upon hearing this, Nuo-Lin immediately gathered all his strength, jumped up, and rushed towards the source of the slight fluctuations under the light wall. His fists slammed into the light wall like meteorites, and every impact made the space tremble. Finally, after countless bombardments, a tiny crack appeared under the wall of light. Nuo-Lin saw this. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength at one point, and punched out fiercely. Break! With his loud shout, the crack instantly expanded and spread out like a torn wound. The entire wall of light collapsed under this blow, turning into tiny points of light that dissipated into the darkness. The moment the wall of light collapsed, it was like a corner of the sky collapsing, releasing endless darkness and unknown energy fluctuations. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha were almost simultaneously shocked by this sudden change and staggered a few steps, but their eyes became even more fiery, full of desire for unknown challenges. The darkness around them seemed to be pulled by the invisible power, condensing into dark chains that twisted like snakes and attacked the two. Nuo-Lin stretched out his body, like an eagle in the wind. His arms turned into a storm and swung out violently, breaking those chains. Every collision was accompanied by a thunderous roar that made the void tremble. Inuyasha was a completely different scene. The flames around him were even more intense, like a burning phoenix, drawing brilliant tracks in the darkness. Those flames seemed to have spirits. Not only did they devour the darkness, but they also emitted even hotter light with every collision, burning those chains into nothingness. However, the power of this underground world is far beyond their ability to easily guess. Just when the two thought they were about to get out of trouble, an even more powerful force suddenly surged up from deep underground. This force was not as violent and direct as before, but as deep as the sea, carrying a heart-pounding depression. Is this the original power of this land? Nuo-Lin murmured to himself. At this moment, his perception seemed to resonate with the earth, and he felt the antiquity and vicissitudes contained in that power. Inuyasha also felt this pressure, but there was only fighting spirit in his eyes, and the will in the flames became more and more determined. No matter what it is, don't think of stopping us. He roared, and his body instantly turned into a firestorm, rushing straight to the source of that power. In the confrontation between the two, there were no fancy moves, only a collision of pure strength and will. Nuo-Lin seemed to be the incarnation of the earth. Every step he took made the space tremble. He swung his fist 9-4-7, and, with the power of mountains and rivers, he started a fierce battle with the ancient original power. Inuyasha is like a spirit in fire, shuttling between power and darkness. His flames intertwine and collide with that power. Every confrontation sparks dazzling sparks, illuminating this dark underground world. The battle became more intense, and the space seemed to collapse at any time. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha's clothes were already soaked with sweat, but their eyes were only focused on each other's figures and their common belief. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, they would fight together until the end. At this moment, a strange humming sound suddenly came from deep underground. The sound seemed to transcend time and space, carrying an inexplicable rhythm. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound, with a flash of shock in their eyes. "What is this?" Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly. He felt an unprecedented crisis approaching. Inuyasha also frowned. The light in the flame flickered, and he seemed to be thinking about a countermeasure. No matter what it is, we can't just sit there and wait for death. There was unquestionable determination in his words. However, just as they were preparing to fight again, the strange power suddenly subsided, and the entire underground world returned to its eerie tranquility. But the buzzing sound did not disappear. Instead, it became clearer, as if it was leading them towards an unknown abyss. Is this the secret of this land?" Nuo Lin asked in a deep voice, his heart full of doubts and uneasiness. As Nuo Lin finished speaking, the darkness around him seemed to be touched by some unknown will and began to slowly wriggle, like a sleeping beast slowly opening its eyes. There was an extremely oppressive atmosphere in the air, which made people feel suffocated. Inuyasha took a deep breath, and the flames condensed into a fiery red barrier around him, resisting the invisible pressure. "No matter what it is, we have to face it." His voice was low and firm, and there was an unyielding light in his eyes. At this moment, the strange buzzing sound deep underground suddenly intensified, as if the entire space was vibrating with this rhythm. In the darkness, strange lines began to emerge. They intertwined and twisted, eventually forming huge amounts of complex patterns that surrounded Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. "This is a formation." Nuo Lin was shocked. Although he was not proficient in formations, he could feel the tremendous power and endless mystery contained in them. Inuyasha also frowned. He felt that the power was gradually increasing and seemed to trap them completely. "We can't let it take shape. We have to break it," he growled, and his body suddenly jumped up, turning into a stream of fire and rushing straight towards the complex pattern. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, his fists clenched tightly, and a faint power of the earth surrounded his body. Every step he took seemed to be followed by mountains and rivers with astonishing power. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, launched a fierce attack on the pattern at the same time. However, the pattern seemed to have life. Instead of collapsing under the attacks of the two, it became more solid and emitted a more dazzling light. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's attacks were like a drop in the ocean, causing only ripples but unable to shake it in the slightest. "This formation is too strange. We must find its flaw," Nuo Lin warned loudly, his eyes scanning every detail of the formation, trying to find the point where the 10 threads might exist. Inuyasha's mind was racing as well. He tried to use flames to burn the edge of the formation, but when the flames touched the lines, they were swallowed up and extinguished instantly. He was shocked, knowing that this formation was extraordinary. At this moment, the buzzing sound sounded again, this time more urgent, as if warning something. The entire formation began to emit strong energy fluctuations, locking Nuo Lin and Inuyasha firmly inside. "Oh no, this formation is about to be activated." Nuo Lin's face changed. He felt an unprecedented crisis approaching. Inuyasha also looked solemn. He took a deep breath, and the flames around him condensed into an invisible sword, preparing for the final resistance. "Nuo Lin, let's work together to see if we can break this formation." The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, a tacit understanding was born. They burst out with all their strength at the same time. Nuo Lin's power of the earth and Inuyasha's power of fire were perfectly integrated at this moment, forming a force that could destroy the world and rush straight towards the formation. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire underground world, and the formation actually began to show tiny cracks under the full force of the two men. But at this moment, an even more powerful force surged out from deep underground, instantly repairing the cracks and trapping the two again. How is it possible? Nuo Lin and Inuyasha both showed expressions of disbelief. They knew that they had fallen into an unprecedented predicament. Just when Nuo Lin and Inuyasha fell into despair, a long and strange laugh came from the depths of the underground world. The sound was like ice piercing the bones, instantly penetrating the shackles of the formation and striking the depths of the two people's souls. As the laughter approached, a stronger breath than before swept in, pressing the air around to the point that it almost solidified. In the darkness, a figure slowly walked out, wearing a glittering silver armor with intricate runes carved on it, flashing a mysterious light. The most eye-catching thing is the golden mask on his face. The mask is carved with intricate patterns, as if it contains the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, making people dare not look directly at it. He is the legendary masked swordsman, Shadow Dance Ganling. A mere mortal dares to challenge the majesty of this ancient formation. You really overestimate your own abilities. Ganling's voice was cold and arrogant. Every 10 words struck Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's hearts like a heavy hammer. Faced with this sudden, powerful enemy, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha did not retreat, but instead their fighting spirit was further stimulated. They stood back to back, their eyes burning with anger, ready to face this life-and-death battle. Ganling, your arrogance will only become your grave. Inuyasha roared, and the flames boiled around him again, turning into countless flaming blades, attacking Ganling like a meteor shower. Ganling chuckled and dodged like a ghost. The flaming blades only left charred marks behind him. He gently swung the sword in his hand, and suddenly, a dazzling sword energy cut through the sky and headed straight for Inuyasha. Nuo Lin saw this and leapt up, the power of the earth surging in his body. He clenched his fists and slammed into the sword energy. However, the sword energy was so strong that it was beyond imagination. Nuo Lin's fists were actually hurting slightly, and he took several steps back before he could stabilize his body. What a strong sword energy! Nuo Lin was shocked, but he knew that at that moment it was a matter of life and death, and he could not afford to hesitate at all. He took a deep breath, and the power of the earth surged wildly in his body. He seemed to have merged with the earth, and a tremendous force burst out from his body. The earth is cracking, and the sky is collapsing. Nuo Lin roared, and the earth seemed to respond to his call at this moment. Cracks spread out from under his feet and went straight towards Ganling. At the same time, he swung his fists with the power to destroy the world, and integrated them with Inuyasha's firepower again, forming a huge amount of firestorm that swept towards Ganling. Faced with this unprecedented attack, Ganling finally showed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He swung the sword in his hand again. This time, he did not hold back. All the strength in his body gathered on the tip of the sword, forming an extremely bright sword light. Golden Wing Sword Technique. One sword breaks all laws. Ganling shouted, and the sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky and colliding with the combined attack of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. Boom! There was a deafening roar, and the entire underground world seemed to tremble at this moment. The sword light and the firestorm collided violently in the air, bursting out with dazzling light, illuminating the entire dark space. After the dust settled, Ganling was still standing, but under his mask, a hint of surprise flashed in his sharp eyes. Although Nuo Lin and Inuyasha were staggering, their eyes were burning with an even more intense fighting spirit. Quite interesting. Ganling sneered and suddenly jumped up again, starting a more intense battle with Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. As Ganling finished his words, the aura around him suddenly became more violent, and the runes on the silver armor seemed to come alive, emitting dazzling light, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. He stretched out his body, as swift as a cheetah hunting its prey, and instantly crossed a distance of several meters, with the tip of his sword pointing directly at Nuo Lin's heart. Nuo Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the tip of the sword, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. But he did not retreat. The power of the earth boiled in his body, and his feet were deeply rooted in the ground, as if he had formed an indissoluble bond with this ancient land. He kicked the ground hard, and the whole person was ejected like a cannonball. His fists, carrying the roar of the earth, collided with the tip of Ganling's sword. Bang! When the two collided, there was a deafening roar, and the air waves scattered, shattering the surrounding rocks. Ganling's fists were shaking slightly, but he relied on his strong will and profound cultivation to withstand Ganling's attack. You think the mere power of the earth can stop me? Ganling sneered, and the sword turned, transforming into countless lights and shadows, covering Ganling. Each sword light was extremely sharp, as if it could split the space apart, leaving no escape possible. However, Ganling is no ordinary person. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated, as if he had reached an inexplicable resonance with the earth. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently, and thick rock arms broke out from the ground, wrapping around the sword lights like living things and dissolving them. What a son of the earth! However, this is not enough. Ganling's voice was cold and firm. He suddenly rose up again, and his speed was so fast that he left a trail of afterimages in the air. The long sword in his hand seemed to have turned into the scythe of the death god, and every swing of it carried the meaning of reaping lives. Seeing this, Inuyasha roared, and flames surged in his body. He turned into a huge amount of flaming beast and rushed towards Ganling with a roar. The giant beast was covered in flames. Wherever it passed, the air was ignited, forming a sea of fire. Ganling snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward and rushed directly into the sea of fire. The long sword in his hand shuttled through the flames. Every swing was extremely precise, dissolving the attacks of those flaming beasts and taking the opportunity to counterattack. The sword light was like a weaving net, forcing Myaksha to retreat again and again. Ganling, your sword may be powerful, but your heart has been blinded by arrogance. Ganling seized the opportunity and attacked from the side. The power of the earth condensed into a heavy punch, like a small mountain on his fist, and slammed into Ganling's flank. Ganling slightly tilted his body and easily dodged the attack, but a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He turned around suddenly, and his sword turned into a silver lightning, heading straight for Ganling. The speed of this sword almost exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could capture, as if time had stopped at this moment. Then let me show you what real power is. Ganling growled, and the sword light surged, illuminating the entire space in as white as October. Ganling and Inuyasha felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in their hearts. They knew that if they could not resist this attack, they would be doomed. However, at this critical moment of life and death, the fighting spirit in the hearts of the two men reached an unprecedented height. For 87, they smiled at each other, without words, and the tacit understanding between them had reached the level of mutual understanding. They burst out with all their strength at the same time, and the power of fire and the power of the earth achieved perfect integration at this moment, forming an extremely gorgeous light curtain that firmly blocked Ganling's sword light. Bang! There was another deafening noise. The light curtain and the sword light collided violently in the air, bursting out with dazzling light. The entire underground world seemed to be boiling at this moment, with countless gravel and dust being drawn into it, forming a doomsday-like scene. In this doomsday-like scene, a hint of admiration flashed in Ganling's eyes, but more of it was a fighting spirit. He stretched out his body, like a dragon emerging from the sea, and instantly crossed the barrier of the light curtain. The tip of his sword drew a perfect arc in the air, pointing directly at the throats of Ganling and Inuyasha. What can your combined efforts do to me? Ganling's voice was low and powerful. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the two people's hearts, causing ripples. Nu Lin and Inuyasha looked solemn. They knew that Jinling's strength was far beyond their imagination, but the belief in their hearts prevented them from retreating. Nu Lin's feet dug deep into the ground again. The power of the earth surged wildly, and huge rock pillars rose from the ground, surrounding him and Inuyasha like guardian gods, forming a solid line of defense. Inuyasha roared, and the flaming beast became even more violent under his control. The flames were mixed with the sounds of wind and thunder, as if they could tear everything apart. He controlled the giant flaming beast to slam into Jinling, trying to use force to defeat Jinling's attack. Jinling sneered, and his body moved freely between the flames and rocks. Every swing of the sword tip was extremely precise. No matter the roar of the giant fire beast or the obstruction of the giant rock pillars, they could not stop his indestructible sword intent. The light of his sword was like a silver torrent, sweeping away all obstacles without a trace. Although you are powerful, you lack real skills and will. There was a hint of disdain in Jinling's words, but his attack became more fierce. He rose up suddenly, like a meteor chasing the moon, with sword light weaving like a weave, forcing Nu Lin and Inuyasha to retreat again and again. Jinling, you are wrong, Nu Lin suddenly yelled, his voice full of determination and indomitable spirit. True strength comes not only from cultivation and skills, but also from inner belief and persistence. When Inuyasha heard this, a burning desire to fight began to burn in his eyes. He roared, and the giant flaming beast suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny flame particles. These particles gathered in the air into a huge amount of flaming phoenix, flapping its wings and flying high, heading straight for Jinling. Nu Lin clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and concentrated, reaching an unprecedented resonance with the power of the earth. He suddenly opened his eyes and waved his fists. The earth seemed to respond to his call. A huge amount of rock dragon rose from the ground, shining together with the flaming phoenix, and together launched the final attack on Jinling. Seeing this, Jinling finally showed a solemn look in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and all the strength in his body reached its peak at this moment. The long sword in his hand turned into a dazzling silver beam of light, colliding violently with the rock dragon and the flame phoenix in the air. Bang! There was another deafening noise, and the entire underground world seemed to be torn apart by this force. Lights splashed everywhere, and waves of energy surged, submerging everything around in endless chaos. When everything was settled, Jinling was still standing, but there were several cracks on his silver armor, and his eyes under the mask showed a bit of fatigue. Although Nu Lin and Inuyasha were in a miserable state, the fighting spirit in their eyes was even more intense. Yes, you really impressed me. Jinling spoke slowly, with a hint of appreciation in his voice. But this battle is not over yet. Let's continue. Jinling's words were like the beating of a war drum, stirring up even deeper fighting spirit in Nu Lin and Inuyasha's hearts. They looked at each other, without saying much. The tacit understanding between them was enough to support them to continue this unprecedented battle. Jinling moved and disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was between Nu Lin and Inuyasha. His sword turned into silver light and shadows, impenetrable. Every strike carried the power to tear apart space, forcing the two to defend with all their might. Even if we join forces, you can't touch my true strength. Jinling's voice was cold, but with a hint of excitement, as if this battle was not only a test for him, but also an enjoyment. Nu Lin roared, and the power of the earth in his body boiled to the extreme. The ground beneath his feet seemed to come alive, and countless rock tentacles suddenly broke out of the ground, like a mad python out of a cave, trying to entangle Jinling's body. However, Jinling's movements were too strange, and those tentacles could only capture his remains. Inuyasha's whole body was boiling with flames. He became the incarnation of fire. Every time he punched, there was an explosion of flames, igniting the air into a sea of fire. However, Ganling's sword light was like ice, able to penetrate the flames in an instant and reach Inuyasha's body. Ganling, you are too conceited, Nuo Lin roared. He suddenly jumped up, and his fists gathered all the power of the earth, turning them into huge amounts of rock shells, which smashed towards Ganling. At the same time, Inuyasha also roared, and the fire phoenix flapped its wings again, attacking Ganling together with the rock shells. Ganling sneered. He slightly turned his body and swung his sword lightly, actually cutting the cloth shell and the flaming phoenix apart. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut apart, leaving behind shocking cracks. A truly strong person never needs to rely on external forces. Ganling's voice echoed in the ears of the two men. He jumped up suddenly, like a cheetah hunting, and instantly approached Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back, their eyes full of determination. At this moment, they seemed to no longer be separate individuals, but had become one, facing this unprecedented, powerful enemy together. Ganling, you are wrong, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha shouted at the same time, their voices echoing in the underground world, full of unyielding and firmness. The real power comes from our belief in our hearts and our trust in each other. As their words fell, the power of the two reached an unprecedented integration at this moment. Nuo Lin's power of the earth and Inuyasha's power of fire intertwined, forming a dazzling light that completely enveloped Ganling. Ganling's face changed slightly. He felt the terrifying power contained in this force. He took a deep breath, and at this moment all the strength in his body gathered on the tip of the sword, preparing to launch a final counterattack. However, at this critical moment, the joint attack of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha has arrived. The bright light was as dazzling as the sun, completely engulfing Ganling's figure. The entire underground world seemed to have stopped at this moment, with only the light and air waves raging constantly. The light and air waves intertwined into a chaos, and the underground world seemed to be torn apart by this force, with rubble and dust being swept into it, forming a doomsday picture. Ganling was at the core of the light, his silver armor flickering in the strong light. His eyes showed both shock and indomitable spirit, as if he was expressing his dignity and pride as a strong man. Humph, you think you could defeat me with just your combined strength? Ganling's voice echoed in the light, with a hint of madness and determination. The power in his body seemed to be ignited at this moment, and the silver sword energy surged out like a tide, colliding violently with the dazzling light, making a deafening roar. Although the combined attack of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha was powerful, Ganling's counterattack was equally amazing. His sword energy was like substance, and every strike made the space tremble, as if it wanted to tear the light that bound him into pieces. The two felt the force of the counterattack and couldn't help but feel a little horrified, but they knew that at that moment they must not retreat at all. Ganling, you are wrong. Nuo Lin's voice pierced through the light, firm and powerful. Our strength is not just as simple as joining forces. It is our inner belief, the trust between each other, and the persistent pursuit of justice. Inuyasha roared in response, his flames burning even more fiercely at this moment, as if to devour all darkness and evil. He and Nuo Lin were in tune with each other, and at this moment, their power reached an unprecedented harmony and unity. As their will became stronger, the brilliant light became more dazzling. In the light, it seemed as if countless creatures were cheering and roaring. They gathered together into an unstoppable force and launched a final attack on Ganling. Ganling's expression became extremely solemn at this moment. He could feel the destructive power contained in this force. However, as a strong man, how could he admit defeat so easily? He roared, and the silver sword energy in his body surged, turning into a silver tornado, trying to swallow up this power. However, the opposite happened. The dazzling light seemed to have endless vitality. It constantly devoured the sword energy in the tornado and transformed it into its own power. Finally, when the tornado dissipated, the light had grown to its peak like a bright star, illuminating the entire underground world. No! Ganling roared in despair. He tried his best to resist this force, but it was too late. The brilliant light was as dazzling as the sun and instantly engulfed him. When the light faded, Ganling was seen falling weakly to the ground, his silver armor covered with cracks, and his mask was broken, revealing his tired and shocked face. As Ganling fell, the doomsday scene in the underground world gradually subsided. The light and air waves slowly dissipated, revealing a peaceful scene that had been baptized by battle. The rubble and dust had settled, and there was a sense of triumph and relief in the air. Nualin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw fatigue in each other's eyes, but more of it was admiration and gratitude for each other. "We did it," Nualin said softly, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, which was the aftermath of the battle and also the emotion of victory. Inuyasha nodded, his flames dying down and returning to normal, but the light in his eyes only shone brighter. "Yes, we did. Next, it's time to find a place to rest." The two walked along the winding tunnel and soon came to a quiet village hidden underground. This village seems like a paradise, far away from the hustle and bustle and war of the outside world, and the villagers lead a simple and harmonious life. The sunlight shines through the cracks on the top, bringing a touch of warmth and light to this underground world. There is a clear spring in the center of the village, surrounded by several simple huts built of stone and wood. The smoke from the cooking stoves rises up, contrasting beautifully with the shadows of the mountains in the distance. Act F. Children are playing and having fun in the village, their laughter echoing in the air, adding some vitality and vigor to this land. Nualin and Inuyasha walked into the village, and the villagers surrounded them curiously and friendly. They were dressed simply, with innocent smiles on their faces, and welcomed the two strangers in their own languages. Although they did not speak the same language, their enthusiasm and sincerity transcended the language barrier and made the two feel the long-lost warmth. An elderly village chief came over, holding a cane, his eyes revealing wisdom and kindness. "Dear guests from afar, welcome to our village. Please follow me. We will prepare food and a place for you to rest." Nualin and Inuyasha nodded gratefully and followed the village chief to a spacious hut. The interior of the house is simple and tidy, with a wooden bed and a few stone benches as the basis of the home. But here, they felt unprecedented peace and comfort. The village chief personally brought them hot food, which was cooked with the village's specialties. The aroma was fragrant and whetted their appetite. The two of them ate voraciously, as if they wanted to turn all their fatigue into delicious food in their mouths. After dinner, Nualin and Inuyasha sat by the spring outside the house, enjoying this rare, quiet time. They talked about their past and future and shared their dreams and beliefs. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on them, stretching their shadows out, as if time has stopped at this moment. The setting sun gradually sank into the horizon. The sky was dyed with a light violet, and stars began to quietly embellish the night sky. Nualin and Inuyasha sat beside the spring, and the surrounding scenery seemed to become softer, and everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. "Inuyasha, your journey has been long and tortuous." Nualin sighed softly, looking away, as if recalling something. "From that cursed half-demon to the partner who fights alongside us today, your experience is truly moving." Inuyasha smiled slightly. That smile was a bit bitter, but also contained endless tenacity. "Yes, Nualin, I used to only know fighting and revenge, but your appearance made me see that besides hatred, there is also friendship, trust, and light. I began to understand that true strength is not just about strength, but also about inner choice and persistence." He paused. His eyes became deep. "I remember when I first met you, we were still enemies. At that time, my heart was filled with only longing for Tessega and hatred for my father. And now, I can sit here with you and enjoy this quiet time together, which is a wonderful feeling. New All-In felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. Yes, Inuyasha, our meeting may be fate, but the reason we have come this far is more due to our efforts and trust in each other. The road ahead is still long, but I believe that as long as we are united in heart, nothing can stop us. At the moment, a breeze blew by, bringing with it the unique freshness of the mountains and forests, and it also seemed to blow away some of the fatigue in the two people's hearts. The spring water gently hits the shore, making a pleasant sound, which interweaves with the laughter of children in the distance to form a moving piece of music. New All-In, where do you think we should go next? Inuyasha asked suddenly, with curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. New All-In smiled slightly, his eyes full of determination. Wherever we go, we'll sell our products. Our mission is to protect this world and fight against the dark forces that threaten peace and justice. Definitely, in this process, we will also look for those artifacts and powers scattered around to make ourselves stronger. He paused, then continued. However, besides fighting, I also hope to have the opportunity to learn more about different cultures and customs. The world is so vast, and there are so many unknowns waiting for us to explore. Inuyasha nodded, the same gleam in his eyes. That's right, New All-In. I also want to see more of this world. Moreover, I also want to find a way to completely remove the curse on me, so that I can face the future with a complete identity. As night falls, New All-In and Inuyasha's conversation deepens, and life in the village slowly reveals its warm and simple side. The villagers were full of curiosity and kindness towards the two guests who came from afar. They gathered around and expressed their welcome and care in their own unique ways. New All-In, as the wise man and peacemaker in the team, naturally became the main bridge of communication with the villagers. He stood up, greeted the villagers who gathered around him with a smile, and started a conversation in a gentle tone. Fellow villagers, we are just travelers passing through. Thank you for your warm hospitality. We come from far away and feel curious and yearning for everything here. Could you please tell us some stories about this village and the surrounding area? New All-In's words were full of sincerity and desire. Upon hearing this, the villagers all smiled warmly and rushed to share their stories. An elderly grandmother, leaning on a cane, walked to the front tremblingly and narrated the history of the village in her slightly hoarse but warm voice. Children, our village is called Yugu Taoyuan, and the people who have lived here for generations have led a peaceful life. We rely on the spring water on this land to irrigate and grow self-sufficient food, and the beasts in the mountains and forests are also our partners in life. The old lady's words were full of love and pride for this land, which moved both New All-In and Inuyasha. Other villagers also joined in, some telling stories about the traditional festivals in the village, some sharing strange stories in the mountains, and some enthusiastically invited the two to participate in the upcoming harvest celebration. New All-In listened to every story patiently, his eyes full of awe and respect for this land. He asked some questions from time to time to guide the villagers to tell the story in more depth. He also used his own insights and wisdom to answer the villagers' questions and share knowledge from afar. In this process, New All-In not only established a deep friendship with the villagers, but also deeply felt the warmth and connection between people. He realized that no matter where he was, as long as he had love in his heart, he could overcome all barriers and obstacles and find his own belonging and happiness. Although Inuyasha is introverted, he gradually integrates into the life of the village under the leadership of New All-In. He used his power to help the villagers solve some minor troubles, such as driving away the beasts that invaded the village and repairing houses damaged by wind and rain. These actions made the villagers look at him with admiration and made him feel the joy of being needed and respected. Just as the villagers were immersed in joy and harmony, the night was suddenly torn by an unprecedented chill. The sky seemed to be covered by a thin layer of ice, and the stars dimmed. With a deafening roar, a huge figure slowly walked out from the shadows of the forest. It was the legendary ice fong dragon. Its body was covered with crystal-clear blue axes, each of which exuded a biting cold. Its eyes were like the ice abyss, flashing with greed and tyranny. The appearance of the ice fong dragon instantly froze the originally warm atmosphere. The villagers were terrified and fled in all directions, looking for corners to hide. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they instantly understood each other's intentions, stepped forward, and stood between the villagers and the ice fong dragon. Nuo-Lin, leave this monster to me. Inuyasha growled, and the demonic power in his body instantly boiled over. The flames and demonic energy intertwined to form a powerful aura. His figure flashed and turned into a red lightning, rushing straight towards the ice fong dragon. The iron fong drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, pointing directly at the cold dragon's head. Be careful, Inuyasha. This ice fong dragon is no small matter. Nuo-Lin followed closely behind, quickly forming seals with both hands, and circles of soft light surrounded his body. That was his unique healing and protective power. He knew very well that Inuyasha alone could not defeat such a powerful monster, so he had to go all out to provide Inuyasha with the necessary support. Upon seeing this, the ice fong dragon roared, opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of icy cold air, instantly condensing the surrounding air into frost. Inuyasha was agile and dodged flexibly in the air. At the same time, he swung out Tessega, which collided with the cold air, causing bursts of roars and flying ice chips. Every time they clashed, the space trembled slightly, showing the terrifying power of both sides. A mere half-demon dares to challenge my majesty. The ice fong dragon roared, swung its body violently, and swept its tail like a giant whip, bringing up a gust of wind and hail. Inuyasha retreated violently, and at the same time, using the recoil force, he rushed towards the ice fong dragon again. He condensed stronger demonic power on Tessega, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Zero, request flowers. Nuo-Lin took the opportunity to go around to the side of the ice fong dragon, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Rays of light poured out from his palms and turned into a dense light net, trying to restrain the ice fong dragon's movements. However, the power of the ice fong dragon was beyond imagination. The light was easily shattered as soon as it came into contact with it, and turned into tiny points of light that dissipated into the air. Nuo-Lin, step back and let me do it. Seeing this, Inuyasha roared angrily, and the demonic power in his body boiled to the peak. A dazzling light burst out from Tessega, as if to illuminate the entire night sky. His figure turned into a shadow and instantly appeared above the ice fong dragon. The iron fong chopped down fiercely with the power to destroy the world. Roar! The ice fong dragon roared in despair. Its huge body trembled under the tremendous force of Tessega. Its scales burst one after another, and cold air filled the air. However, at this critical moment of life and death, the ice fong dragon suddenly burst into a final burst of madness, opened its mouth and spewed out even more violent cold air, trying to die together with Inuyasha. Nuo-Lin saw this. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He rushed forward without hesitation and gathered all his healing and protective powers in his palms, forming a dazzling light shield. He stood between the big Iksha and the cold air. Nuo-Lin, Inuyasha exclaimed. He felt Nuo-Lin's desperate determination and courage, and an indescribable feeling of emotion and strength surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth and swung out Tessega again. Nuo-Lin, Inuyasha's roar echoed in the cold wind, with unquestionable determination and resolve. He seemed to be able to feel the heavy trust and sacrifice behind Nuo-Lin. This emotion was like a fire burning fiercely in his heart, burning away all fear and hesitation. When the ice fong dragon saw this, a cruel smile flashed in its abyss-like eyes, as if it was mocking the two ants who dared to challenge it. It howled towards the sky, its voice filled with endless anger and unwillingness, and its body was even colder, as if even the space was about to be frozen. A mere ant. Dare you dare to shake my majesty? The ice-fong dragon roared, and its huge body shook violently, causing the ground to tremble. The air around it seemed to be sucked out in an instant, forming a huge amount of vortex, sucking everything around it into it. Inuyasha did not stop. He knew very well that retreating at this moment would mean death. Only by trying his best could he have a chance of survival. His figure turned into a stream of red light, shuttling between the cold air and hail. Every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by the force of thunder, and the collision with the ice-fong dragon's attack produced a deafening roar. Nuo-Lin, I, Inuyasha, will never let you down for your persistence. His words were filled with unquestionable firmness. Tessega drew brilliant tracks in the air. Every time it collided with the scales of the ice-fong dragon, dazzling sparks burst out as if to light up this cold night. Nuo-Lin stood behind the light shield, his face solemn and determined. He kept changing the hand seals with his hands, and the power of healing and protection was like a trickle, constantly pouring into the shield, resisting the cold that was enough to freeze the soul. His eyes were always fixed on Inuyasha and Ice-Fong Dragon, and he prayed silently in his heart, hoping that his strength could become Inuyasha's strongest backing. Inuyasha, hold on. We will definitely defeat it. Although Nuo-Lin's voice was soft, it was full of strength and faith. It penetrated the cold wind and roar and reached Inuyasha's ears. The Ice-Fong Dragon was obviously angered by the tenacity of the two humans. It roared, and the scales on its body began to flash with dazzling light. An even more powerful cold air burst out from its body, dyeing the surrounding air blue. Huge amounts of its body suddenly leaped up, like a moving iceberg, pressing towards Inuyasha and Nuo-Lin. When Inuyasha saw this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and at this moment all the demonic power in his body reached an unprecedented peak. He roared angrily, and his body suddenly grew larger, as if he had merged into one with the heaven and earth. In his hand, the iron fong seemed to have turned into a divine weapon for the creation of the world. With the power to destroy the world, he rushed towards the Ice-Fong Dragon. Come on, Ice-Fong Dragon, let me see what you are capable of. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the cold wind, full of fearlessness and determination. His collision with the Ice-Fong Dragon was like the collision of two stars. A dazzling light and a deafening roar instantly erupted, illuminating the entire night sky. The battle between Inuyasha and Ice-Fong Dragon was like the collapse of heaven and earth. The two forces collided violently in the air, and the shockwave generated broke the surrounding trees one after another. Dust and ice chips flew all over the sky, blocking the light of the stars and the moon. At this moment, the entire valley seemed to have turned into a world of chaos. Only the deafening roar and dazzling light indicated the cruelty and heroism of this battle. Huge amounts of the Ice-Fong Dragon's body tumbled in the air, and every swing was accompanied by whistling cold wind and hail all over the sky. It seemed that it wanted to pour out all its strength and completely destroy the two beings who dared to challenge it. However, Inuyasha stood firm like a rock in the wind. His figure shuttled through the cold light and flames, and each attack was precise and deadly, leaving deep scars on the huge body of the Ice-Fong Dragon. A mere half-demon can force me to this point. The Ice-Fong Dragon's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. Its eyes were like two balls of burning ice, staring at Inuyasha, as if it wanted to devour him completely. However, Inuyasha just sneered, his eyes full of unyielding and determination, as if saying, I, Inuyasha, have never been an ant to be slaughtered by others. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with the two figures intersecting and colliding in the air. Every confrontation was accompanied by earth-shaking whistles and dazzling light. The cold and flames in the valley intertwined to form a doomsday scene. However, beneath this destructive force, there is a glimmer of unyielding vitality. That is the firm belief and hope of Nuo Lin and the villagers. Nuo Lin stood behind the shield of light, and the speed of forming seals with his hands became faster and faster. Although his face was solemn, his eyes were full of determination and resoluteness. He knew that he could not fall down because he was Inuyasha's backer and the villagers' hope. He constantly infuses the power of healing and protection into the shield to resist the cold that is enough to freeze the soul, while also providing Inuyasha with constant support. Inuyasha, you are not fighting alone. Nuo Lin's voice penetrated the cold wind and roar and reached Inuyasha's ears. These words were like a warm current that warmed Inuyasha's heart and inspired him to fight even harder. He roared, and the demonic power in his body boiled over again, as if to set the entire valley on fire. Seeing this, the Icefong dragon became even crazier. It no longer reserved its strength, but instead poured out all its power in an attempt to defeat these two stubborn opponents in one move. Nuo Lin's eyes passed through the flying ice and dust and locked onto the furious Icefong dragon. His heart was filled with unprecedented determination and courage. He knew that at this moment, not only Inuyasha was fighting, but the fate of the entire village hung on a thread. Nuo Lin, be careful. Although Inuyasha's voice was a little breathless due to the fierce battle, it was still full of concern. While he continued to deal with the Icefong dragon, he kept an eye on Nuo Lin's situation to ensure the safety of his partner. The Icefong dragon roared wildly, its body like a moving iceberg, and every impact made the air freeze. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out cold air that was cold enough to freeze everything. The cold air condensed into sharp ice blades in the air and attacked Nuo Lin and Inuyasha densely. Nuo Lin took a deep breath and formed seals with his hands at the fastest speed. The light shield condensed more thickly around him, like a layer of flowing metal, which bounced off the ice blades. At the same time, he felt that the healing power and protective power surging in his body had reached an unprecedented integration at this moment, forming a warm and tough barrier to resist the violent attack of the Icefong dragon. Nuo Lin, use your strength to protect this land, he said silently in his heart. This belief burned like a fire, making him forget his fatigue and fear. He pushed his hands forward suddenly, and the light shield suddenly burst into a dazzling light, turning into a warm airflow that collided head-on with the ice dragon's cold air. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, with light and cold air intertwined together to form a spectacular picture. The wind in the valley seemed to stop, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Nuo Lin could feel the strong pressure from the Icefong dragon, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined. For the villagers and for this land, I can't fall down. He growled, and all the strength in his body gathered to the extreme at this moment. The light shield expanded again, swallowing up the cold air, while releasing a gentle yet firm force in an attempt to calm the Icefong dragon's violent mind. However, the Icefong dragon seemed to be completely enraged. It howled to the sky, and the scales all over its body burst into a more dazzling light. An unprecedented cold air burst out from its body, covering the entire valley in an icy cold. Its huge amounts of body suddenly pounced towards Nuo Lin, as if to destroy him and the light shield together. Facing this life-and-death situation, there was no trace of fear or retreat in Nuo Lin's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the healing and protective powers in his body reached their peak at this moment. He roared, and the light shield instantly turned into a bright beam of light, meeting the attack of the Icefong dragon. The light of protection will never go out. His voice echoed in the valley, full of determination and conviction. The beam of light and the Icefong dragon's attack collided in the air, bursting out with blinding light and deafening roar. The entire valley seemed to be torn apart at this moment, but under this destructive force, Nuo Lin's light shield was as solid as a rock, protecting the safety of this land and the villagers. In the chaos of light and cold, the battle between Nuo Lin and the Icefong dragon reached its climax. The energy wave generated by the collision of the light column and the icy force swept across the entire valley like a violent storm, tearing apart the surrounding rocks and trees, turning them into debris all over the sky. Humph. A mere human. Do you dare to stop me? The voice of the Icefong dragon sounded low and majestic amid the roar, and there was a cold light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to completely submerge Nuo Lin in endless ice. However, Nuo Lin did not flinch. There was an unyielding fire burning in his eyes, which seemed to be able to penetrate all the cold and illuminate the way forward. I'm not trying to stop you. Instead, I am here to protect every life on this land. His voice was firm and powerful, penetrating the roar and the cold wind and reaching deep into the Icefong dragon's heart. As Nuo Lin finished speaking, the light shield around him surged again. The light column seemed to contain some ancient and mysterious power and began to rotate slowly. Every ray of light seemed to have life. They intertwined and entangled, and finally converged into an unstoppable torrent, rushing towards the Icefong dragon. Upon seeing this, the Icefong dragon roared angrily, and the scales on its body burst into dazzling light again. Its huge body tumbled in the air, trying to avoid the torrent. However, the light followed closely behind the Icefong dragon's every move, constantly eroding its strength. Ah! The Icefong dragon roared in pain. Its scales began to fall off, and the ice aura gradually weakened. It realized that it had encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Nuo Lin, hold on. At the moment, Inuyasha's voice came from his side. He was also struggling with the other parts of the Icefong dragon to buy time for Nuo Lin. His eyes were full of trust and encouragement, as if to say, we will definitely be able to overcome it. Nuo Lin felt Inuyasha's support, and his belief became stronger. He roared, and all the strength in his body burst out at this moment. The beam of light suddenly turned into a huge amount of light hand, tightly grasping the body of the Icefong dragon. Stop! Nuo Lin's voice sounded like thunder. He clenched his hand hard, and the hand of light began to shrink, squeezing the huge body of the Icefong dragon bit by bit. The Icefong dragon struggled in pain and let out a deafening roar, but its power was gradually dissipating. Under the interweaving of deafening roar and light, the valley seemed to have become a battlefield, and every inch of space was filled with the power of destruction and rebirth. The battle between Nuo Lin and the Icefong dragon has gone beyond a physical clash and has become a battle of wills and beliefs. The Icefong dragon's body continued to twist under the pressure of the hand of light, and its eyes flickered with unwillingness and despair. But even so, it still did not give up resistance. Although its scales fell off, the remaining parts became harder, as if each scale contained enough strength to tear steel. How can a mere human defeat me? There was a hint of madness in the Icefong dragon's voice. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, trying to spit out cold air that was enough to freeze everything. However, how could Nuo Lin give it a chance? He silently prayed in his heart, and the light shield surged again, turning into layers of airtight barriers, blocking the cold air that attempted to invade. It is my mission to protect this land. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the valley, and his eyes were full of determination and firmness. He knew that the victory or defeat at this moment not only concerned his own life and death, but also the fate of the entire village. As Nuo Lin's determination grew, the power of the Hand of Light became even more terrifying. It seemed to have turned into the strongest cage between heaven and earth, tightly binding the huge body of the Icefong dragon. The Icefong dragon's roar became weaker and weaker, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. No, I can't lose. A surge of unwilling anger surged in the Icefong dragon's heart. It used up its last bit of strength to try to break free from the Hand of Light. However, this was in vain. Nuo Lin's power had been concentrated to the extreme. He roared, and the Hand of Light suddenly burst out with brilliant light, completely tearing the body of the ice fong dragon apart. Bang! A deafening noise was heard, and the ice fong dragon's body exploded in the air, turning into countless ice crystals and dust, and finally dissipated in the valley. The entire valley returned to calm at this moment. Only the flying debris and the gradually dissipating light were still telling of the thrilling battle that just happened. As the ice fong dragon's body collapsed, the lingering roar echoed through the valley, as if it was nature's witness to this epic battle. When the dust settled, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, both exhausted but with an indescribable sense of relief. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and traces of battle, but what shone in their eyes was the joy of victory and determination for the future. Nuo Lin, your strength is beyond 367's imagination. Inuyasha panted, his tone full of amazement and admiration. He knew very well that if it weren't for Nuo Lin's incredible protective power, they might have died here. Nuo Lin smiled and shook his head. It is this land that gives us strength, and it is the villagers' expectations that make us fearless. We're just doing what we are supposed to do. Just then, there was a burst of noise outside the valley. The villagers learned that the battle was over and rushed to check the situation. They held torches in their hands, their faces filled with joy of surviving the disaster and admiration for the heroes. Lord Nuo Lin, Lord Inuyasha, you are our guardian angels. The villagers shouted loudly, and their voices gathered into a warm current, warming the tired hearts of the two warriors. Thank you very much, sirs. It is you who saved us and our home. An elderly village chief walked up to the two men tremblingly, with tears in his eyes, and bowed deeply with his hands clasped together. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha hurried forward to help the village chief up, feeling a warm feeling in their hearts. Village chief, this is what we should do. As long as the people on this land can live and work in peace and contentment, all our efforts are worthwhile. Nuo Lin said sincerely. The villagers surrounded the two heroes and expressed their gratitude and blessings. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the valley, and the villagers sang and danced to celebrate this hard-won victory. However, behind the celebration, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha both felt a little uneasy. They knew that although the battle was over, the world's crisis was far from over. Stronger enemies and more difficult challenges may be waiting for them ahead. Inuyasha, we can't stop. Nuo Lin looked into the distance, with a determined light in his eyes. We still have a long way to go, and there are still many things we need to protect. Inuyasha nodded, his eyes also gleaming with determination. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will fight alongside you until the last moment. The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding and trust needed no words. Amid the villagers' gratitude and blessings, they decided to rest for a day, and after their strength was restored, they would continue on the unknown and challenging journey. In the dead of night, the only sounds in the valley were the crackling of the campfire and the occasional roar of beasts in the distance. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha sat by the fire, silent, each lost in their own thoughts. But they all know that when the first ray of sunlight penetrates the clouds and shines on this land, they will embark on a new journey to protect everything that is worth protecting. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the dense treetops and sprinkled mottled across the valley, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha were ready to go. They bid farewell to the villagers reluctantly, and everyone's eyes were filled with reluctance and blessings. But as they said, the road is still ahead, and the responsibility of guarding does not allow them to stop for a moment. The moment we stepped into the forest, the air became heavy. The trees are towering into the sky, with dense and intertwined branches and leaves, like a natural barrier, isolating the city from the noise of the outside world. However, there is a hidden danger beneath this tranquility, and an uneasy atmosphere is quietly spreading in the forest. Nuo Lin, I feel something is wrong around me, Inuyasha whispered. His senses were extremely sharp, and even the slightest fluctuations could not escape his detection. Nuo Lin nodded, his expression becoming serious. Yes, there's a sense of oppression in the air, as if something is secretly watching us. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of hurried and heavy footsteps all around, as if countless giant beasts were approaching them. Then a strong wind blew up, and the leaves flew everywhere, blocking the view. In the chaos, several dark shadows suddenly jumped out from the bushes and rushed towards Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. These black shadows were extremely fast and had various shapes. Some were as agile as cheetahs, while others were as ferocious as giant bears. They did not make any sound. Only their eyes flashing with cold light revealed their cruelty and coldness. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha reacted almost at the same time. They flashed, and each faced the attacking black shadow. Nuo Lin clenched his fists, light surged around him, and every punch was accompanied by a roar, knocking those black shadows away. Inuyasha transformed into a silver lightning, shuttling between the dark shadows, his claws as sharp as knives, and every swing was accompanied by splattering blood. The battle suddenly became fierce and brutal, with the dull sound of flesh colliding and the wailing of dark shadows echoing in the forest. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha cooperated well, one attacking and one defending, and they were impeccable. But even so, they had to admit that the strength of these black shadows far exceeded that of the previous Icefang dragons. Not only were there a large number of them, but they also seemed to possess some strange power that allowed them to continuously regenerate, making the battle extremely difficult. "What on earth are these?" Nuo Lin asked loudly while shaking his fist. He felt his strength was rapidly depleting, while those dark shadows seemed endless. "I don't know, but we must get rid of them as soon as possible." Inuyasha's voice revealed a hint of anxiety. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would be exhausted sooner or later. Just as the two were engaged in a bitter battle, a strange wave suddenly came from deep in the forest. The wave surged in like a tide, instantly submerging the entire battlefield. Those originally ferocious black shadows seemed so fragile in the face of this wave, and they wailed and disappeared. "What's going on?" Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, full of confusion. However, before they could think about it, the fluctuations suddenly intensified, dragging the two of them into it. When the light faded, they found themselves in a strange place, surrounded by desolate ruins, and the air was filled with the smell of death. "Where are we?" Nuo Lin muttered to himself. He looked around, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Above this desolate ruin, the setting sun was as red as blood, coating the broken walls with an ominous golden red. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without saying anything, they could read the solemnity and vigilance in each other's eyes. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the occasional sound of rolling sand and stones in the distance breaking the dead silence. "We seem to be teleported to another dimension. Every speck of dust here smells of death," Nuo Lin whispered. His voice echoed in the empty space, sounding exceptionally clear and cold. Inuyasha nodded. He was keenly aware of the faint energy fluctuations around him, but these fluctuations were different from any power they had encountered before. They were ancient and strange, as if they came from another world. He took a deep breath, and the demonic power in his body surged quietly, preparing to face unknown challenges. At this moment, a low roar came from the depths of the ruins. The sound seemed like the sigh of the earth, or the awakening of a giant beast. As the sound got closer, the surrounding air began to distort, as if an invisible force was pulling at the space. "Be careful!" Nuo Lin shouted suddenly. He jumped up and rushed to the source of the sound like a flash of lightning. A dazzling light had gathered in his hand. It was the ultimate manifestation of his protective power. Inuyasha followed closely behind, his body turned into wind. Every step seemed to cross space, and in the blink of an eye he was shoulder to shoulder with Nuo Lin. His eyes flashed a faint green light in the darkness. That was his unique night vision ability as a half-demon, King Qian's, and also his susceptible perception of danger. Deep in the ruins, a huge black shadow slowly emerged. It had no specific shape, but it exuded a heart-pounding aura. The black shadow seemed to be formed by countless negative emotions and energies. Every time it fluctuated, the surrounding space trembled. "What kind of monster is this? It's so evil," Lin shouted angrily. He swung the light in his hand like a sword that cuts through the darkness and goes straight to the vital part of the black shadow. However, the black shadow seemed to have endless resilience, and no matter how bright the light was, it could not penetrate it at all. Seeing this, Inuyasha was not willing to be outdone. He turned his body into a series of afterimages and kept wandering around the black shadow, looking for flaws. Each of his attacks was swift and accurate, but they also failed to cause any substantial damage to the black shadow. "It seems that we can't fight it head-on," Lin thought while fighting. He knew that continuing like this would only exhaust the physical strength and energy of both sides. He turned to look at Inuyasha, and the two exchanged glances, then understood each other. They began to change their tactics. They no longer attacked blindly, but instead used their own speed and agility to play a game of cat and mouse with the black shadow. Sometimes they dispersed, sometimes they gathered together, constantly tempting the dark shadow to reveal more weaknesses. As time went on, the black shadow seemed to be enraged. It began to become more violent and released more turbulent energy fluctuations. But in the process, it gradually revealed its flaws. Finally, with a tacit cooperation, Lin and Inuyasha launched the attack at the same time. Lin's light was like the bright sun, illuminating the entire ruins, and Inuyasha transformed into the sharpest blade, striking directly at the core of the black shadow. The two forces met in the air, causing a deafening roar. At that moment, the entire space seemed to tremble. However, when the dust settled, the shadow did not completely disappear, but became weaker and slowly merged into the surrounding darkness. "This isn't over yet," Lin panted, looking at the gradually disappearing black shadow, his heart filled with uneasiness. Inuyasha also frowned. He looked around and saw that the ruins were still dead silent, but the oppressive atmosphere seemed to be even heavier than before. "We seem to be in even bigger trouble," he whispered, with a hint of worry that was hard to conceal in his tone. Just then, a cold wind blew by, and a low roar was heard again from the depths of the ruins. The sound was deeper and older than before, as if the whole world was trembling. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw the same determination and resolve in each other's eyes. They knew that no matter what was waiting for them ahead, they must face it bravely, because they were the guardians of this land and the hope of the villagers. "Let's go. No matter what lies ahead, we must find out." Lin took a deep breath and took the first step. Inuyasha followed closely behind Lin, his steps firm and powerful. Every step he took on the rubble of the ruins made a dull echo, which intertwined with the constant roar in the distance to form a tragic war song. Their shadows lengthened in the afterglow of the setting sun, appearing particularly lonely and resolute. As we go deeper, the scenes in the ruins become more and more bizarre. The broken stone pillars were scattered all over the ground like the remains of a giant, and the smell of death in the air seemed to be even stronger, almost condensed into substance, oppressing the two people to the point that they had difficulty breathing. "The energy here is becoming more and more chaotic," Inuyasha whispered, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, which was a reverence for the unknown power and a challenge to his own limits. Lin nodded, his eyes as sharp as torches, piercing through the thick fog, trying to capture the source of the low roar. Suddenly, he stopped and fixed his eyes on an open area not far ahead. There, the air was twisted even more violently, as if an invisible vortex was slowly spinning, swallowing up everything around it. "It's right there," Lin said in a deep voice. The protective power in his body surged again, ready to meet the upcoming unknown challenges. The two men accelerated almost at the same time, rushing towards the open area like two lightning bolts. However, just as they were about to approach the whirlpool, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the whirlpool and pulled the two of them into it. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted. He struggled hard, trying to resist the suction, but found himself as if being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand and unable to break free. Inuyasha's situation was not optimistic either. His body was twisting and shape-shifting in the air, and his demonic power was overflowing, but he was still unable to completely resist the pull of that force. He clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light, and used all his strength to get closer to Nuo Lin, trying to fight together. Just as they were about to be completely swallowed by the vortex, a strange power suddenly burst out from Nuo Lin's body. The light was dazzling, forming a sharp contrast with the dark power in the vortex. The light seemed to have life, swirling and dancing around Nuo Lin, and finally transformed into a solid barrier, tightly wrapping the two of them. Nuo Lin looked at the light around him in surprise. He could feel the purity and power contained in this force, which was an experience he had never had before. "Your protective power has been sublimated here." Inuyasha's voice echoed in the light, and he also felt the extraordinary power. As the light grew stronger, the suction of the vortex seemed to become weaker. The two took the opportunity to exert their strength and finally broke free from the whirlpool and returned to the ruins. However, when they stood firm and prepared to take a breath, they found that the scene around them had changed dramatically. The originally desolate ruins have now become full of vitality and greenery. Green vines grew between the broken stone pillars, and strange flowers bloomed on the ruins. The air was filled with a fresh fragrance, which was completely different from the previous smell of death. This was going on. Nuo Lin watched it all in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. Inuyasha also looked confused. He looked around, trying to find the source of all these changes. However, apart from the low roar that still echoed in the distance, he found nothing. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, both with disbelief and vigilance in their eyes. This sudden change of vitality made the ruins, which were originally full of dangers, seem to turn into another world, but the uneasiness was like an undercurrent that never dissipated. "This change is too strange. We must be careful," Nuo Lin said in a deep voice. He slowly raised his hand. The bright light surrounding him did not dissipate, but became more condensed, as if he was ready to deal with unknown changes at any time. Inuyasha nodded. His demonic power surged in his body. The green light in his eyes became even brighter, and he glanced around vigilantly. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from the ground, and then the vines and flowers that seemed harmless began to slowly wriggle, as if they had life. "Look!" Inuyasha shouted softly and pointed to a stone pillar not far away. A vine suddenly sprang up at an astonishing speed and came straight towards the two of them. Nuo Lin reacted quickly. He moved his body to the side, avoiding the sudden attack of the vines. At the same time, the light in his hand became brighter, turning into a lightsaber, and slashed forward. However, the vine was extremely tough. The lightsaber slashed on it, leaving only a shallow mark. Then the vine quickly healed and launched an attack again. "These plants are weird." Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He realized that these seemingly harmless life forms were actually murderous. Seeing this, Inuyasha turned into a shadow and shuttled between the vines. With his agility and demonic power, he tried to find the weaknesses of these plants. But every time he was about to touch the core of the vines, more vines would come from all directions and force him back. The battle became more and more intense. On the ruins, lightsabers and vines intertwined to form a thrilling picture. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's cooperation became more and more tacit. Sometimes they joined forces to resist the siege of vines, and sometimes they acted separately to look for opportunities to break through. However, these plants seemed to have infinite vitality. No matter what kind of damage they suffered, they could recover quickly, which made the two feel unprecedented pressure. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, an even stronger tremor came from deep within the ruins, and then the entire space began to shake violently, as if some huge monster was awakening. This force is even stronger than before. New Orleans' face changed drastically. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they might not be able to hold on. Inuyasha also frowned. He looked around and saw that the vines and flowers became more violent and attacked more fiercely in the tremors. He took a deep breath and prepared to launch a more violent attack. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the depths of the ruins, rushing straight into the sky, illuminating the entire ruins like daylight. The light contained a pure and powerful force, causing the surrounding vines and flowers to wither instantly and turn into ashes. This is... New Orleans and Inuyasha looked up at the source of the light at the same time, and saw that in the light there seemed to be something rising slowly, but because the light was too dazzling, they could not see its true appearance. "We have to go and take a look," New Orleans said in a deep voice. The protective power in his body surged again, ready to meet new challenges. Inuyasha nodded, and with a move of his body, he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the source of the light. New Orleans followed closely behind, and under the shining light, the two figures looked both small and firm. As New Orleans and Inuyasha approached, the dazzling light gradually converged, revealing a huge amount of circular altar. On the altar, in the focus of the light, an unprecedented monster slowly emerged. This monster is called the corpse-gathering monster, and its appearance is so strange that it is enough to make all things in the world tremble. The corpse-gathering monster is huge, more than several feet tall, and its body is covered with layers of dry bones and rotten flesh, as if it was formed by the condensation of countless dead souls and corpses. Its eyes sparkled with a dark green light, like the fire of the underworld, seeing through all the secrets of the world. Although the limbs are made of dry bones, they're extremely flexible. Every swing is accompanied by a low roar, as if it can tear through space. "What kind of monster is this?" Inuyasha whispered, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. He had never seen such a terrifying existence before, and the demonic power seemed insignificant in front of it. New Orleans also had a solemn expression on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, and the protective power in his body surged, trying to use it to resist the suffocating breath of death emanating from the monster. "Whatever it is, we must not back down." Before he finished speaking, the corpse-gathering monster let out a deafening roar. The sound was like thunder, shaking the surrounding space. Then it leaped suddenly, with huge amounts of its body collapsing like a mountain, and rushed straight towards the two of them. New Orleans and Inuyasha rushed forward almost at the same time, their figures intertwined, like two lightning bolts, shuttling back and forth between the huge body of the corpse monster. New Orleans swung the lightsaber in his hand tightly, and each sword precisely slashed at the joints of the corpse monster, trying to weaken its ability to move, while Inuyasha, relying on the blessing of demon power, transformed into a series of afterimages, constantly attacking the weaknesses of the corpse monster, looking for an opportunity to kill it with one blow. However, the body of the corpse monster is extremely tough, and even the strike of a lightsaber can only leave shallow marks on its surface. Its attacks were like a violent storm, and every swing was accompanied by a powerful impact, forcing New Orleans and Inuyasha to try their best to resist. "This is not a solution," New Orleans yelled. He knew very well that if they continued like this, both of their physical strength and demonic power would be exhausted. He must find the corpse monster's weakness and deal it a fatal blow. When Inuyasha heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and his body suddenly swelled, transforming into a huge amount of demon dog, with demonic power overflowing, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire world. He leaped suddenly and rushed directly to the heart of the corpse-collecting monster. That was the source of all the corpse-collecting monster's power. Seeing this, the corpse-gathering monster roared angrily and waved its huge bony arms to attack. But Inuyasha was too fast, and it had no time to react before the demon dog's sharp claws dug deep into its heart. Roar! The corpse-gathering monster let out a shrill scream, and its entire body began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any time. But even so, it still did not give up resistance. There was a crazy light flashing in its dark green eyes, and it tried to use its last bit of strength to devour Inuyasha. 0.0. Under the frantic counterattack of the corpse-gathering monster, Inuyasha's demon dog body was not willing to be outdone. Its sharp claws dug deeply into its heart, and its demonic power surged out like a tide, trying to completely destroy this monster made of dead souls and corpses. The two forces collided violently within the corpse-gathering monster's body, causing a deafening roar, as if the entire ruins were shaking at this moment. Nuo-Lin, give me a hand. Inuyasha's voice pierced through the roar, with unquestionable determination. He knew very well that it was difficult to completely eliminate this powerful enemy by his own strength. Nuo-Lin's eyes became stern when he heard this, and the protective power in his body boiled to the extreme. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, instantly appearing on the other side of the corpse-gathering monster. 0. Gripping the lightsaber tightly with both hands, he gathered all his strength into the tip of the sword and thrust it suddenly, aiming straight at the monster's head that was made of dry bones and rotten flesh. Break it! Nuo-Lin shouted, and the lightsaber roared like a dragon or a tiger, cutting through the air with an unstoppable edge. The tip of the sword collided with the head of the corpse monster, and a brilliant light burst out, as if a star had fallen, illuminating every corner of the ruins. The corpse monster let out an even more shrill roar, and the dry bones and rotten flesh on its head broke under the impact of the lightsaber, revealing the dark core hidden underneath. An even stronger breath of death surged in the core, like a bottomless black hole, attempting to devour all light and life. We can't let it escape. Seeing this, Inuyasha's demonic power surged again. He tried his best to sink his claws deeply into the heart of the corpse monster. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth and let out a deafening roar, trying to shatter the dark core with the power of sound waves. Nuo-Lin was not to be outdone. He gritted his teeth and swung the lightsaber again. This time, he no longer simply stabbed, but instead integrated all his strength and will into the sword, transforming it into a dazzling sword light, slashing straight at the dark core of the corpse monster. The dark core of the corpse monster trembled violently under the joint attack of Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha, as if it felt an unprecedented threat. The surging breath of death instantly became more violent and transformed into black tentacles, trying to entangle the attacks of the two and devour them completely. Humph! A mere gathering of undead spirits dares to act so presumptuously in front of me. Nuo-Lin snorted coldly, his eyes revealing an inviolable majesty. The protective power in his body was boiling, and the light on the lightsaber became brighter and brighter. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to be cut apart, making a sharp whistle. Inuyasha was even wilder. The demonic power in his body was like a volcanic eruption. Every roar was accompanied by earth-shaking force. His sharp claws were deeply embedded in the heart of the corpse-collecting monster, stirring it constantly, causing the monster to let out bursts of shrill wails. There was an unyielding fire burning in his eyes, and he vowed to completely destroy the source of this evil. Nuo-Lin, you and I will work together to completely crush this monster. Inuyasha's voice was firm and resolute. He knew that only if the two of them cooperated without reservation could they defeat this unprecedented powerful enemy. Nuo-Lin nodded, and the two of them understood each other and reached a tacit understanding in an instant. Nuo-Lin suddenly jumped up like a meteor across the night sky, and the lightsaber turned into a dazzling silver trail, going straight to the 627 dark core of the corpse-gathering monster. Inuyasha was even crazier. He gave up on defense and concentrated all his strength on his claws, trying to deal a fatal blow to the corpse monster at the last moment. The two forces met in the air, erupting with an unprecedented roar. The lightsaber and claws were like two indestructible blades, tearing fiercely at the dark core of the corpse monster. The core continued to tremble and twist under the attacks of the two, as if it would collapse at any time. However, the corpse monster did not surrender. It roared and used up its last bit of strength to swing those dark tentacles wildly towards the two people. Those tentacles were as flexible as poisonous snakes, carrying deadly toxins and corrosive power, attempting to drag the two into endless darkness. "Don't even think about succeeding," Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha shouted at the same time. They stretched out their bodies and turned into two beams of light, moving flexibly between the tentacles while increasing the intensity of their attacks. Light swords and sharp claws fell on the corpse monster like a rainstorm, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks. Under the frenzied attack of the two, the body of the corpse-collecting monster seemed to be torn apart by an endless storm. Every roar was like thunder between heaven and earth, causing the space to flex. Although those pitch-black tentacles were flexible, they repeatedly missed Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha's ghostly movements and could only weakly hit the ruins, stirring up clouds of dust. "You evil creature, today is your end." Inuyasha's voice was deep and powerful. His eyes were burning with blazing fire, and every swing of his claws was accompanied by destructive power, heading straight to the dark core of the corpse monster. Although the core was strong, it began to show signs of collapse under the combined efforts of the two. The darkness on the surface began to crack, revealing the deeper chaos inside. Nuo-Lin was calmer. Every swing of his lightsaber was extremely precise. The tip of the sword seemed to be able to see through the void. He always managed to avoid the attack of the tentacles at the critical moment and instead stab the vital points of the corpse monster. Wherever the lightsaber passed, the air was cut in half, leaving behind silver trails like stars cutting through the night sky, beautiful yet deadly. "Hold on, Inuyasha. We will be able to end this soon." Nuo-Lin encouraged his companions while fighting. Although his voice was soft, it was full of firmness and trust, as if it had injected an invisible power into Inuyasha. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha's demonic power surged again. He howled towards the sky, his voice filled with indomitable spirit and wildness. His body swelled up instantly, transforming into an even larger demon dog. His sharp claws flashed with cold light, like the sickle of the death god, and he vowed to kill the corpse-gathering monster completely. The sky was covered with dark clouds and flashes of lightning, as if even the heavens were frightened and wanted to stop the war against the will of heaven. Deep within the core of the corpse-collecting monster, chaos was surging, as if endless resentment and death were intertwined, forming an indescribable, terrifying force that attempted to resist the invasion from the outside world. "Humph, you are just a bunch of resentment, yet you dare to act so presumptuous in front of me." Nuo-Lin sneered, and when the lightsaber was swung, there was actually a sound of sword roaring like a dragon, and every strike caused ripples in the space. Wherever the sword light reached, the space seemed to be cut into countless pieces, and then quickly reorganized, leaving cracks that were invisible to the naked eye. That was the initial touch of the law of space. Inuyasha transformed into a huge demon dog, whose body was almost as tall as a mountain and full of demonic energy. He howled towards the sky, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. At that moment, even the air around him seemed to solidify. Only his eyes, burning with demonic fire, were like two balls of inextinguishable flames, locking onto the core of the corpse-gathering monster. With every leap he made, the ground shook, and his sharp claws cut through the sky, bringing up gusts of wind, vowing to tear apart the darkness. "Let this filthy world feel my anger," Inuyasha roared, his demonic power boiling. He suddenly jumped up, his giant claws carrying the power of destroying the world, and fiercely slapped down, directly pointing to the crumbling core of the Juhu monster. This blow was not only a collision of flesh, but also a clash of wills and strength. The air was filled with a strong smell of destruction. The corpse-collecting monster seemed to have sensed the crisis of life and death. Its originally dull tentacles suddenly became extremely flexible, like black lightning, interweaving into an impenetrable net in the air, trying to block the fatal blow. However, how could Nualin let it succeed? His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light. The lightsaber left beautiful tracks in the air and accurately cut off each tentacle as easily as cutting tofu. The thunder in the sky became more and more intense, as if even the sky was shaking because of this battle. The tentacles of the corpse monster struggled in despair, releasing a stronger aura of death and resentment with each swing, attempting to turn this battlefield into an eternally horrifying dark abyss. But Nualin and Inuyasha, like two immortal lights, are determined to penetrate this endless darkness. How dare a mere evil spirit block our way? Nualin's voice was as cold as ice. The lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hand. Every swing was accompanied by a tremor in space. Even the void trembled wherever the sword light went. His body was as fast as lightning, moving freely in the web of death woven by the tentacles. Every dodge was just right, and his lightsaber took the opportunity to leave more fatal wounds on the corpse monster. Inuyasha's roar shook the earth, and the demon dog he transformed into became even larger, with each hair containing destructive power 2.2. He leaped and dived, his claws like the sharpest blades, tearing through the air and going straight for the corpse monster's vital points. The demonic fire burned fiercely in his eyes, illuminating the entire battlefield and also igniting the chaos fire that was about to collapse in the corpse-gathering monster's body. Break it! With Inuyasha's angry roar, his giant claws finally collided with the core of the corpse monster. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. Huge amounts of impact force distorted the space, and thunder and roar intertwined to form a thrilling symphony. The corpse monster screamed miserably, and the dark core that was originally indestructible finally collapsed under the joint attack of the two. The chaos and resentment inside poured out like a flood, but was immediately swallowed and purified by the power of Nualin and Inuyasha. The darkness gradually dissipated, replaced by a clear light, as if even the heaven and earth were purified by this power. "It's over," Nualin panted. The lightsaber slowly dropped. He looked at Inuyasha beside him, his eyes full of fatigue and relief. Inuyasha also regained his human form. Although his body was covered with scars, his eyes burning with demonic fire were brighter and more determined. As the corpse-gathering monster dissipated, the thunder in the sky gradually subsided. The dark clouds dispersed, the sun shone on the earth, and all things seemed to be reborn in this sudden light. Nualin and Inuyasha stood on the battlefield, feeling the hard-earned tranquility with unprecedented ease and relief in their hearts. It was a tough battle, but it was worth it, Nualin said softly. He put away his lightsaber, his eyes flashing with expectations for the future. Inuyasha smiled slightly and dusted himself off, his smile showing both exhaustion and satisfaction. Yes, every battle is a transcendence of self. However, the most important thing now is to rest and recover. 02. Just as the two were about to leave, a breeze brought a fresh and familiar breath, leading them into the distance. Soon, a beautiful village hidden among green mountains and clear waters came into view. The village is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with smoke rising from the chimneys, contrasting beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, like a moving painting. "Look, there's a village over there. Why don't we go there and take a break?" Nualin suggested. Inuyasha nodded in agreement, and the two of them quickened their pace, and soon arrived at the entrance of the village. When the villagers saw the two outsiders, they were surprised at first, and then they greeted them warmly. They expressed their welcome in the most simple way, inviting Nualin and Inuyasha to enter the village and enjoy a moment of peace. In the village, the stone roads are lined with flowers and fruit trees, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and fruits. Children were playing and laughing in the village. The elderly were sitting under the shade of trees, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans and telling ancient and mysterious stories. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha seemed to have come to another world, and all traces of fatigue and fighting were completely forgotten at this moment. The scenery here is so beautiful that it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Nuo Lin exclaimed as he strolled in the village, stopping from time to time to admire the beautiful scenery. Yeah, I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Inuyasha also seemed particularly happy. He followed Nuo Lin, and the two walked and talked, sharing each other's past and future. With the warm hospitality of the villagers, they tasted authentic farm dishes. The simple yet delicious food made them both praise it highly. After dinner, they also participated in the village celebrations, dancing and singing with the villagers, enjoying a rare happy time. As night falls, stars the night sky, and the village is shrouded in a soft moonlight. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha sat by the stream near the village, looking at the starry sky, their hearts filled with gratitude and tranquility. The night is deep and distant, like a huge amount of black cloth, quietly and silently spread between heaven and earth. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha sat quietly beside the stream, enjoying this rare tranquility, but beneath this tranquility, there seemed to be an imperceptible undercurrent surging. The night always makes people think a lot. Nuo Lin broke the silence. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet night, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. Inuyasha smiled slightly, with a sharp look in his eyes. Yes, but neither darkness nor light can stop us from moving forward. Just then, a breeze blew by, bringing up a fallen leaf, which gently fell on the shoulders of the two people. This was an ordinary scene, but Nuo Lin and Inuyasha felt an inexplicable pressure at the same time, as if the whole air had become heavy. Something's wrong, Nuo Lin whispered. He stood up suddenly, holding the lightsaber in his hand. Although there was silence all around, he could feel a vague danger approaching. Inuyasha also reacted quickly. His body tensed slightly. His demonic power surged in his body, ready to deal with unknown challenges at any time. The two stood back to back, their eyes sharp as torches, scanning every corner around them. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out from deep underground, like an invisible giant python, wrapping around the ankles of the two men. At the same time, they felt a strong suction force trying to drag them underground. "What is this?" Nuo Lin exclaimed. He struggled hard, but the force was so strong that he could hardly move. "Be careful. This may be some unknown trap." Inuyasha growled, the demonic power in his body boiling and turning into violent air currents, trying to resist the suction. However, just as the two were struggling to resist, huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared in the ground, and a thick dark aura gushed out from the crack, enveloping the two. The darkness seemed to contain endless malice and evil, which made people feel terrified. "Quick, use all your strength to break free," Nuo Lin shouted, his sword flashing in the darkness, and every swing seemed to be a desperate struggle with the dark force. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. He turned into a black shadow and shuttled through the darkness. Wherever his sharp claws passed, the darkness seemed to be torn apart, revealing a hint of light. But even so, the darkness still surged in like a tide, surrounding the two of them tightly. In the darkness, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's breathing became rapid and heavy, and their heartbeats were like war drums, echoing in the endless darkness. The darkness seemed to have substance, transforming into a giant invisible hand that frantically tore at their clothes, attempting to devour their will and strength. "Hold on, we can't be swallowed by this darkness." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the darkness, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light, and the lightsaber in his hand could not illuminate the surroundings. But it seemed like a beacon in his heart, guiding the direction. There was a blazing fire in Inuyasha's eyes, which was his deep desire for freedom and anger towards darkness. He roared, and his body turned into a black lightning, rushing wildly in the darkness. Every collision was accompanied by the sound of air exploding, as if he wanted to tear the endless darkness apart. The tacit understanding between the two reached its peak at this moment. They didn't need words. They could understand each other's intentions with just a look or a gesture. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha stood back to back, spinning, jumping, and dodging. Their movements were smooth and flowing, like two dancers dancing in the dark. Although there was endless darkness and fear around them, they interpreted the tenacity and indomitable spirit of life in their own way. The dark forces seemed to be enraged by their tenacity, becoming even more violent and fierce. It roared madly like an enraged beast, trying to completely destroy the two with a more violent attack. But Nuo Lin and Inuyasha are like two solid rocks, standing firm no matter how violent the storm is. The battle lasted for an unknown amount of time, as darkness and light clashed fiercely in this small space, with each collision accompanied by a deafening roar. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Their faces were covered with fatigue and sweat, but their eyes were even more determined and persistent. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly came from the darkness. The wave seemed to come from deep underground, carrying an ancient and mysterious aura. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha both felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. They knew that this might be the final counterattack of the dark forces. "Be careful," Nuo Lin growled, his whole body tense, ready for the coming impact. Inuyasha also reacted in the same way. The demonic power in his body reached its peak at this moment, as if it would burst out at any time. The fluctuations in the darkness became stronger and stronger, as if the entire space was shaking and an indescribable force was brewing. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's breathing almost stopped. They could feel the destructive power contained in that power, as if it was going to pull all living things into an endless abyss. "Inuyasha, get ready." Nuo Lin's voice was low and firm. He gripped the lightsaber tightly, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if it would burst out with brilliant light at any time. Although he was in darkness, his eyes were unusually bright, revealing a sense of indomitable spirit and determination. Inuyasha nodded. His eyes had turned completely red, and demonic power was surging wildly in his body, almost overflowing from his body. He growled, and his figure turned into a black shadow again, moving through the darkness like a ghost, ready to meet the unknown impact. Suddenly, the fluctuations in the darkness reached its peak, and a powerful force suddenly erupted, attacking the two like a tsunami. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha moved almost at the same time. They were like two lightning bolts, interweaving and colliding in the darkness, fighting a desperate battle with that force. The air was filled with explosions and roars, and darkness and light intertwined into a thrilling picture at this moment. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's movements became faster and faster, and every confrontation seemed to tear the space apart. Their figures left a trail of afterimages in the darkness that was dazzling to the eyes. However, that force was extremely powerful, as if it had endless energy, constantly attacking the two people's defenses. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha's physical strength and demonic power were rapidly depleting, but they had no intention of retreating. They knew that only by persisting could they find a way out of this dark predicament. Just when the two were about to exhaust all their strength, the power suddenly changed. It was no longer a violent shockwave, but turned into countless tiny black threads, entwining around the two people like poisonous snakes. These black threads contained extremely strong corrosive and binding forces, causing the two to feel unprecedented pain and restraint. "What the hell is this?" Exclamation point. Nuo Lin roared, and he struggled hard, trying to break free from the black threads. But those silk threads were like living things. The more they struggled, the tighter they became. Inuyasha's situation is not optimistic either. Although his demonic power is strong, he seems powerless in the face of this mysterious force. He roared and tried his best to break free from the restraints, but the black threads were like leeches attached to his bones, preventing him from moving. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha, two unyielding wills, collide fiercely in the darkness, like the desperate struggle of an ancient war god on the eve of doomsday. The air around seemed to be sucked out by this force, and every breath was accompanied by a pain like tearing the lungs. The web woven from black threads not only bound their bodies, but also seemed to be corroding their will and souls. A mere restraint cannot trap me. A fierce look flashed in Nuo-Lin's eyes, and the remaining strength in his body seemed to be ignited by this anger. His muscles bulged, and lightning flashed faintly under his skin. He struggled violently, and tiny arcs of electricity jumped around his body, colliding fiercely with the black silk threads. A hissing corrosion sound was emitted, and a burnt smell filled the air. Inuyasha, let's work together to break this cage. Nuo-Lin's voice pierced through the darkness with unquestionable determination. When Inuyasha heard this, a hint of madness flashed in his red eyes. He growled, and the demonic power in his body boiled, actually condensing into a violent vortex in his body. As the vortex spun, it brought with it gusts of demonic wind visible to the naked eye, which shredded the black threads wrapped around his body. But soon more threads came flooding in to fill the gaps. Inuyasha roared like a beast. He no longer tried to break free, but chose to attack actively. The body suddenly swelled, and the texture of the muscles was clearly visible, like a beast about to escape. He kicked the ground hard, and his body turned into a black lightning, rushing straight to the source of those black threads. There, it seemed that some unknown existence was controlling everything. Seeing this, Nuo-Lin was not willing to be left behind. He swung his lightsaber, and the tip of the sword drew a bright trajectory. That was the light formed by the last of his strength. He followed closely behind Inuyasha, and the two figures intertwined in the darkness to form a tragic picture. "Break it!" the two shouted almost at the same time. Nuo-Lin's lightsaber and Inuyasha's demonic power combined into an unmatched shockwave at that moment, directly bombarding the invisible source. The space seemed to be torn apart at this moment, and the darkness around it receded like a tide, revealing a vague and deep outline. The shockwave exploded, like the chaos torrent at the beginning of the universe, instantly submerging the vague and deep outline. The darkness seemed to be ignited at this moment, emitting an enchanting light, making the figures of Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha appear both small and majestic. Nothing more than that. Nuo-Lin sneered. His lightsaber shuttled through the shockwave. Each swing was accompanied by lightning and thunder, cutting the surrounding darkness into pieces. However, the outline did not disappear. Instead, it seemed to be enraged. More black threads came from all directions, like thousands of arrows, aiming directly at the two of them. Inuyasha roared. His demonic power reached its peak at this moment, and a black storm surrounded him. Each gust of wind carried the power to tear apart space. He waved his sharp claws, engaging in the most primitive struggle with those black threads. Every collision stirred up waves of air, causing the entire space to tremble. "Inuyasha, be careful!" Nuo-Lin suddenly shouted. He found that the attack of the black threads was becoming more and more fierce, and seemed to contain some strange rhythm, which was gradually forcing the two into a desperate situation. His lightsaber spun rapidly, transforming into an impenetrable sword curtain, protecting Inuyasha behind him, while he himself endured even more fierce attacks. In this dark and boundless space, Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha are like two unyielding gods of war, standing on the brink of collapse. The air around them was boiling with a fierce battle, and the distorted light and shadows were like a premonition of doomsday, reflected on the determined faces of the two people. A mere undercurrent. How can it block my way forward? Nuo-Lin's voice echoed in the turbulent air. His eyes were like torches, piercing through the darkness and locking onto the source of the endless black silk. The lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hands. Every swing caused the surrounding space to tremble, cutting open black cracks and releasing destructive power. Inuyasha turned into a violent beast, his demonic power boiling to the extreme. The black storm surrounding his body became more and more violent. Every wisp of demonic wind turned into a sharp blade, cruelly strangling the endlessly entangled black threads. His roar shook the earth, filled with indomitable spirit and wildness, as if he wanted to completely tear apart the darkness that bound everything. Nualin, you and I are side by side. Why should we fear this endless darkness? Inuyasha's voice came through the storm, with a sense of determination and heroism. He leaped suddenly, and his demonic power condensed into a huge amount of demon wolf phantom, which started an earth-shattering battle with those black silk threads. Every time the wolf's sharp claws swung down, space was torn and collapsed, shattering the forces that attempted to restrain them. However, the darkness seemed unwilling to retreat. It seemed to have its own life, constantly wriggling and changing, trying to devour the two in a more cunning and ferocious way. The black threads gradually gathered into huge amounts of nets, covering them from all directions, and each thread contained enough power to corrode the soul. Humph! It seems that in order to completely break this darkness, we need to go even crazier. Nualin sneered, and the power in his body seemed to be completely awakened at this moment. A dazzling light began to bloom from the lightsaber, which was the embodiment of his will and belief. His figure suddenly rose up like a meteor across the night sky, and those huge black nets started the most violent collision. The sword light and the black net intertwined together, causing a deafening roar. At this moment, the space seemed to be completely torn apart, revealing the distortion and chaos hidden underneath. The figures of Nualin and Inuyasha are looming in this chaos, and every confrontation between them seems to be against the entire dark world. Inuyasha, let's work together to completely dispel this darkness. Nualin's voice penetrated the noise of the battle and reached Inuyasha's ears. The two looked at each other and understood each other's feelings without saying anything. They roared at the same time, gathering the remaining strength in their bodies to the extreme. Nualin's lightsaber turned into a dazzling river of light, cutting through the darkness and illuminating everything around. Inuyasha transformed into a demon wolf. His demonic power surged, and it blended with the river of light to form an unmatched shockwave. This force raged in the space, tearing apart the giant black nets, and finally blasting into the endless depths of darkness. However, just as the attack was about to hit the source of darkness, the space suddenly twisted, and an even more ancient and mysterious force surged out from it, forcibly blocking the attacks of the two. This force was so powerful that both Nualin and Inuyasha felt unprecedented shock and powerlessness. What kind of power is this? There was a hint of shock and confusion in Nualin's voice. He looked at Inuyasha, only to see that the latter also had a serious expression on his face and was obviously shocked by this sudden power. In the twisted space crack, the ancient and profound power surged like a tide, gently but irresistibly dissolving the attacks of Nualin and Inuyasha into invisible. This power is not like something of this world. It carries with it a kind of vicissitudes and loneliness that transcends the world, as if it had been sleeping here since the birth of the universe, and was awakened until this moment. Is this the years or the shackles of fate? Nualin's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes piercing through the layers of darkness, trying to capture the essence of that power. Although the lightsaber had dimmed, the fighting spirit in his heart was like a prairie fire, becoming more and more intense. Inuyasha growled, and the demonic power in his body boiled to the extreme, transforming into countless black storm whirlpools, trying to break the law with force and break through the invisible shackles. His figure was looming in the storm, and every impact was accompanied by a violent tremor in the space, as if he wanted to completely destroy this cage of restraint. Nualin, this power is beyond imagination, but you and I have never been afraid of any challenge. Inuyasha's voice came through the storm, with unquestionable firmness and heroism. His body suddenly grew in size, transforming into a larger demon wolf. His demonic power condensed into sharp claws. Every time he swung his claws, he tore through space, leaving cracks that were difficult to heal. The two of them stopped talking. They knew that in this endless darkness, only the tacit understanding and trust between each other were the most solid backing. They began to cooperate in an unprecedented way. Nualin's lightsaber turned into thousands of lights and shadows, like fine raindrops, accurately falling on every space crack opened by Inuyasha. The two echoed each other, forming a strange resonance. As they moved, the darkness around them seemed to tremble, and the black threads that were originally as solid as iron began to become loose and no longer so difficult to shake. But at that moment, the ancient power surged again. It was no longer a simple defense, but began to actively attack, transforming into invisible chains that tried to completely bind the two people. A hint of determination flashed in the eyes of Nualin and Inuyasha at the same time. They knew that this was no longer a simple battle, but the ultimate test of will and belief. They all gave up their defenses at the same time, gathered all their strength at one point, and prepared to make a big gamble. Inuyasha, let us use this final blow to declare our unyielding spirit to this endless darkness. Nualin's voice resounded through the sky. His lightsaber seemed to be given life at this moment, emitting a dazzling light. It was the light of hope, the first ray of light before dawn. Inuyasha howled towards the sky, his demonic power boiling to its peak. His figure merged with the demon wolf, transformed into a black lightning, and rushed towards the ancient and mysterious power together with Nualin's lightsaber. The two met in the air, bursting out with unprecedented brilliant light. The entire space trembled at this moment, as if it was about to collapse. At the moment when light and darkness intertwined, the space seemed to be torn into countless pieces, each of which carried the unyielding will and belief of Nualin and Inuyasha. The light and darkness collided violently, and the resulting energy fluctuations surged like a tsunami, impacting everything around, even causing the void to tremble. Nualin's lightsaber and Inuyasha's wolf shadow intertwined in the air to form a magnificent picture, and the tacit understanding between the two reached an unprecedented level. Every swing of a lightsaber is accompanied by the distortion and reorganization of space, as if it was weaving the longitude and latitude of fate, and the shadow of the demon wolf is like a black storm, and wherever it passes, all obstacles are ruthlessly torn apart, showing endless wildness and power. Inuyasha, you and I stand side by side, fearless and fearless. Nualin's voice echoed in the turbulent air, and his eyes flashed with a firm light, which was the desire for victory and the fearlessness of unknown challenges. Nualin, you and I are united, and together we will overcome all difficulties. Inuyasha's response was equally heroic, with an unyielding fighting spirit in his voice, as if he wanted to completely conquer this endless darkness. As the two of them attacked with all their strength, the ancient and mysterious power finally revealed its true nature. It was not a simple attack or defense, but a manifestation of ancient law, an existence beyond their understanding. In front of this force, even Nualin and Inuyasha's full-strength attacks seemed so small and powerless. However, at this moment of despair, a strange change quietly took place. The originally violent energy fluctuations suddenly became gentle, as if guided by some force, and began to slowly merge into the bodies of Nualin and Inuyasha. Their bodies seemed to be reshaped at this moment, and their realms were improving at an incredible speed. What is this? Nualin and Inuyasha were both shocked. They felt an unprecedented power surging in their bodies, a power that surpassed all their previous knowledge. But this power is not without price. As it integrates, the two also feel unprecedented pressure and restraint. Their consciousness began to become blurred, as if they were being pulled by some force and were about to fall into endless darkness. Nuo-Lin, hold on. We can't fall here. Inuyasha's voice sounded in Nuo-Lin's ears, with a hint of anxiety and determination. Inuyasha, you too. We can never give up. Nuo-Lin gritted his teeth and tried hard to resist the erosion of the force. At this moment, the space fluctuated violently again, and an even more ancient and powerful force emerged from the void, enveloping the two of them. This force is neither dark nor light. It transcends all attributes and definitions, as if it is the most primitive and purest existence in the universe. Just as the most primitive and purest power in the universe tightly wrapped Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha, the space twisted again, and a dazzling green light suddenly tore through the void, and a monster with a huge body, ink-black hair, and eyes flashing with strange green light suddenly appeared in front of them. This is the poison fox, whose toxins can corrode everything, and its speed is unpredictable. It is a terrifying existence in this unknown area. The appearance of the poisonous dry fox seemed to add an ominous color to this already thrilling battle. Its sharp claws lightly scratched the void, leaving black cracks, as if even space originally could not withstand its sharpness. Oomph! Mere humans and half-demons dare to run wild here. The voice of the poisonous fox was low and hoarse, with an unquestionable majesty and arrogance. Its eyes were fixed on Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha, as if it was examining its prey that was about to become its meal. Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without further ado, they already understood the situation. Facing such a powerful enemy, they must go all out and not have the slightest bit of complacency. Du Qianhu, you and I have no grudges against each other, but now that we have met, let us speak with strength. Nuo-Lin's voice was firm and powerful, and his lightsaber shone brightly again, as if he was ready to meet new challenges at any time. Strength? In the face of absolute power, everything is nothing. The poisonous fox sneered, and his body instantly turned into a green lightning, pouncing towards Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. Its speed was so fast that even Inuyasha, who was known for his speed, felt a little pressured. The battle broke out instantly, and the air was filled with fierce energy collisions and the roar of demonic power. Nuo-Lin's lightsaber and the poisonous dry fox's claws kept clashing in the air, and every collision produced dazzling light and deafening roars. The sharpness of the lightsaber and the hardness of the poisonous fox's claws formed a sharp contrast. The contest between the two seemed to be a competition to see who was the sharpest existence in the world. Inuyasha transformed himself into a wolf and engaged in close combat with the poisonous fox. His figure moved flexibly on the battlefield, and every attack was precise and deadly. The sharp claws of the demon wolf and the claws of the poisonous fox collided violently in the air. Sparks flew, and demonic power overflowed. The battle between the two was as fierce as a violent storm, and the entire space was shrouded in chaos. Nuo-Lin, be careful of its poison. Inuyasha did not forget to remind Nuo-Lin during the fierce battle. He knew that the poison of the poisonous fox was strong enough to destroy their strength and will in an instant. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Nuo-Lin responded, and at the same time a strange power began to gather on his lightsaber. This power seemed to be able to purify all filth and toxins, adding an extra layer of protection to their battle. As the battle progressed, Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha gradually found a rhythm to fight against the poisonous catfish fox. Zero request flowers. They began to cooperate with each other using their strengths, forming a tacit offensive. The sharpness of the lightsaber and the wildness of the demon wolf were perfectly integrated at this moment, making their attacks even more impeccable. However, the poisonous dry fox is no ordinary creature. Seeing that the situation was not good, it immediately used a more powerful sister technique. The demonic power surged throughout its body, transforming into green, poisonous mist that enveloped Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. These poisonous mists are not only highly corrosive, but can also erode people's will and soul. Faced with this sudden attack, Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha were not afraid at all. They each used their unique skills to dissolve the poisonous fog. 0-0. The purifying power of the lightsaber and the wild power of the demon wolf were fully demonstrated at this moment, allowing them to move freely in the poisonous fog and look for opportunities to counterattack. The battle lasted for a long time, and both sides were exhausted. But at this critical moment, a stronger will and belief arose in the hearts of Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. Driven by this unyielding will and belief, Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha seemed to be given new life. Their movements became more swift, and each attack contained the power to destroy the world. The confrontation with the poisonous fox became more and more intense, as if they were going to tear this space apart completely. When the poisonous fox saw this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. It knows very well that if it doesn't go all out today, it will probably not be able to escape unscathed. Then it howled towards the sky, and the demonic power in its body boiled to the peak. Every hair stood up and burned like black flames, releasing an even more terrifying aura. Oomph! A mere ant dares to challenge my majesty. The voice of the poisonous fox echoed on the battlefield, carrying with it a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Its body suddenly grew in size, transforming into an even larger monster. Its sharp claws flashed with cold light, and every swing was accompanied by the distortion and shattering of space. Faced with this sudden change, Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha did not retreat, but instead became more motivated. They stood back to back, their eyes determined, as if they wanted to concentrate all their strength in this moment. "Inuyasha, let's go!" Nuo-Lin shouted, and the lightsaber instantly turned into thousands of lights and shadows, like a galaxy pouring down, sweeping towards the poisonous dry fox. These lights and shadows intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable light net, attempting to trap the poisonous fox in it. Inuyasha transformed into a black lightning, shuttling between light and shadow, looking for the weakness of the poisonous fox. Each of his attacks was extremely accurate. The wolf's sharp claws drew black tracks in the air, echoing with the light and shadow of the lightsaber, forming a series of gorgeous landscapes. However, how could the poisonous fox be trapped so easily? It twisted its body and easily avoided the restraint of the light net. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and spewed out thick green, poisonous mist. The poisonous fog spread rapidly in the air, enveloping Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha. "Humph! You think you can trap us with just a poisonous fog?" Nuo-Lin sneered, and with a wave of his lightsaber, 10 beams of pure light instantly purified the surrounding poison. Inuyasha took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The wolf's 777 sharp claws cut through the void like lightning and went straight to the poisonous fox's vital points. The poisonous fox roared angrily, retreated violently, and swung its claws to fight back. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with demonic power and flashing lights, and the confrontation between the three had reached a fever pitch. "Nuo-Lin, be careful of its tail." Inuyasha keenly discovered the weakness of the poisonous fox during the battle. The poisonous fox's tail was seen dancing in the air like a flexible whip, and every whip was accompanied by strong demonic power and poison. Upon hearing this, Nuo-Lin immediately adjusted the direction of his attack. The lightsaber turned into a dazzling stream of light and went straight for the poisonous fox's tail. Inuyasha took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The sharp claws of the demon wolf and the claws of the poisonous fox collided violently again. Sparks flew, and demonic power overflowed. In this thrilling battle, Nuo-Lin and Inuyasha gradually gained the upper hand with their tenacious will and tacit cooperation. However, as a powerful creature in this unknown territory, how could the poison fox be defeated so easily? It constantly used various powerful magic and attack methods in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle. Just when the situation seemed clear, a strange green light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the poisonous fox, and that light contained its last fight as a sister beast. Its body suddenly shook, and the black flames around it condensed into a solid black armor that covered its entire body. Even its strange green eyes were obscured by a layer of deep dark green, and its momentum instantly climbed to its peak. A mere human and a half-demon. Do you think you can defeat me, the poison fox? Its voice was deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate people's hearts, carrying with it an unquestionable madness and determination. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha were shocked, knowing that this was the true power of the poisonous fox. But the two did not back down. Instead, their eyes became more determined. There was no need for them to say much to each other, as they had already understood each other's thoughts. Nuo Lin's lightsaber seemed to have life in his hand. Every time he swung it, the surrounding space was distorted. The light was dazzling yet sharp, and it directly poisoned the fox's vitals. Inuyasha was even wilder. The demon wolf he transformed and shuttled around the battlefield like a ghost. Every leap and every attack was extremely precise. Every confrontation with the poisonous fox made the void tremble. Nuo Lin, be careful of its speed. Inuyasha did not forget to remind during the fierce fight, because he had noticed that the speed of the poisonous fox was increasing rapidly, almost to the point where it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Before he finished speaking, the poison fox's body had turned into a black lightning, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters, its sharp claws flashing with cold light, heading straight for Nuo Lin's heart. However, Nuo Lin seemed to have anticipated this. He turned the lightsaber, and a bright sword light drew a perfect arc in the air, colliding with the sharp claws of the poisonous dry fox, causing a deafening roar. At the same time, Inuyasha also seized the opportunity and pounced from the side. The sharp claws of the demon wolf and the tail of the poisonous fox clashed fiercely in the air. The collision between the two was like thunder in the sky and fire in the earth, releasing energy that could destroy the world. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with the three figures moving rapidly on the battlefield, and every confrontation was accompanied by the fragmentation and reorganization of space. Demonic power, spiritual power, and poison intertwined together, forming a chaotic yet spectacular battlefield. No matter how strong you are, you're just mortals after all. The voice of the poisonous fox was full of disdain and madness. It began to use more powerful magic desperately, trying to defeat Nuo Lin and Inuyasha completely with overwhelming force. However, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha were not intimidated by this power. They know that only by persevering to the end can they see the dawn of victory. As a result, the two of them cooperated more closely, using each other's advantages to engage in a more intense battle with the poisonous dry fox. In this life-and-death battle, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha are not only fighting against the poisonous dry fox, but also challenging their own limits. At this moment, their will, belief, and strength were sublimated and integrated to an unprecedented level. Although the poisonous dry fox was extremely powerful, it gradually showed signs of fatigue under the joint efforts of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. It began to feel powerless, and every 10 attacks seemed slow and weak. As the battle intensified, the roar of the poisonous fox resounded through the sky, a roar that was a mixture of unwillingness and despair. Its black armor gradually began to crack during the battle. These were traces left by countless collisions between Nuo Lin's lightsaber and Inuyasha's claws. Each crack seemed to be a testimony to the loss of its power. How could a mere ant force me to this point? The voice of the poisonous fox became a little hoarse, but its eyes were still fierce, as if it wanted to turn all its anger and unwillingness into the last bit of strength and launch a crazy counterattack. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and read the same message from each other's eyes. Never give up. Their breathing became rapid and powerful, and every heartbeat was accompanied by a surge of physical energy, preparing for the final blow from the poisonous fox. Suddenly, the poisoned fox's body grew in size again, and the black flames around it surged out like a volcanic eruption, shrouding the entire battlefield in darkness. In this dark world, only the bright light of Nuo Lin's lightsaber and the green flicker of Inuyasha's wolf eyes are the only guides. Come on, let me see how long you can last. The voice of the poisonous fox echoed in the darkness, carrying with it a heart-pounding sense of oppression. It suddenly leaped up, its sharp claws cutting through the night sky like black lightning, heading straight for Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin's figure flashed, and the lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, constantly colliding with the sharp claws of the poisonous dry fox. Every confrontation burst into dazzling light and deafening roar. His eyes were determined, as if he wanted to put all the fear and fatigue behind him, leaving only the desire for victory. Inuyasha transformed into a black whirlwind, moving freely in the darkness, looking for the weakness of the poisonous fox. Each of his attacks was swift and precise. The wolf's sharp claws drew black arcs in the air, clashing fiercely with the poisonous fox's tail. The collision between the two seemed to tear the entire space apart. Nuo Lin, hold on. We will definitely win. Inuyasha did not forget to encourage Nuo Lin during the fierce battle. Their tacit understanding and trust reached its peak at this moment. Seeing this, Du Qianhu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. It roared angrily, and all the demonic power in its body reached its peak at this moment. The black flames and poison intertwined together to form a sea of death. It desperately pounced on Nuo Lin and Inuyasha, tried to use this power to completely devour them. However, Nuo Lin and Inuyasha did not back down. They knew that this was the crucial moment that would decide victory or defeat. Then, the two of them burst out with unprecedented strength at the same time, and their lightsabers and sharp claws intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable net, trapping the poisonous fox tightly. In this moment of life and death, the battlefield seemed to have turned into a universe at the beginning of chaos. The clash between light and darkness, the collision of power and will, constituted the most magnificent picture between heaven and earth. The figures of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha shone like stars in the darkness. Every breath they took caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if the entire universe was resonating with their battle. The web of lightsabers and sharp claws not only trapped the poisonous fox, but also cut the darkness into pieces. Every flash of light was a challenge to the limits of life. Poisonous fox, your doom has come. Nuo Lin's voice penetrated the darkness with unquestionable firmness and determination. His lightsaber seemed to be given life at this moment. Every swing was accompanied by the distortion and reorganization of space. Wherever the light passed, darkness retreated, leaving only light and hope. Inuyasha transformed into a ghost in the night. His wolf body was extremely agile in the darkness. Every leap and every pounce was accurate and hit the poisonous fox's vital points directly. His eyes sparkled with a faint green light, which reflected his desire for victory and his trust in his comrades. Nuo Lin, let us fight side by side until the last moment. Inuyasha's voice rang in Nuo Lin's ears, shaking her heart like thunder. Their minds reached an unprecedented harmony at this moment, as if they had merged into one, fighting together against the arrogant king of monsters. The poisonous fox struggled frantically in the net, its roars shaking the earth, but every struggle only made the net tighter. Black flames and poison raged around it, but it could no longer cause any substantial harm to Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. Despair and fear began to appear in its eyes. It was the fear of death and the despair that it could not escape its fate. However, the poisonous fox is the king of monsters after all, so how could it admit defeat so easily? In desperation, it burst out with an unprecedented power, a power that almost broke the net formed by the lightsaber and sharp claws. If you want me to die, you must be buried with me." The voice of the poisonous fox was full of madness and determination. It desperately urged the remaining strength in its body to try to die together with Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. But would Nuo Lin and Inuyasha give it this chance? They had already anticipated the crazy counterattack of the poisonous dry fox, so they cooperated more closely. Nuo Lin's lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, dissolving the attack of the poisonous dry fox like a pouring galaxy. And Inuyasha took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and the sharp claws of the demon wolf cut through the void like lightning, going straight to the vital point of the poisonous dry fox. At this decisive moment, the air on the battlefield seemed to freeze, and every grain of dust carried tension and expectation. Nuo Lin and Inuyasha, like two bright stars, shine the brightest in the darkness. Their figures appear and disappear in the interweaving light and shadow, and every confrontation shakes the world. The poisonous fox's roar was like thunder, shaking the void. The power in its body seemed to be ignited by despair, erupting with unprecedented violence. The black flames and toxins intertwined into a huge amount of web, attempting to devour Nuo Lin and Inuyasha together. However, with the tacit cooperation of the two, the net was torn apart by the brilliance of the lightsaber and the sharpness of the claws. "Inuyasha, you and I are side by side. Why should we fear life or death?" Nuo Lin's voice was firm and powerful. His lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, and each ray of light was like a sharp sword that cut through the darkness, neutralizing the attack of the poisonous dry fox. The collision of the lightsaber and the black flames produced a dazzling burst of light, illuminating the entire battlefield and also illuminating the beliefs in the hearts of the two men. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha's wolf body became even more violent. Every leap he made seemed to cross the boundaries of time and space, and every pounce he made was precise and deadly. His eyes sparkled with a dark green light, which reflected his determination for victory and his trust in his comrades. His sharp claws streaked across the air with black lightning, clashing fiercely with the poisonous dry fox's tail. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with the three figures moving rapidly on the battlefield, and every confrontation was accompanied by the fragmentation and reorganization of space. Demonic power, spiritual power, and poison intertwined together, forming a chaotic yet spectacular battlefield. On this battlefield, there is no absolutely strong person, only a contest of faith and will. A mere human and a half-demon. You think you could defeat me, the poison fox? The poison fox's voice was filled with unwillingness and madness. It desperately mobilized the remaining strength in its body in an attempt to make a final struggle. However, its power is becoming increasingly inadequate under the combined efforts of Nuo Lin and Inuyasha. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Nuo Lin's lightsaber and Inuyasha's claws hit the poisonous fox's vital points at the same time. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the entire battlefield was immersed in dead silence. Then, a deafening roar sounded, and the huge body of the poisonous fox collapsed under the attack of the lightsaber and sharp claws, turning into black flames and poisonous fog all over the sky. The two smiled at each other and decided to continue their journey. They crossed the battlefield and entered a lush forest. Soon, a beautiful village hidden in the green came into view. The village is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with smoke rising from the chimneys, forming a harmonious picture with the mountains in the distance and the streams nearby. The villagers were wearing simple but colorful clothes, busy in the fields, their faces filled with smiles of happiness and satisfaction. "Look, Nuo Lin, there's a village there. We can go there to rest for a while," Inuyasha suggested, pointing to the village ahead. Nuo Lin nodded in agreement, and the two quickened their pace and walked towards the village. As soon as they entered the village, they felt the enthusiasm and friendliness of the villagers. The children surrounded them curiously, and the adults cast friendly glances at them, and some even took the initiative to invite them to their homes. "Welcome, travelers from afar." A kind old lady came up to us with a smile, holding a plate of freshly baked bread in her hand. "Please try the specialties of our village." Nualin and Inuyasha took the bread and took a bite gratefully. The bread was sweet and delicious, full of the taste of home, which instantly dissipated most of their fatigue. In the following days, they spent a relaxing and happy time in the village. They helped the villagers harvest crops, repair houses, and play with the children in the village. At night, the villagers danced and sang around the campfire, sharing their stories and dreams with each other. I never thought that I would find a sense of home in a place like this. Nualin said with emotion while lying on the grass and gazing at the starry sky. Yes, Nualin. Sometimes, these unexpected surprises during the journey are more precious than the original destination. Inuyasha sat aside and responded with a smile. In this beautiful village, Nualin and Inuyasha not only relaxed physically, but also found unprecedented spiritual nourishment. They know that no matter how difficult the road ahead is, as long as they have faith and hope in their hearts, they will be able to reach the end. As the night deepened, the tranquility of the village was gently broken by the sound of leaves blowing in the breeze. Nualin and Inuyasha sat beside the stream at the edge of the village, enjoying this rare peace and warmth. However, at this moment, Inuyasha's expression suddenly became solemn, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had sensed some important information. Nualin, I must leave immediately. Inuyasha stood up, his tone full of unquestionable determination. Nualin looked up and looked at Inuyasha in confusion. What's wrong? What happened? It's Kagome. The world she lives in is also being invaded by monsters. I have to help her. Inuyasha explained, a hint of worry in his eyes. Hearing this, Nualin immediately understood Inuyasha's sense of urgency and nodded to show his understanding. I understand. You go ahead. Leave this to me. Where we meet up later. At the entrance of the valley where we agreed to meet before, no matter what the situation is, I will rush back as soon as possible. After Inuyasha finished speaking, his figure flashed and turned into a black lightning, disappeared into the night sky in an instant. Nualin looked at the direction where Inuyasha left, with both admiration for friendship and anticipation for an unknown journey in his heart. He took a deep breath of fresh air, packed his luggage, and decided to continue on his way alone. In the following days, Nualin traveled between dense forests and winding mountain roads. The scenery along the way kept changing, from lush forests to rocky cliffs. Every place was full of natural wonders and challenges. One day, Nualin came to a vast grassland, the end of which connected with the sky, forming a magnificent picture. He lay on the soft grass, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling a little uneasy. This uneasiness does not come from external threats, but from the vague worry about an unknown fate. Nualin, do you believe in fate? A gentle and ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his ears, but it seemed to come from far away, making it difficult to tell whether it was real or an illusion. Nualin sat up suddenly and looked around, but there was no one. He rubbed his ears and said to himself in confusion, Am I too tired? Or has the wind on the grassland also learned to whisper? Just as he was about to move on, a strange breeze blew by, bringing with it a faint scent of flowers and a subtle sense of guidance. Nualin's heart moved, as if being pulled by some force, and he involuntarily changed his original direction and walked into the depths of Chaokong. As they walked deeper and deeper, Nualin discovered that there was a mysterious lake hidden in the center of the grassland. The water in the lake was crystal clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, which was breathtakingly beautiful. By the lake, an ancient stone tablet stands quietly, engraved with complex totems, as if telling an ancient story. Here, why am I here? Nualin stood in front of the stone tablet, full of doubts. At this moment, The totem on the stone tablet seemed to come alive, glowing slowly, and a warm and powerful force surrounded him. Remember, true strength comes from within, not from external struggles. The gentle voice sounded again, this time clearer, as if echoing directly in his heart. Nualin closed his eyes, felt the power, and his mind suddenly became clear. He understood that whether fighting alongside Inuyasha or facing an unknown journey alone, the most important thing was to keep his heart firm and pure. When Nualin opened his eyes again, the totem on the stone tablet had returned to calm, and the lake was still calm, as if nothing had ever happened. But he knew that his state of mind had undergone subtle changes. Nualin took a deep breath of fresh air, and his whole body seemed to be filled with an invisible force, an awakening and metamorphosis coming from deep in his heart. He slowly stood up, looking into the distance with sharp eyes. The worry about the unknown fate in his heart had turned into motivation to move forward. At this moment, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging above the grassland. The originally tranquil sky suddenly became gloomy and covered with dark clouds, as if nature was originally brewing an invisible storm. Nualin frowned slightly. He could feel that this power was not the wrath of nature, but the awakening of something more ancient and profound. "Is it a test?" Nualin whispered. Although his voice was light, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. He took a step forward, actively facing the power that was about to explode. Every step he took made the ground tremble slightly, as if he was having some kind of ancient conversation with the grassland. As Nualin approached, the wind on the grassland became stronger and stronger, and the grass leaves flew around like thousands of sharp blades dancing in the air. However, these seemingly fierce attacks disappeared without a trace when they came into contact with a warm and powerful force surrounding Nualin. The real strength lies not in conquering the outside world, but in controlling oneself. Nualin thought to himself, his figure looming in the storm. Every time he dodged, every time he turned around, he seemed so calm and composed, as if he had become one with the grassland and this power. Promised, just as the storm reached its peak and was about to ravage the entire grassland, Nualin suddenly paused, closed his eyes, and slowly raised his hand with his palms facing up, as if welcoming something. Then, an even more powerful force surged out of his body, colliding and interweaving with the power in the storm. Finally, with a deafening roar, the storm miraculously subsided, and the grassland returned to tranquility again. "Is this my power?" Nualin opened his eyes, with surprise and joy flashing in his eyes. He realized that he not only withstood this sudden test, but also achieved unprecedented growth and breakthroughs in the process. However, just as Nualin was about to move on, he suddenly felt a more hidden and more powerful wave quietly surging in the depths of the grassland. This wave was neither hostile nor kind, but rather carried an indescribable depth and antiquity, as if it was calling him or waiting for something. What exactly is over there? Nualin looked into the depths of the grassland, feeling a strong sense of curiosity and desire to explore. Nualin's heart was pounding, and his desire for the unknown was like a wildfire on the grassland, which was difficult to contain once ignited. He took a deep breath, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to sense his determination and trembled slightly, as if to cheer him on. As he went deeper into the grassland, the hidden fluctuations became stronger and stronger, like an ancient heartbeat, echoing in the silence, leading him closer to the unknown source. The surrounding environment began to change subtly. The light became dim and blurry, as if I had stepped into a realm that did not belong to this world. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the depths of the grassland, like an ancient call or a hum of nature. Nualin's body tensed up involuntarily. He could feel that this power was neither a simple natural force nor any magic or martial arts he was familiar with. It was ancient, profound, and carried an inexplicable majesty. "Come on, let me see what you are," Nualin growled, with both challenge and expectation in his voice. The power in his body surged again, like rivers flowing into the sea, converging into an unstoppable torrent. At this moment, the ground of the grassland began to tremble, and cracks spread from under Lin's feet, as if the earth was originally responding to the call of that power. Then, an invisible force surged out from the crack, transforming into twisted light and shadows, sweeping towards New Lin. These lights and shadows are extremely fast and unpredictable, like a dragon playing with a pearl, or like being haunted by ghosts. New Lin retreated violently, but was still hit by several rays of light and shadow. He suddenly felt a strong impact bursting from his body, as if all his internal organs were about to be shattered. But he did not back down. Instead, it further stimulated his fighting spirit. He closed his eyes, feeling the warm and powerful force in his body, letting it collide and integrate with this mysterious force. In this silent duel, New Lin seems to have transformed into a bridge between heaven and earth, connecting the ancient and the modern, the natural and the extraordinary. As the two forces continued to clash, the scene on the grassland became increasingly bizarre. The sky is sometimes dim and sometimes bright. The ground is sometimes cracked into abysses and sometimes rises into mountains. New Lin's figure shuttled through this ever-changing environment, and every dodge and counterattack seemed so precise and powerful. Just when the two forces reached a fever pitch, suddenly, everything returned to calm. The mysterious power seemed to have found its home and slowly dissipated into the invisible minister. New Lin stood there, panting, but with an unprecedented light in his eyes. Is this the real power? New Lin murmured to himself, his heart filled with shock and awe. He understood that what he had just experienced was not just a battle, but also a baptism of the soul and a leap in growth. New Lin took a deep breath, and it seemed as if there was a fire burning in his chest. It was an endless desire to explore the unknown, and also a challenge to his own limits. He looked around and found that the grassland was no longer what it used to be. Instead, it had turned into a bizarre battlefield, and every inch of land contained unknowns and dangers. Nothing more than that. New Lin raised a faint smile, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. He stretched out his body and pounced on the light and shadow that were about to come again like a cheetah. Every time he swung his fists and legs, the surrounding air fluctuated violently, as if even the wind was cheering for him. The lights and shadows seemed to sense New Lin's provocation and became more violent. They intertwined and collided in the air, forming huge amounts of nets in an attempt to trap New Lin. But New Lin was agile, like a fish swimming in the water, and every dodge was just right, making those seemingly impeccable attacks come to naught. Not enough. Let me see all of you. New Lin roared, and the power in his body seemed to be completely ignited. His figure became blurred and illusory at this moment, as if he had merged with the battlefield and yet was detached from it. As New Lin's power fully erupted, the lights and shadows began to change. They were no longer dancing in disorder, but gradually condensed into a more complex form, as if they were the reappearance of some ancient totem, or the embodiment of the most primitive power between heaven and earth. The battle between New Lin and these lights and shadows reached an unprecedented intensity. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, and every inch of land on the grassland trembled under the impact of this force. However, New Lin became more and more courageous as the battle went on. All he had in his eyes was fighting and the desire and pursuit for power. Just when the strength of both sides was about to be exhausted and the battle seemed to be coming to an end, suddenly, a larger and deeper power wave came from the depths of the grassland. It was like a sleeping giant being awakened, with a heart-pounding majesty. New Lin suddenly looked up at the source of that power, with a flash of shock and expectation in his eyes. He knew that this would be an unprecedented challenge for him, and also another milestone in his growth. "Come on, let me see your true face," New Lin shouted loudly, his voice full of fearlessness and determination. The power in his body surged again, as if it wanted to break through the constraints of his body and compete with that deep power. New Orleans' words echoed across the empty grassland, and even the wind seemed to stop for a moment. The profound power did not respond immediately, but like a sleeping beast in the ancient mountains, it slowly opened its invisible giant eyes and stared at the brave man who dared to challenge. The light and shadows on the grassland began to tremble violently. They seemed to be summoned by something and gathered towards the source of that power, forming an unprecedented torrent of energy. This torrent had no specific form, but it rushed towards New Orleans with the momentum of destroying the world. New Orleans took a deep breath, and the power in his body rushed madly through his meridians like a river bursting its banks. There was a faint glow beneath his skin, a sign that his potential had been stimulated to the limit. He dug his feet deep into the ground, as if he wanted to merge himself with the grassland to resist the coming impact. "Come on, let me see how strong you are." New Orleans roared again, his voice full of indomitable spirit and pride. He suddenly jumped up. His figure drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and headed directly towards the torrent of energy. The moment the two collided, the entire grassland seemed to tremble. Amid the deafening roar, light and shadow interweave into a series of dazzling pictures. New Orleans' figure shuttled, dodged, and counterattacked in the torrent. Each of his movements was precise and powerful, as if he was performing 10 silent dances with his force. However, this profound power is far beyond what New Orleans can easily resist. It is like the wind that penetrates all holes, or the shadow that is everywhere, constantly eroding New Orleans' defenses and challenging his limits. New Orleans' body began to bear huge amounts of pressure, and the light from under his skin began to flicker, as if it would go out at any time. "Not enough. I can't fall down yet." New Orleans roared in his heart. He clenched his teeth and concentrated all his strength on his hands. His hands drew complex tracks in the air, as if he was weaving some ancient spell or guiding the power between heaven and earth. As New Orleans' hands danced, a new power surged out of his body. This power was completely different from the previous one. It carried a simple and mysterious aura, as if it could communicate between heaven and earth and control everything. With the help of this power, New Orleans' figure became more resolute and powerful. He began to gradually turn the tide of the battle and became evenly matched with that profound power. But at this moment, an even more surprising change occurred. The deep power seemed to sense the threat from New Orleans, and it began to surge wildly, and the entire grassland seemed to be torn apart by it. New Orleans stood in the center of the storm, his eyes full of determination and firmness, as if he was ready to face all challenges. "Let me see what kind of surprises you can bring me." New Orleans muttered to himself, while his hands continued to dance, guiding the new power to have the final showdown with the deep power. Just when the power of both sides was about to reach its peak and the entire grassland seemed to be swallowed up by this power, suddenly, an inexplicable wave came from the depths of the grassland, interrupting this fierce battle. New Orleans and the profound power were stunned at the same time, as if they both felt some ancient and mysterious information contained in this wave. This sudden wave, like the gentle light of dawn, penetrated the thick clouds and fell on the bizarre battlefield under the moonlight. It does not carry the slightest hostility, but contains an ancient rhythm that is enough to shake everything, as if nature is originally telling a forgotten history. The light and shadow on the grassland gradually subsided. The complex totems and the manifestation of primitive power seemed to be gently smoothed by this mysterious wave at this moment, turning into starlight and slowly dissipating into the air. New Orleans' confrontation with the profound power also gave him a moment's respite. He was suspended in midair, surrounded by a faint light, his eyes fixed on the direction where the waves came from, his heart surging with indescribable shock and curiosity. Deep in the grassland, a long and thin crack slowly opened up, revealing a faint blue light. The light gradually expanded, and eventually turned into 10 portals leading to unknown areas. Inside the portal is a vast expanse of void, dotted with stars and the Milky Way, as if the entire universe is compressed in this small space. What is even more amazing is that ancient runes can be vaguely seen flowing in the void. They are bright or dark, interweaving into profound pictures, telling the mysteries of the birth of the universe and the evolution of stars. What place is this? Nual Lin murmured to himself, with both fear and yearning in his heart. He felt a strong calling, a desire from deep within his heart, a desire to explore the unknown, a desire to unlock the deepest secrets of the universe. Without hesitation, Nual Lin took a deep breath, tapped the air with his feet, and his body turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the portal resolutely. As he approached, the space around the portal began to distort. Time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment. Everything became both fast and slow, both clear and blurry. Passing through the portal, Nual Lin seemed to step into a whole new world. There is no vast grassland and the interweaving of light and shadow here, but instead there is endless void and bright stars. He seemed to have become a speck of dust in the universe, small and free. In this cosmic void, Nual Lin felt an unprecedented tranquility and vastness. He closed his eyes, letting his mind resonate with the universe, feeling every subtle change in it. Gradually, he seemed to be able to hear the whispers of the stars and feel the most primitive and purest power in the universe surging in his body. Nual Lin strolled in the boundless void, and every step seemed to span eternity. The light surrounding his body and the mysterious runes in the void complemented each other, and he seemed to have become the most unique existence in the universe. Suddenly, a low and distant roar came from the depths of the void, like the breath of an ancient giant beast, shaking the surrounding space. "Who dares to disturb my peace?" Nual Lin shouted in a low voice. Although his voice was light, it contained a power that should not be underestimated, and it echoed endlessly in the silent universe of this moon. "Zero request flowers." He stretched out his body and turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the source of the sound. The light around him became even brighter at this moment, as if to illuminate the endless darkness. As the distance shortened, Nual Lin discovered that the roar was actually made up of countless tiny points of light. They circled and intertwined in the air, forming complex and orderly trajectories, like the most exquisite formation between heaven and earth. These light spots seemed to have their own will. They weaved an invisible web in the void, trying to trap Nual Lin in it. "Humph! A mere illusion. You think you could trap me?" Nual Lin sneered. The power in his body surged. He waved his hands. The light around him became brighter and turned into thousands of sword shadows, fiercely attacking the net formed by the light spot. The sword shadow collided with the light spot, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. The void seemed to be torn apart at this moment, revealing the deep and unknown darkness underneath. Zero. However, the web woven by the light spot was extremely tough. No matter how Nual Lin attacked, it only caused ripples and showed no signs of breaking. On the contrary, as Nual Lin's attacks intensified, the net seemed to become tighter, slowly pulling him closer until he could almost feel every tiny vibration on it. What kind of power is this? Nual Lin was horrified. He had never seen such a strange and powerful existence. But he did not give up. The potential in his body was fully stimulated. He closed his eyes and concentrated, merging himself with the universe and feeling every bit of the flowing power within it. Since I can't break it with force, then I'll just follow its trend and use its force. A flash of enlightenment passed through Nual Lin's mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two bright rays of light shot out his eyes, hitting the net of light spots directly. This time, he did not confront it head-on, but cleverly guided the power in the surrounding void to resonate with the network of light spots and gradually weaken its power. As time went by, Cracks finally began to appear in the originally indestructible web of light spots, and the light became dim. New Lin seized the opportunity. His figure flashed, like a dragon emerging from the sea. He instantly broke free from the restraints and regained his freedom. Humph! A mere trial. You think you can stop me from moving forward? New Lin stood in the void, looking at the gradually dissipating web of light spots. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.